TikTok says we have sound.
Okay, now you should have sound on YouTube and Twitch. Should be sound on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok now.
Okay, thank you guys on TikTok.
I appreciate it. YouTube's
Okay,
good.
perfect.
Okay, and you do have visual too. It is coming through. All right.
Yay.
God.
Hopefully, let's pray it sticks.
Goodness gracious, y'all. Okay. Let's see. We're
Let's
at 5K. Just give me, since we've been in and out of this, y'all just share out the live really quick over on TikTok so we can get to our goal. And then let's dive into the music. I know you got to go quick, Mo, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up the song. You're already at the top there, and we'll have you start off the live today. Since I know you got to go at a decent pace too, a decent pace. Hey y'all, thanks for the listen and any feedback you can provide. I did all the songwriting for this one, but you Suno. Okay, right. This is you wrote the song, but it's AI that created the music, right? You Suno helped me with the singing and music. I only use AI to help me bring my vision to life, so I can fine tune it to create it myself. Okay, and then like eventually work with some real musicians and stuff, which is always my recommendation.
For sure.
We've talked about this before, but pretty much all these companies, Suno and Moises being some of the biggest ones, are all like sued to hell right now. So I would never release anything that utilize this, just as a kind of a general rule looking into it. So just something to keep in mind. Otherwise you could get your distribution halted. You could get all of your stuff blocked.
But just for demos, it can be okay.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to pitch to an artist, or you want to put yourself in a position where you can start working with some real musicians to actually bring
congratulations,
that to life.
Shane.
Beautiful.
And big shout out to Bridges. That was awesome.
Good spot. All right, and then all right, we got it here, y'all. All right, let's try to get to at least Maze. Go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, follow all the steps.
At least 10 to 20 shares on TikTok.
Yeah,
help us out, guys.
And then, okay, so we should be,
let's see,
up and running here. Okay. All right. Okay, and I have your lyrics here too. Perfect. Beautiful. Got you. Yeah, if anyone wants to share, or if anyone wants to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, follow all the steps there, and we'll get you moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Snow. Big shout out for the shares. Thanks for helping us out.
Appreciate that.
We love you.
If you're on the Purple app, which is our main platform, you can hit ! submit, and everything will pop up for you right there. All right, we're going to get it moving here in just a second.
Thank you, guys.
Boom. Beautiful. All right.
Let's get it started. Hot.
All right, let's get it. Okay, so give me...
Why do Black Eyed Peas always hop in my head?
Let me know.
No worries, Olivia. It's always up on YouTube and the Purple app.
YouTube and the Purple app.
Purple app is our main platform.
It's the main one. It is a better audio and better visual over there as well, just as a general rule as well. It's much less compressed than it is over on TikTok. All right, y'all. It's about that time. Let's get into it. I want to see the... All right, is it IKM? Am I saying that correctly? Please correct me on the name and all the stuff if you want to. But yeah, give me some any other details that you might have, Mo, in the chat, so we can dig into some of the details of the songwriting and stuff on here, and then we'll break it down from there. And then also, of course, if you have any other platforms, what's up, Helios? If you have any other platforms that you want broken down, especially from Libby's end, when it comes to your branding and aesthetic and ways that you can kind of build out your brand as a songwriter and stuff like that, let us know.
Yep. Also, what's up, Helios?
I can. It's
how are you?
Sanskrit for oneness. Okay, love it. All right, let's get into it.
IKM.
There's that AI warble. IKM. Okay.
As above, so below.
Taliana, got you.
Within, so without. What you reap, you will sow. With focus you'll attract. What's to come is a change, a new end to the tale. Without fear
Kamani, got
there's
you.
no pain, and goodness will prevail. They knew the day would come when thy will would be done. Checkmate, your time is up. Now the people are waking up. Everything, everywhere, all at once. I can't. is on our side. Timelines created and collapsed. The moon waned and it waxed. Stars aligned. They knew the day would come when thy will would be done. Checkmate, your time is up. Now the people are waking up. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Hey, can you are me and I you? Hey, can we are one if you only knew? Hey, can
Gotcha.
Safe to say we're at war. It's within if you explore. Hate, fear, deceit versus love. Faith and peace, but my love, the battle's won. Heaven's here and we're all one. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Hey, can you are me and I am? Hey, can we are one if you only knew? Hey,
That's so cool that you have synesthesia.
I love that. Y'all show some love. Show some love. So
Yeah,
that
I'm
is
always super curious what the AI is pulling from. I wonder
Right.
whose voice that is, you know?
Right,
It's
100%.
probably a combination of like Selena Gomez with somebody that has a wider range or something.
100%. 100%. Y'all show some love. So that song, and I have the lyrics actually written out here, which is really cool too, because you can actually see what was put in and prompted and stuff. So that it was obviously AI generated. The music that you're hearing, the vocal that you're hearing, that's all AI. But the lyric structure was created by Mo, who is right here in the chat. So definitely show some love. So I guess the main thing I want to dig into is you have actually some good, like interesting nuanced lyric structure here that I think could do really well. I think when it comes to actually like pitching a song like this or getting instruments around it, musicians around it and stuff like that, or even finding a vocalist to sing on it, whether it be you or someone else, I think there's some things within the structure that could be tightened up, because AI just kind of does this thing. It just kind of fills in all the gaps and structures it, but it doesn't mean all of like the cadences and stuff like that match. So that's something I'll listen for real quick. Which is kind of the main thing I can listen for. I'm not going to touch mix or structure like that because obviously it's all just AI. What's up, Retrack? Welcome in, welcome in. But let's get into it. Let's run it back from the top. This is Ikeum. I'm excited to dive in. This was Mo right here in the chat, so y'all show some up. But we'll mainly listen for the songwriting structure.
What's up, Redrag? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us, fam.
And so Taliana, I got you, and come on, I
As
got you.
above, so below, as within, so without. What you read. As above, so below, as within, so without. What you reap, you will sow. With focus, you'll attract. What's to come is a change, a new end to the tale. Without fear, there's no pain, and goodness will prevail. They knew the day would come when thy will would be done. Checkmate, your time is up. Now the people are waking up. Everything, everywhere, all at once. I
guess where I kind of struggle with AI is like I'm not sure how it works, so bear with me, guys. But like, and maybe you can explain this. But like, how do you know what AI wrote and what the individual wrote? You know what I'm saying?
It's a
Like
blurred
with,
line.
yeah, like with the melodies and stuff like that. Like,
So all the melodies
how
are
can
AI.
someone write a full song without a melodic structure and tell that?
Yeah,
you know what I
so
mean?
they
I, like,
only
feed that
input
to AI.
lyrics. So they inputted like all these lyrics here. Yeah,
yeah.
they inputted all these
And
lyrics
then
here.
it writes the melodic structure.
Yeah, all the melodies, all the vocal, all everything. So everything
So
that we
what are
hear,
the legalities of that? Like that's interesting.
that's why they're sued. So I'll be honest with you. That's because they're pulling from IP and uh creative like vocal textures and stuff like that from real people, real artists, right? Like whether this song was created from a hybrid of Selena Gomez and Billie Eilish and stuff like that. Yeah, but it honestly it doesn't really matter, Mo, if you purchase the rights to it. That's why Suno and Moises and a couple other companies got sued and actually just lost. Because if anything has the metadata footprint from these companies, they can halt all of your distribution. They can remove all of your releases and your rights to publishing. There's a whole lot of stuff that just happened recently that I would encourage most people to look into, especially if you're dealing with the yeah, it'll all be straightened out with the courts. So even if you purchased the rights to it, yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. In fact, so that's kind of the hard part, right? Because
So my point in bringing that up, Mo, is definitely not to pick on you. I
yeah,
really appreciate your transparency and telling us what your goals are, and the fact that you want to be a songwriter. I think you
100%.
definitely have the potential is there 100%. What I feel like I would encourage you, especially with all the AI stuff being so new and it not being worked out, those lines are not clear,
Yeah.
obviously. So what I feel like I would automatically encourage you on is to find other songwriters and other, producers and stuff that you can build out an actual structure with. That way you get your full credit,
Yeah,
and there's
right.
nothing interesting going on. Those lines aren't blurred. It's like it's very clear. The splits are clear. It's very human, right?
100%.
And we can help facilitate that for sure. Like if you are ever interested in meeting other writers, other producers that are just starting out, this is a really good community to be a part of. So I'm really glad that you came across the Vibe Tribe, and I really do hope that you will join the Discord and stuff like that to meet other like-minded individuals. But that I feel like is the best initial advice I can give
Yeah,
you.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a very blurry spot right now, because the steps to how Suno and some of these other platforms get what they get is really blurry, but it is factually from owned IP that they don't have the rights to, right? So like that vocal again is from real vocalists. Like it's not from ones and zeros and blank. It has to be pulled from copyright information that they don't own, and none of the inspirations that are being pulled from are getting credit or compensated for it from Suno. So Suno is making a whole billions of dollars, millions of dollars, but none of who they're pulling information from are getting any of the compensation from the fact that their IP has kind of essentially been stolen, which is why I just want you to be careful with it.
Mhm.
I don't mind, kind of like Snow was talking about, using it for inspiration and to like just get your
Sure.
ideas out and stuff like that. But I would take even this and take dramatic creative liberties away from it.
Exactly.
Dramatic, right? So you're like, oh, so now I hear how as above, so below, as within, so without. But you could change the chord structure and stuff. So if you do something with this, I wouldn't do the same melodies. I wouldn't
Exactly.
even do the same production sound design. Just
Exactly.
because again, Suno has robbed some other artists of their vocal identity in order to create something that they're not being compensated for. So that's why I just want you to be careful with it.
And like I personally, we are not AI haters. We
No,
use it
yeah,
strategically in business and stuff like that.
yeah,
We don't use it at all in music, obviously. But when it comes to using AI in music specifically, I think it does bother me a little bit that like it's very blurred who wrote the melodic structure. Like
yeah,
it's like I don't, you know
yeah,
what I mean? And then
right,
passing that off as your own is just interesting.
definitely,
So like I definitely agree with what Torvik was saying, that I would definitely, if you are going to re-record this, you are going to sing it yourself, all that stuff, I would change it up quite a bit, because technically you shouldn't be able to say that was all you, right?
right.
So yeah, those lines are just interesting. Like I said, we're so glad that you came in. I'm glad that you were transparent, and nothing against you.
Yeah, yeah. It's just yeah, it's deciding what aspects of your music you want to take ownership over. You know what I mean? All right, let me yeah, like using Chat GPT for
Yeah,
type and copy and stuff like that. 100%. Let me
definitely.
listen a little further because maybe I think one thing I could help with as an actual producer and songwriter who's gotten deals as a songwriter and stuff like that. I could even help you with maybe some inspiration. And this is the better version of AI, I think, is then working with real vocalists and real
Yeah.
songwriters and stuff to do what AI is doing. Because all AI is doing is trying to interpret what you're putting in there and build melodies around it, right? But if you work with real people that'll do the same thing, then you might have an ability to kind of bypass that whole structure. What's up, Mo?
Hey Mo,
Welcome
good
in.
to see you.
So I'll listen a little bit further. Maybe we can come up with like just a nugget of an idea that you can kind of take with you
Yeah.
too. But this is the better version of that, and then you have zero restrictions to how you use it, right?
I think the vibes and what you wrote definitely has potential.
yeah. Like I'm just
100%.
reading your lyric structure, and it's unique and it's cool. It's got a lot of
Yeah.
potential, so
I
I would
could see
keep
it
running with
being
that.
kind of ethereal, um, mystical vibes.
Yeah,
And I like that.
definitely.
You are me and I am you. We are one. If you only knew I can. We're laughing jokes on them because love always wins.
So like it's like the little things right here where you have the when you're talking about like a repetitive vocal structure, you would want this to repeat probably a little bit more closely to where's the lyric? We're laughing jokes on them because it's just AI and it's just reading the lyrics that are there. It has to kind of speed
Fit
up the
it
next
in,
line,
yeah.
right? So it's like we're laughing jokes on them because love always wins. It has to kind of like da 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 lengthen out a little bit as opposed to laughing jokes on them because it's like the same melodic structure and same rhythm where it matches, where you'd probably just need to add, and this is what you won't get from AI because it's going to use what's there and fit it as opposed to know what filler words and what like expansions need to happen in order to make the lyrics fit, right? So the um
Is expansions a word?
expansions. What am I saying? Expansions. I was thinking expound and expansion
Expound,
at the
yeah.
same time. Right. Exactly.
I'm like,
So
hold up, bro.
expansions is a new
You're,
word.
making my brain
It's
explode.
expanding and expounding at the same time. Expansions. We're laughing jokes on them because let's see. We're laughing jokes on them because our love always wins. Like saying "cause our love always wins" immediately makes it the same rhythm structure. Laughing jokes on them. Cause our love always wins. Dun, 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 dun. And so now it has like that exact same rhythm structure. Those are the things that I would look for as you dig into this. So you'll hear that happen a couple times in the song. I'll skip forward a little bit when it comes to the lyric structure that you have versus what an algorithm created, and you'll start to hear the discrepancies between the two of like, oh, I actually need to fit more words here, or I have too many words here to make those rhythms match, because it's just creating it out of scratch, right? So I feel like that's what I would, if there's anything I would look at when you listen back to the song and you kind of dig back into the poetry of it and the writing of it, pay attention to not only the melodies that it's created and stuff like that and how you can change it, but also how you can match your rhythms of your lyric structure there to make it as clean cut as possible. Especially for like a modern pop R&B song like this, you definitely want like pretty strategically strict vocal structure. Let me skip forward a little bit, but those are some things you can kind of go back through your verses. The hooks are pretty clean. Like the hooks themselves they're very simple. They're more melodic in harmonies than anything. But I would mainly look at your like verses and the bridge on this to make sure that it all fits.
I also wonder if the box that AI is putting around it of it sounding more pop and R&B and stuff like that
Sure.
can be broken out of, I feel like you do
100%.
have, like I was saying, ethereal and mystical, which I love that you love as well, Snow. Fits your vibe more, and I don't know if that's just something I'm picking up on that's not accurate at all. If it is, then disregard it, of course. But I do feel like it will be more fun to work in
Mhm.
person too, because it won't shove you in a box so clearly.
From a production standpoint, I very much so agree. From a production standpoint, I could really hear this as like a more acoustically driven song too, like a little more alternative indie,
Exactly.
less pop R&B too, just
Same.
based on like, I mean, maybe the voice is inspiring that a little bit too. But I definitely, and obviously I don't know
Well,
what
and the
your
lyrics, like I'm
vocal
just
sounds
reading
like.
the lyrics and the lyric
Yeah,
structure and your name
100%.
and stuff like that, and it feels more outside of a box.
Yeah, it's like something like the lyric structure itself, and then of course this is something you can dig into, right? But the lyric structure is very magical, mystical, ethereal, and the presentation of the production is very much so like modern commercial which kind of to me is like almost like a little at odds, right? Something that's like a little more naturalist almost, and then something that's a bit like modern and commercial pop, right? So I think you can find as you start to meet with musicians and other producers, as you start to find your own voice in the song, you can kind of decide without an algorithm doing it for you what exactly is going to offer like the truest version of the song. Yes,
That's what I
yes,
was
yes,
thinking,
yes.
yeah.
Phineas is the man.
I feel like your lyric structure is it's coming across in that way. It's not like a traditional lyric structure. So I like that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, let me skip into this last section here.
Battles won, heaven's here and we're all one. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Hey, can you are me and I am. Hey, can we are one if you only knew. Hey,
Like I could see that this could very much so have a more like birds of a feather kind of a feel. It's like a little more acoustic drum driven. It's a little bit more analog synthesis than this like kind of more modern late 2010s R&B
Exactly,
feel.
Joe Allen, yeah.
100%.
It's like Selena Gomez, Billie Eilish, and Halsey or
yeah,
something
right.
combined.
So I mean,
Which
if,
they literally do that. That's what they do. They steal like popular vocals and stuff.
yeah,
So
right. So if there's anything I would just like encourage you with, like I'm excited to hear your voice or a group of vocals that are y'all's. Oops, kicked you out.
Oh, that's weird.
A group of vocals and your vocal to represent the song with like an authentic production around it, because I do think that the bones are there. Like I think some of the melody structure can be made your own, like we said. But I think there is a lot of potential in what you're writing, because the writing
Definitely.
part does feel unique and doesn't feel as AI. Like there's some parts where I can
Right.
tell that is like in the production you can obviously hear it pretty easily these days. But in the lyrics you can usually hear it a lot too. You can kind of like the things that they're saying are like,
Because
what
there
is that?
have been some people that come in here and aren't as transparent as you were, Mo.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, no, I wrote this and I performed it and and they're passing all of it off as their
Yeah.
own. And we're like, nah, bruh.
100%.
It's obvious.
100%. I appreciate your vulnerability in sending this in.
Definitely.
Appreciate it.
Me too.
Y'all, show some love really quick, man. Show some love to Mo right here in the chat. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, so as far as focus on the lyric structure itself, I
For
think
sure,
there's a
for
lot.
sure. You've made that clear.
Yeah, there's a lot that I think you have going for you. Just go back through the production structure to make sure that your rhythm structure, your cadences match, because it just did whatever, right? So just make sure that your cadences feel as catchy as possible. Good repetition, good pattern, good structure, and I think you'll be. But the hook, I think structurally is pretty good. Just diverge from the melodies. And see if there's any ways that you can shift things around just a little bit. But y'all show some love one more time to Mo. Really, really nicely
Joe
done.
Allen on YouTube is sending love as well, Mo.
Absolutely. And then let me make sure I get everything updated here too. I got you with that ×2. So let me get you on there. Boom, boom, boom. Let me get that saved. And I think I have one other I need to update really quick. And then, okay, no, okay, Taliana, I got you on there already. All right, beautiful. Let me make sure I'm updated over here. Mirror file. All right, y'all, let's keep it going. I appreciate you so much, Mo. We got Joe Allen in the building next. If you would like to submit, doing pretty good, Denise, welcome in. If you would like to submit, go to the link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, follow all the
Perfect,
steps,
Maze. Yeah, we'll get
read
that
through all the
updated.
details. You'll be ready to go. If you're on the purple app, then just hit ! Submit. You'll be ready to go.
Let's
Let's
go,
go,
Helios. I
Helios.
think we need to update. Oh, yeah, that's what you're working on.
Yeah, I already got it. Should be good.
Okay, perfect. Maze is.
Let's see. So I have. Oh, got you for the. Got you. Okay.
Make sure the
got you.
timing is right.
Yeah. Got you. It's under a different name.
Yeah, if you guys ever don't see your name on the line or something's inaccurate, please let us know.
Yeah, always make sure I'll get you all updated as soon as you, and always make sure that we go in the order that I get them into. All right, Joe, let's get it, man. This is only on TikTok right now. So this is Back to Loving You, written by Joe Allen Christie, recorded at Rosewood Studios. And let's see it. Or I see two song names. Hold on, let me see if maybe there's another email. Oh yeah, here's the Burning Down Small Town USA, right? The other email had a different name on it. Yeah, let me know. Okay, so yeah, I have 2 emails
No.
with 2 different songs. Yeah. Back to Loving You. Okay, got you.
Perfect.
Boom. Okay, yeah. Give me all the context, all the details, Joe. If you're on the TikTok, or I'm sorry, if you're on YouTube, you'll have more text to work with. Yeah. 8000. Oh, that's a TLM 102, and this is a M147 tube. All right, let's get it. This is Joe Allen Christie. We're about to get into some country, as far as I.
Yeah, and Joe Allen, I know we've gone over some stuff, but just let us know if there's any specific questions on the branding, marketing side of things. You know we got you.
Appreciate you so much, Mo. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, I
Joe,
hope it goes well. Bye, Mo. Thank you so much.
Make sure to give me access to the drive file real quick.
Don't forget to join the Discord, Mo.
Oh, which do I prefer? I don't like the TLM 103. I would go the 8000 for sure.
Hey, thanks for the follow on
Thank you
Twitch.
so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Oh, why is it? Oh, actually, the line's not updating on.
Oh, no wonder.
Sorry, yeah. That's why it's not.
Why is it?
Give me a sec.
doing
Give me a
this?
sec. Yeah, it's not updating over here. Give me a minute.
Ah.
Oh, dude, running into so much bullshit today. So let me see.
So much bullshit.
bullshit.
We can say bullshit on Twitch. Just
No,
cover
it's all
your ears,
teeny,
TikTok.
It's all teeny tiny again. What is going on here? All right, there we go.
We
Now-
have to like watch our mouth because we're still on TikTok.
Yeah, I'll cover my mouth. What the fuck's going on over here? What's up, Sanko? Lift it. What's up? Appreciate you hopping in.
They probably go by sound, the bots.
What the fuck's going on?
We consider the fuck.
Yeah,
we
it's
wanna
up
say.
there now, Kamani. It's up there now. Yeah. I just.
Thanks for letting us know, Kamani.
I'm
Yeah,
having
it
so
was
many-
a little glitch in the system.
Yeah, it should
it's
all be
just a
live.
glitchy Wednesday. It's just a little glitchy Wednesday. That's all it is.
Okay. All right, should have it. Let me get it downloaded. Okay, Joe. Any and all details on your role in the production? I know you're working with some fantastic musicians, so anything that you happen to have, let me know as far as the production goes. This is "Back to Loving You" by Joe Allen Christie. Let's get into it.
We fell in love on a sawdust floor to the sound of a steel guitar. There's nothing like a country song to make two hearts one. Somewhere our love jumped the tracks. Life came quick and the kids came fast. There's too much at stake to just let our love slip away. I wanna get lost in a song with you, like we did way back then, and get back the love
lowered
we
it, like,
lost forever and ever, amen. And when we get behind closed doors, we'll kick off our cowboy boots with nothing on but the radio. I'm getting back to
Yeah, Joe Allen, super talented.
well, baby, you ain't just a soccer
I love that
mom.
bridges.
Those tight blue jeans still turn me on. So put down the broom. There's only one thing that I wanna do.
Like an
with
old
you.
rusty truck, Bridges.
Get lost
I
in
like
a
Bridges'
song
explanation
with
better.
you, like we did
Description.
way back then, and get back the love we lost forever and ever, amen. And when we get behind closed doors, we'll kick off our cowboy boots with nothing on but the radio. I'm getting back to loving you.
Beautiful. Lap slide is beautiful.
us part, I'll owe you a million kisses. I'm gonna spin you around every Saturday night, make up for what we've been missing. 'Cause I wanna get lost in a song with you, like we did way back then, and get back the love we lost forever and ever, amen. And when we get behind closed doors, we'll kick off our cowboy boots with nothing on but the radio, and getting back to loving you with nothing on but the radio, getting back to loving you.
That was sweet. I really liked it.
So nice.
It kind
Joe.
of that one line is almost like an ode to that song. Nothing on but the radio.
Yeah. Yo,
Which
so
I really love. I always kind of like a little wink to another song that you appreciate. So I don't know
Joe.
if you intended to do that, but I liked it.
You're amazing, man. Super, super, super talented. Let's get straight back into it. Yeah, that happens, Kamani, when we have the box right here. But speaking of the box, y'all go and
Yeah,
make sure
having
that
the
y'all
box
are
is
following.
worth it, guys, because I still can't get a freaking link in my bio
Free
because
song
I be getting Torvik all the followers.
Yeah,
over
go
here.
follow. Please go follow.
So
Libby,
it's okay. Our logo
please.
can be fucked up on there. It's fine.
It's fine. Go to my link tree,
I
click
mean,
on Fact
effed
Talk
up.
Submission.
Sorry, TikTok.
If you are on the purple app, you can hit ! Submit and everything will pop up over there.
Oh,
Let's get
3 song references? I need to listen closer and look at the lyrics. That's so
Let's-
fun.
get into it. I'm excited. Let me know really quick too, Joe, where you're at with the release of this song, where you're at in the process. This is feeling really, really polished. It's sounding fantastic. I mean, your voice is so classic. It's got such a great rasp and fry to it, and a really, really great, unique texture to it that I think is fantastic. It's sounding really polished, man. I'm
It sounds
excited for you to get this out there. If it's already in distribution, ready to go, let me know. If you're still working on a couple pieces, let me know. If it's just sitting there, let me know. This is Back to Loving You by Joe Allen Christie, very talented country artist. So please go to Spotify, your favorite DSP, and stream their music. They have plenty out on platforms that you can go.
Releasing in July, August timeframe after my move to New Braunfels.
Sounds
That's so
good.
close. That will be so close.
I know, I love it.
That's so wait. Why did I say that?
'Cause
That's
we're
so
tired.
cool.
Because we're very
That
tired.
we will be so close. Yeah, that's exactly.
Saying
what it is.
expansion, just making up.
I'm like, that's so close that it'll be so close.
Got you.
I'm sorry, guys.
Are those changes present in this mix? Or are they from this mix going into the next one, next revision? Let's get it. What would I get in today? Ian, let me double check for you. Let me see where I have you. See if I can get you on the board today. Got you. Okay, perfect. Good to know. Got you, Ian. Let me get you with the 15. All right. Yeah, y'all can check the line at any point. It's always up on the Purple app, and it is always up on YouTube as well. It's the same stream. All right, let's get into it. This is Joe Allen Christie. Let's go. Beautiful production structure. You said you're recording in studio too. I also love. It sounds, in my opinion, like a real Hammond B3 or C1 or something like that. That Hammond slide early on in the beginning. The production structure just feels so authentic, so vibrant. I absolutely love it. Sounds really, really nice. But that does sound. I mean, it could be, of course. I have some great emulations of B3 organs and stuff like that. But it does. It sounds real. I like it. It sounds really great. What's up, Mason? Welcome in.
I love your website too. It's looking so great. The merch is cool. Killing it, Joe.
We fell in love on a sawdust floor to the sound of a steel guitar.
Yeah.
There's nothing like a country song to make two hearts one.
Yes, which we need more of. We need to get back to some of that.
Somewhere our love jumped the tracks. Life came quick and the kids came fast. There's too much at stake to just let our love slip away. I wanna get lost in a song with you, like we did way back then, and get back the love we lost forever and ever, amen.
Oh, there's one. Yeah, forever and ever, amen.
When we get behind closed doors, we'll kick off our cowboy nothing on.
Yeah, honestly, the mix and the production is pretty damn beautiful. It's really open. The track of like rhythm electric kind of telly style right side or whatever, and then your slides on the left, like the lap steel on the left. You get this beautiful openness with just similar tones. Fantastic job. So the production sounds amazing. On the vocal side, like you said, there's some things could be like polished. Sounds pretty damn good. One thing that I could potentially hear is opening up the vocal structure slightly so it just can compete with the rest of the production elements. But honestly, to me, it's not really a big deal at all, man. It sounds pretty fantastic. The vocals do sound powerful and very front. They're very forefront in this mix. They're definitely punching through. But the background vocals sometimes are so narrow to that vocal where I can barely even distinguish that the harmonies are there. And of course, in this style of more classical, classic country, I would love to hear those stacks and like tight harmonies on the vocal,
Yeah.
maybe a little bit more prominently. I feel like that's more
I
true
agree.
to the genre. And sometimes they're so close that I don't quite know they're there. So if you open those up, maybe that will help as well. And then with whatever changes you already addressed for version 2.
Definitely.
But for the fact that this says mix 1 on it, and I know how we label these things, the fact that this is the first mix, pretty damn polished, man. It's really nice.
100%. What's up, Mason? Good to see you. Also, that's so cool. I feel like I can't think right off the top of my head when we get behind closed doors, but I'm gonna have to listen to it.
I love it, dude.
It's really good job.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, writing sounds great. The production is pretty fantastic. I know, isn't it tragic, Kraken? Isn't it tragic? It's tragic.
But the rain.
Song if love.
The line is can be seen on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah, it's changing all the time. So I hate telling people a number,
Right,
because in
'cause
the
if
next 20
it's-
seconds it could change and you'd be like, well, I sent this.
That's
And I
why
don't-
we'll
yeah.
never do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it kind of is like bids. It's like modular, so we don't want to do that.
Yeah, 2,000 per song. I wish.
I'm getting back to loving you.
Like there, I hear the third.
I think Joe Allen was saying like
the
what he
production.
paid in the studio.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Twitch is our main platform, so you can always hop on over there.
Cracking. I know, right? Don't they know you got more important business
I
to
know,
do?
right? Got you, Ian.
Well, baby, you ain't just a soccer mom. Those tight blue jeans still turn me on. So put down the broom. There's only one thing that I want to do with you. Get lost in a song.
Yeah, like as soon as I hear this vocal, get lost in the song. Like as soon as you go into that hook, I want to hear like the you're over here, the distinction between like verse and hook with those harmonies, right? Because your last line here is dry, right? There's no harmonies on it. It's a little bit more dry. And then as soon as you hit get lost in the song, I would love to hear that third harmony kick in a little bit more vibrantly. So I do think that a little bit wider, I'm not saying like pop R&B all the way to the outside, but like maybe another 10, 20 points wider. And then even a little bit louder, I wouldn't mind either. Just so you immediately hear this like pop of energy going into the hook versus the sound design of the first verse. But besides that, honestly, man, it's a beautiful record.
You're just a good-looking
Fantastic
country guy too.
production, man.
Just a good-looking country boy.
I'm saying,
Everyone go.
man.
Everyone
Yep.
go search up Joe Allen Christie on all platforms, Spotify, YouTube.
Fantastic.
He's got a cool website. Just make sure you tap in and support.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, that's honestly that revision right there is 30 seconds. That's the best revision. This is like push, boop, just go here, boom, right there, and you're good. That's
Just
the,
boop,
that's a boop, boop. Yeah, that's the easiest fix. It's not like you have to like retrack different vocal layers and stuff like that. Like you're in a spot where everything that's there sounds pretty fantastic. It's just like some little minor tweaks of opening the panning another 10 points wider, and then maybe going a dB and a half louder on the layers themselves. Your vocal, I wouldn't really honestly touch the slightly and then maybe slightly louder. And again, this comes back to taste too, right? That's I'm saying.
But
a
I do
super
feel like
nuanced
I'm
thing.
missing those layers because
Yeah.
it's not sounding classic country as much because of that.
Yeah,
I feel
those third harmonies are, and I hear them and they're beautiful, but I do think they could be a little louder. I wouldn't touch
I'm
the
barely hearing
levels. What's up, Kaden? I
Kaden.
wouldn't touch the levels of your lead though. Your lead is already
Lead
very
is great.
prominent.
Yeah.
It's very prominent. So I think if you push that forward at all, it's just going to be too distinct, and I think it's fine where it's at. If not even maybe a little loud, but honestly, I would keep that right where it's at. But get those layers up a little bit, and then make the comp adjustments you already have. Let me hear the.
Kaden, your song is sounding really good.
Yeah, I know. I
excited.
spent a couple hours yesterday, Kaden, just restructuring like the chords and like the sound design to make it all fit now, and it like already I haven't even like
I think you
actually.
spent a good part of the day yesterday on that song.
I haven't even actually started like the mix of all those things, and just that editing process alone. It's like,
I'm
ooh,
so excited too. I
sound-
think you're really gonna like
sounding like
it.
a record. Sounding like a record. All right. Let's go. I'm gonna get into the solo here.
Radio, I'm getting back to loving you. Till death do us part, I'll owe you a million kisses. I'm gonna spin you around every Saturday night, make up for what we've been missing. 'Cause I wanna
Let's break down.
I'm gonna spin you around every Saturday night, make up for what we've been missing.
There's something about the rhythm right there that's throwing me off a little bit. I think it's just my brain being a weird brain for a second though. Where there's something about it that feels like the lyric had to drag a little bit because of like
The missing.
yeah, the legato of like the beat kind of slowed down, and so you had to kind of syncopate the vocal there slightly. And let me hear it again. I think
Yeah.
it's just my brain being an annoying brain that's like looking for things.
I noticed it. Yeah.
But it does feel like it almost, even just in Melodyne or in the grid, it could be like moved back by 10 milliseconds to like match the rhythm of the production again. Since I know you had to kind of go offbeat to fit in that extra lyric. But let me hear it again.
Million kisses. I'm gonna spin you around every Saturday night, make up for what we've been missing.
So on the
But maybe it could also be fixed a bit by adding a layer in there.
true.
Missing. You know, like it's bigger, it's wider, so it kind of helps.
True.
Make up for what we've been missing.
Missing. That's like the third, like over the top right there. Let me hear it one more time. Yeah, it sounds like it is maybe 10 milliseconds slow. So your comes like a little after the beat, maybe, which makes the beat feel rushed. It's like tiny, tiny little smallest detail in the world. Makes the beat feel a little bit rushed. I think maybe that vocal could come forward. Like you could splice it, right? You can like on Melodyne, you can speed it up or you can crossfade. There's different ways to do it, but that could come forward a little bit so it's not too behind the beat. And then I'm not against a stack right there on the last line. Even just on the missing, on the what we've been missing, just the last line could
That's
be an
all
easy
it's
way.
missing for me, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're talking a lot. It sounds like we're talking about a lot of things, but it's really just the harmonies, the layer structure
Honestly.
that could be improved.
I'm gonna spin you around every Saturday night, make up for what we've been missing.
I could picture 2 extra layers right there. Just 2 harmonies would be fantastic.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, there is something to be said about a good vocal producer,
Yeah.
or a good tracking engineer will be a
Keyword
good,
being good,
good,
as well.
yeah. Because honestly, and you're not the case. Obviously, you're going to a great studio. You've been working with some phenomenal musicians. Not worried about it with you at all. But a lot of people think that just because they paid for studio time and they went to the studio, that like things will be good. But it's 90% of the time you go to a studio and you pay for time. You're just paying to get a mic and a tracking engineer there, basically, and they'll just record you whatever you said you came in with. They'll record it, give you a thumb drive or whatever, and send you on your
because
way.
their passion is not in it with
Yeah,
you, you know.
But going to a good studio with a good vocal coach, a good vocal producer, or just an excellent tracking engineer would be like, hey, do that second verse again. Let's hit the high harmony over it. This last bridge is feeling a little bit soft. Do you want it to be bigger? And you say yes or no. And they're like, okay, well then let's do this. Having someone who tries to understand the nuances of like your dynamic range and stuff like that helps so much. Helps so
Then
much.
you freaking killed it. If you did that on your own, that's so impressive,
Your
Joe. And you
intuition's
should,
great.
you should be so proud of yourself.
100%. But I'm with you. I mean, at any time that if you can go to the studio, some people would be better off like hiring a vocal producer to go to their home and record at a home studio to help them coach them through tracking them than it would be to like pay for studio time. Like the difference, but like a phenomenal vocal producer at a home studio or someone that you trust coaching you through your vocal production on a $300 mic might be worth way more to you than spending $500 at a major studio still recording an unfinished song essentially. You know what I mean? But then paying hundreds of dollars to go do it. Anyways, just a tip. But yeah,
Like,
I'm not
it
against
would
that at
be
all.
so cool to have a couple different layers on some of those ending lines.
Yep. To kind of punch.
Missing
Yep.
something,
100%. But if you have an opportunity, obviously, to go to a great studio, work with the best musicians, and get a coach to help you with all those vocal layers,
Yeah.
that's honestly one of the distinctions between records that make it and records that don't. People pop off all the time. You'll hear about it. This person made it on BandLab and they got 1 billion streams, whatever. It happens. Extreme minority. Most of the people that actually get records pushed, get signed, get, actual even independent deals that are really powerful, that get a lot of movement, get radio play, get great publishing deals and stuff like that, are the people that have that intention. Either the label is supplying those vocal coaches and producers, or people are hiring it themselves in order to make the record as seamless and as polished as possible. It's a worthwhile investment if you really do want to make something of the music that you're making.
'Cause I wanna get lost in a song with you, like we did way back then, and get back the love we lost.
Yeah, those harmonies can come up probably 2 or 3 dB, honestly.
And when we get behind,
'Cause they're nice. They're nice
closed
harmonies.
doors, we'll kick off our cowboy boots with nothing on but the radio, and getting back to loving you. With nothing
Such a cool voice,
on
dude.
but the radio, getting back to loving you.
I love it. Man, you're awesome, Joe. We love you, man. You've been around for a minute in this community. Appreciate you so much, man, for always
So
coming in and
talented,
supporting.
dude.
Yep. The bass player plays some. Yeah. You can tell. Like
Super cool.
when you hear like polished session musicians that have just done this 100 times, like you said, these records cost $2,000 a piece, and you can hear it. These are not like try hard musicians. They are executing like you would execute on a major radio song, doing an excellent job, man. So super proud of the work and the effort and the investment that you're putting into your music, man. It's
100%.
pretty phenomenal.
Really quick, a couple things I noticed. Joe, like I said, everything's laid out really well. So these are just a couple pointers. Take them or leave them, just in case they're helpful. But on your
Mason.
Spotify, I did notice that you could maybe expand just a bit on some of your inspirations. If you want to plug in some of your inspirations and actually tag them in once you log into Spotify for artists, if you tag, some of your favorite country artists that still get a lot of tractions, a lot of monthlies, stuff like that, it'll be helpful SEO for Spotify's algorithms. That's just a little quick tip in case you want to do it, but it's not like make or break, of course. And then on your website, I would definitely add a link that says stream my music to your homepage. That way it's not even like they have to go digging or searching or anything like that. It's literally just, a button that they push that has all the different links of options of where they can stream your music. The last thing I'm going to mention is basically whenever you are ready to go to that next level and you're ready to go hard in the marketing, I would consider hiring a social media manager. That is really your last missing link. You have the website, it looks really great, it looks professional. You're on Spotify, and that looks great. You're on all the socials. You just need to make those socials work for you. And I really feel like that is the last link to kicking up those monthlies up big. You know what I mean? So we do offer that through Obsidian Key, but of course you can work with whoever. I mean, you can end up looking locally if you want. But really it would just be somebody who knows what they're doing on each individual social platform and just busts out that marketing for you. That way you don't even have to do it, and they will manage you essentially in that way where they'll let you know what they need from you. Like, hey, take a photo like this, or do a quick video like this, or they'll just guide you in that way, and it's like takes all the guessing work out of it for you. That way you don't even really have to think much about it. You just get to create the music, which is what you love doing. Yeah, of course. Definitely. We don't do it personally, but we do have someone on our team who does it. My brother does it. And then, you know, if I ever am able to help in that way, I absolutely can as well. But yeah, we would love to have you, of course, if that is something we're able to offer you. And if not, then we could always point you in the right direction at least.
Definitely.
But yeah, Joe Allen, you're amazing. We
So
absolutely love you
talented.
here. You have been a core member of the Vibe Tribe for a while, so we really appreciate you here.
So talented, man. Y'all give it up in time for Joe Allen. Joe Allen does have plenty of music out on platforms, so if you like what you hear, there's many other songs that are just as excellent, just as polished as what you just
Definitely.
heard. So please go
Make
stream.
sure you guys go follow on Spotify.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Y'all show some love. All right, let's keep it going. I think we have a back-to-back from Snow. We got Mason Kanomi.
Yeah,
Kimoni.
he can see it, Helios. YouTube and Twitch can see all the chats. TikTok's the only one that
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah, YouTube and Twitch, y'all get a little bit of a head start over there. Y'all get to see everybody. All right, let's get all of these updated here and make sure I
Everybody in the
have
club getting
these files and the
tips.
line updated. And Taliana, got you as well. Thank you so much. Let me get you updated as well. Let me
I
get
think
you
we need to
pushed
raise a minimum now, right? Or
through. Yeah, let me just get these updated and then I'll update.
why is my voice getting all like it's time to go to bed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I'm like,
6.
yo, wake up.
Yeah, just to here for now. All right, let's keep it going.
Just to see
So I've got,
you
let's see, there's
smile,
Helios
I'd
there.
do anything.
And okay, so I have one Snow and one Snow and one Helios. One I can't tell y'all, we're so tired. It's been so wild over here. I got one Snow and one Helios over here. Let me know which one you would like me to play first, and context on each. I have them kind of in different spots here. Yeah, right. Anytime anyone ever skips Helios, even for just a second, he's like, okay, diss track. At this point, it's a long track, man. You've got a medley for sure. Okay, let's run Snows here first, and then have the track from Helios too. This is "Am I Dreaming?" unreleased BeatStars beat. It's like 100 names.
Oh, EJ, I love that so much. Thanks for coming back to let us know.
I love that. Makes me so happy, EJ. Makes me so happy. I love that so much. All right, this is a BeatStars beat. This is unreleased. We heard version 1 a few weeks ago. Yep, sounds good. I got you, Joe. Yeah, absolutely. No worries at all, man. I appreciate
Yeah,
you.
I hope you have a good rest of your day, Joe. Thanks so much for joining us and sharing your beautiful art with us, as always.
So, okay, we heard version 1 a few weeks ago, the acoustic style song about the death of my best friend. Some details changed for the song. Got you. Feedback was to add more varied highs, lows versus the same tone. I did through the song last time. Okay. Re-recorded the other night. I know some words are not as clear, but I'm thinking to leave as is for creative emotional effect. But wanted a second listen on y'all's opinion. Got you. I appreciate you so much, Snow. I left the old version in the Dropbox file in case you wanted to reference or compare.
Nice.
Okay. And so
We love you, Snow. You're so sweet.
always.
And then Let's Go Snow from Twitch from Raid of Helios.
All right. Okay. Wait. So,
What's up, Yoka? Good to see you.
hey, what's up? What's up? Okay. So the Dropbox here, is this the
Yeah.
old one, right? And then
That's the old
maybe
one.
no, that's the different one. So then I just want to make sure I pull up the right one.
There, right?
Yeah, but I left the
Oh.
old version in the Dropbox file, or maybe they're
Oh,
both
it's-
here. Oh,
yeah,
I see.
yeah.
I see. Sorry, my bad. I just didn't even open it. So
Yeah.
here's version 5 is the most recent one. It looks
Mhm.
like. Got you. Perfect. I'm offline. No, I'm not, and I shouldn't have to log in.
Maybe download.
Let me see if it'll let me without logging in.
Just to see you smile, I'd do anything that you wanted
we
me
go.
to.
Got you. I know Twitch on the phone. They need to update it so bad. Like, how are you going to be the biggest streaming platform and you won't even let people stream mobilely with some decent quality? All right.
Yeah, I mean, like, sideways it's okay, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, it's definitely has some bugs they need to work out. All right, this
Yeah,
is
I'm like, how are
Eversnow.
you owned by Amazon and it's still like that?
I don't know. Hopefully
lame.
Twitch, if they buy TikTok, hopefully they don't ruin that too. All right, this is Eversnow. Am I Dreaming? This is version 5. Helios, did you mix this one?
This already sounds better.
Looking back, the fog starts to clear and I was there.
Dang, Mason, I'm sorry, man. I know so many people sick right now, man. It's crazy.
Way too fast.
Oh, I hope you feel better, Mason.
What's up, Jenna?
Yeah, same here.
Never got the chance to say goodbye.
Hi, Jenna. Yeah, Asher, definitely an emotional one. A lot of emotion and grief, went into this one. You can feel it. Snow does a great job at that. Melodyne.
Did y'all cut the beat at all? Just curious. Like, are there anything that's like, spliced together? Yeah, I heard the cut point right there because I think it's a bar off. So you might want to address that, which means you might need to push the vocals too. First of all, y'all show some love to Ever Snow. This is such a deep, emotional, just like heart-wrenching record. And you do feel that in the way that you're performing the vocal. The emotion absolutely comes through, Snow. So just for one, I want to honor the fact that you've been so vulnerable in this record, and your ability to express yourself in this space. So I'm just grateful that you are so vulnerable. You're vulnerable enough to do that. And thank you so much for just sharing this part of your story and your experience with us. It
Ooh,
means
Snow
so much.
Taligachi on Twitch, which I hope I'm saying right and not butchering, but please correct us if we are, said, "Love this. It's so ethereal."
Love
So
that.
I had to read that one out to you because I knew that you would love it.
We love y'all too, Snow. We love y'all too.
Yeah, we love you so much.
So I heard that's the reason why I asked about it, is because I heard the cut point of the beat right there, and it did sound like something came in a count early or something like that. So double check that. You probably want to move it with the vocal, otherwise obviously it's gonna it's going to sound funky because everything will be a bar off. So you might want to just splice that with the vocal that way. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Glad you're over here. Yeah, you'll just want to make sure that that's spliced together so that
Perfect.
it all
Yes.
moves
Thank
together.
you so much for hopping over to Twitch.
I love it. There's some okay, no worries at all. And I'll always recommend too, you might have already done this, Snow, or if anyone else helped you with it, or if the engineer did some of it too. Just to make sure that when you bring in a BeatStars 2 track or a YouTube beat or something like that, that you establish a grid with the BPM lined up first. That way, if you make any changes, it's still to the grid of the original record. Otherwise, the timing will be a little funky, right? So if the original record is, 87 BPM, but your grid is locked to 120 or something like that on whatever you're editing on, and you make any grid changes, it's not going to match the 87. So you have to make sure you set your grid to 87 first. Loose example there. Yeah, because otherwise, like, your grid is probably automatically set to 120 usually. So if the song's 95 BPM and then you make a cut to it to lock it to a grid and like move it back to slice it, then it's going to be on 120, right? Which is going to be different than whatever the song's original is. So something you always want to keep in mind. I reminded of it because I literally did this last night. I was working on Caden's song. I'm doing a mix for him, and his song is in a different BPM, like 85 or something like that. So I had to restructure the grid to make sure it all matches. And then any edits that you make, any delays that you add, any reverbs and stuff that are like time enhanced effects and stuff like that are doing it to the grid of the original record. Quick tip. That'll help with your cut. It'll make it way more seamless. So I would redo that, bring it back to the original state if you can, and then this is a little more work, but I think it would be worth it. But no more for him. It's kind of your staple at this point, though, Snow. So it's hard. It's like I feel like you need a whole album that's just like 4 a.m. in the closet or something like that, right? It's the name of the record. But it has the pros and cons, right? It's pros where you come up with some really ethereal chants in your music. The cons, you can't think that clearly at 4 a.m. So you gotta figure out your pros and cons there. But I would reset it to the original grid, make the whole project the BPM that's matched, and then reset it. I totally get it, Snow. So yeah, pros and cons. Get the inspiration and then execute it the next day or something. I don't know. Let me run it from the top. Let's get into a couple things. Again, the emotion and the actual like execution of your vocal I love, because I think that it, first and foremost, which to me is most important, it honors the emotion of the track. It does feel as emotional as the lyrics are, which to me is kind of like the most important thing of the song. You could have the most beautiful voice in the world, but if you don't feel anything, who cares? You know what I mean? Whether that's like a twerking song or an emotional ballad, if you don't make people feel something in your music, then you're missing something. You're too algorithmic with it. So I appreciate that we really do feel the emotion in this record. The only other thing that I'm kind of listening for here, there's some kind of muddy 200 hertz. It sounds a little bit to me. You're over here, right? Yeah, you're over here. It sounds a little bit to me like low end of the vocals, like a little inflated or untouched, little inflated, and maybe mids are kind of dipped down a little bit, maybe, or it's just kind of flat on the low end on the EQ side. I'm kind of curious if you tamp that 200 to 300 hertz, 100 to 300 hertz down slightly, and maybe even increase like 800 to 1200 hertz, 800 to 1500 hertz, if you'll get this kind of pop in your vocal through the mix just by like a 30-second revision to the EQ. Because there's some times where I feel like that vocal just kind of interrupts a little bit or the acoustic kind of interrupts where the vocal is just a little bit. Okay, cool, perfect. I'm sorry, I'm like reading both chats. So that's kind of what I'm listening for a little bit too. It does sound like sometimes the muddiness is part of why we lose your vocal to the acoustic every once in a while. And then, a lot of like the fundamental vocal phrasing happens between like 1,000, 1,500 hertz, 800 hertz, kind of in that pocket. So if you push that forward, even just lightly, like 2 dB sometimes can just cause a vocal to like, it kind of like peeks over the surface. You know what I mean? Like it kind of just jumps over the back end of the track a little bit. So you can be really strategic with the EQ to get it to kind of poke its head over the rest of the mix. And then also by default of that, you can also do the same carving with the acoustics to give some space for that vocal to cut through between 800 and 1,500 hertz, right? So both can kind of be true at the same time.
I would love to hear the second version too to compare.
Yeah, let me do a quick. I did download it to see. So let me.
I had something in my eye. It was super annoying. And then I just decided to use the restroom since I was already up.
I had that early in the stream too. I kept digging into my eye. I was like, what's going on in here?
It's really annoying. I don't know what it was.
It's probably because of allergies and I was like rubbing my eyes because they all hurt.
A little hack though is like wetting the end of a Q-tip and then just like you know, swabbing your eyeball, kind of like he does
Brilliant.
in Toy Story, Woody.
Oh, it's science. All right, so this is version 2, so I'm going to hear the original. I'll skip through it a little bit. Let's hear this version here, and then we'll jump
Not to
back
be taken
the,
as medical advice.
Yeah, right. Yeah, if you are taking Q-tips to your eyeballs as medical advice, then I think that's on you. All right, let's hear this here. Okay, I'm remembering more of this version too.
Oops, I forgot about my TikTok. Sorry.
So this one is much more high forward than the last one. So its EQ has kind of gone up this way. This is again version 2. So this is a couple versions back now. The new version is warmer, which I like. So I like we maybe talked about this a little bit last time too. You can let me know, but on the last one, of not needing it to be this crazy highly compressed, like really bright tinny mix, because there's only an acoustic guitar under, and that's it, right? You're not competing with anything, so you can keep it a little bit more natural and a little bit more warm, and it sounds clean. I do like that about the newer version of the song. It's definitely warmer. It's definitely easier to listen to just from that perspective. But now it's maybe missing. Oh, you're totally good. Yeah, Wave MP3, whatever you got. I'll make it happen. But you are missing a little bit now, some of that push in the middle that I would just be careful of. Now that you've kind of tamped down the high end, it can sound a little muffled or a little dull. So that's something to kind of keep in mind as well. Thank you. Is it Reward? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Reward.
I don't know.
Yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Skip forward. Okay, let me go to this other one now. Here, skip back. Let's see. Hi, Adrian. You're good, Jenna. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's gotta be. That makes sense. All right. Yeah, much warmer mix. Hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Big shout out to Reword up in here.
Yeah, so your mix on this one is way more palatable just because you don't have nearly as extreme. Yeah, it really is. It's not nearly as extreme of an EQ curve. It feels way more natural to listen to. So I like that. So now I think it's just polished right now that it's a little warmer, more inviting to listen to. I think you just now need to kind of get back into, removing a little bit of that mud between 1 and 300 and maybe pushing forward some clarity of your vocal mix itself around, 800 to 1200, 800 to 1500 hertz, kind of in that pocket right there. Play around with the EQ a little bit.
I agree. You guys killed it with the revisions. Good job.
Honestly, it's way easier. It's just way easier to listen to. It sounds way more cohesive. Let me skip forward down on this one really quick. The only other thing that I still am wrestling with just a little bit is you mentioned too of some of your lines getting lost in there and being okay with that as a style. Thank you for the follow. As like a stylistic texture, right? Of like letting some lines fall out and fall back a little bit. My song. What did it say?
Oh, you can do exclamation point submit.
Oh, thank you for
if you're interested.
For the channel point. Yeah, exclamation point submit, and you'll see all the details there. Oh yeah, of course. And you can always reference back on YouTube or Twitch. Twitch is saved for 2 weeks. These live streams are always saved. Twitch is saved for 2 weeks, and it's saved indefinitely on the YouTube channel, so you can always reference them back if your stream is skipping or something like that. And Amelia, thank you so much for hopping in. It's over on the purple app. Go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submission. You can follow the steps there.
I wish commands worked on
I know,
TikTok,
I wish they
but
did.
They're not set up for that.
Our main platform is the purple app with a T. If you know, you know. That's our main platform, and you can see kind of the whole structure, the line, the minimums, the order, how many songs we have, all that good stuff. But anyways, okay. So the last thing, so you have some of those lines falling out, which I think is okay. Like some of the and it's just like a vocal that just kind of empties out, right, and it floats in the background, I'm perfectly fine with that, because then it just kind of fades into the production structure, into the acoustic guitar. But then there's some times where I feel like important lyrics are getting lost in there, where I'm like, well, man, I know it's emotional because of the feeling behind what you're like, what I hear you doing with your voice, but I am missing what you're saying. I am missing kind of what some of those lyrics are. And I would love to maintain some of that punch in the mix by just maybe tightening up the compression a little bit, or another phase, probably ideally another phase of compression to kind of push it forward in the mix. In my opinion, something nice and slow would be nice, like a two-way style compressor, like an optical compressor that's like a really like slow release, really slow moving, and then just kind of glue it together and like force it through the mix a little bit would be nice. Just because I do feel like, although I do appreciate, what's up, Val? Thanks for the heart me.
Thank you
I
so
do
much, Val.
appreciate the stylistic
Happy
choice
Wednesday.
to let some of those vocals fall out of the mix. You don't want to do it at the expense of missing the message of
Hi,
the
hi,
song,
hi.
which is so beautiful and heartbreaking and emotional, right? So that's the balance that I'm looking for. So let me skip into it a little bit, and we'll see what we got. But those are kind of the two main things: EQ on the lead vocal itself. Happy Wednesday. I appreciate you so much for hopping in, Val. Yeah, those two things. Compression, like second stage compression on your vocal, and then the other being kind of the mid and mid-low EQ on your vocal that you can readdress.
The fog starts to clear and I was there.
So like even there, I don't mind the
Yeah.
I don't mind that falling out, because there's no like new beneficial lyric structure, right? But when I'm missing a word that you're saying, that's when I want you to maybe tighten it up a little bit with the compression.
Those headlights came way too fast, and we spun out like
That's high praise.
High praise.
So much easier to listen to. This is nice and smooth.
So much. And I think it better reflects the emotion too, man.
Exactly.
This honestly is the power of mixing, right? Like as a professional engineer, like I'll oftentimes tell people like the engineering is like far back on the list of things
Love
that like
you, Val.
really,
That's so sweet.
like really matter in a song. Like your performance, your choice of sound design, your technique and stuff matter. Like even your songwriting matters more in my opinion a lot of times. But this is also just proof of how the way that you mix, the stylistic choices that you make in your mix affect the way a song feels. One feeling very like hyper compressed and really bright and really punchy, almost like the last one almost reminds me of like an
That's amazing, Helios.
like an EDM vocal. You know what I mean? Like the last one that we heard like was definitely like a lot more like sharp and bright and tinny. And this one feels way more warm and emotional and saturated, and it better reflects the emotion of the song, because it's not an EDM record, right? I mean, it could be someday, who knows? But like knowing Helios, this could be anything in a couple weeks, but it doesn't, like this better reflects, I think, what you're going for in the structure of the song, which makes me
But it's not Helios doing this
makes me
one.
very happy. Yeah, right. I'm just saying he likes to rewire things, so
For sure.
you never it's a very sad remix.
There she is.
Like some of those there. It's like I miss what those few lyrics are, which misses some of the context of your next phrasing, stuff like that. Always Val. So right, that's where you chopped, right? Like right in there. Yeah. So those are the three things. Mid-low EQ, stuff like that, the compression settings, or your second stage of compression, and then the chop right there. You're going to have to do a little bit of digging in right there, because you do need to regrid and redo your BPM. So small note, let me hear the last 30 seconds. And then we're going to get into, I think, Helios's track right after this.
That guitar is so nice.
I like it. I like it. I like it. Y'all show some love and some positive energy to Snow.
It's
Okay, cool.
another soundtrack. Been working on new vocal chains and
Beautiful.
vocal creativity when working with Snow's Vox. Awesome.
Love it, Helios. All right, man, we're gonna go straight into another track where you're gonna hear Snow's vocals. So let's get straight over to
Sick.
this next one. I'm excited. Let's get back over here. Make sure this is updated really quick. If you do want to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submissions, follow all the details. Please read through everything there. And then if you're over on the Purple app, which is our main platform, you can hit exclamation point, submit, and all the details will pop up for you there. The line, the order, and the minimums are always present there as well. I try to update them after each track and just make sure they're current. So make sure you keep your eye on that as well. Let's get into Helios here. Any feedback on this one? I think it's close. This beat is produced by Ted Easter. Am I saying that correctly? Mixed and mastered by Helios and Snow on all the vocals. Let's get it downloaded. Different producer on this next one. I've had it sitting a couple years. Okay, awesome.
Oh, nice.
Did you record it a couple years ago? Is this the old mic or did you re-record with your, I know you got a fresh 102, so I'm curious. Let's get it downloaded. Let's get straight into it. Cool.
Nice. So 80s.
I know. Background vocals sound cool, Helios. Little format shift on the auto pan.
Cool.
That's just super different. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Good job on the vocal processing, Helios.
Yeah.
I like the stutters.
That panning's fun.
I know. Did you have multi-tracks for this, Helios, or just 2-track? Did you do that panning or was that already there? Nice,
It's
good
cool,
job,
I like
that's
it.
cool. Good stylistic decision. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay,
Let's go.
yeah.
Yo, show some love. That is Journey
I love the structure of that.
I know, me too.
By Eversnow. Sorry, I cut you off.
Eversnow by Eversnow and Helios on the mix and master. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Honestly, I'm really liking the mix on the production. I'm liking the vocal processing here too. You have some really nice, basically a format shifted background, double of the vocal panned back and forth. Freestyle, let's go. Let's go. There's a couple small little things that I'm gonna listen for. We'll just kind of tackle them when we get to them. But it was a Journey by Eversnow. Let's get straight into it. Yeah, I'm
so
liking...
cool, you guys. I love how hard you guys are working and just like really, really going for the creativity. It's so fun.
Hell yeah, I love it. I love it. It's almost reminding me of like old Gaga a little bit. Like it's like some of these like club breakdowns right here with like the vocal it's just what it's like. It's not, it doesn't obviously sound exactly like that, but that's kind of what it like reminds me of. That
I
feel,
know, right?
that
that's
era.
Sick.
I love it.
That was a great compliment.
So my recommendation for a song like this, it kind of ties in both of what you're doing on the vocal execution and on the mix side of it. You can decide how you want to structure this. A lot of this is going to, like these like tight, like club pop songs from like early 2000s, like 2010s and stuff like that. They're highly, highly edited, right? And it's part of what makes it all fit like really cohesively together, right? Like the vocal, like think of like even like Britney Spears and like the early 2010s and stuff like that. It's like the vocals there, but they're like highly chopped and gridded to where you hear natural vocal phrasing as well as them being like super tight to the grid, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of my recommendation. And if that's what you're going for, that was my comments to heal it. Heavy probably, right? Like tighten it up. If that's kind of, and this is up to y'all, right? But if this is kind of what you're going for, then I would spend hours in Melodyne and taking every phrase of the vocal and like gridding it and then spreading it and then getting it back to the grid or whatever. So like even when I hear these right here in the beginning, this is what initially reminded me of this. So this, the end, and I would get that dun 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 dun, and then like delay it, you know what I mean? Automate the reverbs up right there. But it's like you go into Melodyne and you look at the blob in the initial transient and you chop it up to the grid, and so it becomes, it's like you still hear Snow's vocal in there. It's still like really it's just like a polished Snow vocal, but the timing is almost instrumental. It's almost quantized, not just tuned. I think that to me would make this feel a little bit more cohesive, right? Just because the production's doing that, right? It's the sharp, sharp quantized drums, obviously, with the whole pop production that's there. So if there is anything that I'm hearing, it kind of covers the whole track. I think the actual like sound design and vocal production that you did, Helios, and your execution on a lot of these melodies, Snow, to me is way more polished already. If there's anything that I would like perfect, it would be right, there's like a little bit of nuance to it. But honestly, y'all are doing a great job. But it's like tightening up the starting line of every single, this is every single thing, right? Like listen, I would like listen to some of those early Gaga records, listen to some of the early, not even early, but like kind of early 2000s, early 2010s, Britney Spears records, stuff like that, right? And listen to the, beyond like how the beat sounds, because each beat is going to be a little bit different, and each vocal processing, listen to like the timing, the cadence, the structure of the vocals, and use that as your inspiration more than how they sound, right? Use that as the inspiration, because I feel like that is part of what makes them so catchy, is all of those songs from like 2010 to 2016, like a lot of that pocket and then before, they were just like regimented, really, really tight vocal structures to the point where like they're like, or Kesha would be another great example of this, but it's like the vocals are there, but it's the vocals like recorded like once in the studio, and then a producer spent like 4 months like chopping all of that stuff up to like make it an instrument almost, you know what I mean? So I would listen to those records and look at vocal timing, look at the quantizing, and look at how they're gridded. You're in FL. I don't know how this is in FL. Helios, but I know in Pro Tools you can do audio form quantizing. I don't know what that looks like in FL or any other DAW personally, because I've only done it in Pro Tools, but you might want to look into that, where I can basically take a live drum set, like a live, check on it and look at what their like waveform quantization looks like. I know in Pro Tools I can take a live drum set, or I did this for Happy Heartache. I played live bass for Happy Heartache, so it was a real bass. But I wanted to make sure it was a little bit tighter to the grid with the drums. And so there's you can do beat detection on there. It'll detect the beat and splice every sample of that beat. And then you can quantize it from the waveform and then crossfade it. And it sounds like a perfectly tight bass, but it's a real instrument. It's a real bass. I'm not saying you have to do that, but it could be one version of you doing that to her vocals, and like creating a grid with those and then tightening the auto tune and putting it right on the grid, so that every time it changes a note, it's right on line. Anyways, side note, that's a lot of stuff you can kind of look at there. I do agree. I know I'm kind of saying both things at the same time. I do agree that it's close. The actual processing of everything and the balance of everything is close. I just do think that if you want this to be a bit more of a prominent record and probably have more potential, I would still step back into the timing of the vocal. I think the mix is close, but I think the execution on some of the vocal things, get it snapped in, get it locked in. But I do agree that it's sounding one of the best like pop records I've probably heard from either.
Yeah, literally. Same.
Same right there. I would tighten that melody to the off the G, right? So the I would melodyne that to do the same note every time. So it goes, right now you hear one where it doesn't hit it. So right here. So it goes, da, 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 da. I would get that. Da, 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 da. That's just going to make it feel catchy, repetitive.
Helios has a lot of fun work ahead of him. It's going to be awesome. Honestly, there's no better practice, literally.
I'm sure Helios has like a love-hate relationship with his live, because he's wrong. I was like, dude, we're like, let's get it out.
No, but that's fun.
It's
like,
good.
No better way to get better at vocal processing than
Right. I just
actually doing it.
I like almost like hate saying stuff, but I you know me, I'm so passionate about it being the best record possible. Snow, I think you can just adjust that. I think you can adjust that on Melodyne to make sure it hits both notes and that the modulation is a little bit lower. You're crushing it. You're seriously, you're doing so good. But I know it is like 100%. A little bit of like, oh, okay, fuck, now I got more things I got to work on. But I do think I love music, and I mean,
like he said, he's like, I would take 6 hours and do this.
Yeah, right.
6 hours minimum.
During he insists you was learn. I got it. I love y'all's willingness to grow.
Me too.
And learn
That's
and
always
like that.
one of the best things about you guys. Y'all are so amazing.
It's what's gonna like keep you doing this long form.
Exactly.
Because some people they get lazy early on and they never grow, and then they're always frustrated at the results. You're actually in a position where your results are genuinely going to improve over time and have improved dramatically over time. So y'all are doing so many things well. So I would get very fine-tuned specifically for a record like this, right? And this is why Snow, I think it's important, like we've talked about, of like knowing let's go.
Oh,
it's been a minute
so
since we heard
awesome. Yeah.
Understanding the context of each song, right? An emotional ballad, right, with a lot of like depth and storyline to it, and a pop club record. Two very different contexts. One, free flow and be poetic with it. One, if you want it, you can be free flowing and poetic with it. It probably won't work culturally, right? Because the people that want to hear that beat in a club don't want to hear free flowing vocals. They want to sing it with you and it punch through the mix and hit the sub hard. You know what I mean?
Anthem more
right. So the context of each thing matters. So I think the fact that you already have that context, I'm super excited for you. And so I would treat this song as what it is. This is a club record. And so on Helios side, process the vocals accordingly, spend the time to get that really tight. Let me skip forward here. Let me get towards this last section here. like the introduction of your harmonies in there too. But yeah, there are a couple things I think you can dig into a little bit, and I think you're going to be on the right track. It already feels way, way, way tight compared to what I've heard. Already some nice like subtle side chains on the vocal too to create that pumping and stuff. You're doing a lot of things really well, Helios. Y'all should both be super, super proud of how much work y'all have put into this, man.
Joseph, good to
Yo,
see you.
Joseph, what's up,
How
man?
are you? Also, the line can be seen or found on the link tree in Torvik's profile.
Appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the bits over on
Thank
Twitch,
you
man. I
so
appreciate
much.
you, bro.
That's so sweet, man. We love you. Thanks, Snow. You're the best.
And then my last recommendation would probably create one other pitched vocal chop at the end here, so it's not just synthesis of the maybe the last line. Let it run a little bit.
Yeah.
And it like cuts right there. Like do that last.
Some other kind of.
And then it cuts. It doesn't fade as much or something like that. Never, yeah. You never something similar to that, right?
Apparently, there's gonna be an extension, and someone's gonna buy it. I don't know.
Who knows?
I'm
Just ride the
tired.
wave. I'm too fatigued of trying to figure it out. We're just gonna keep doing our stuff.
Yeah, we don't care.
Follow us everywhere else. We have lots of other work to do. So I'm like, I can't emotionally deal with that. What might or might not happen to it. So make sure you're following
The
us on
first
Twitch
time
and
around, we
Instagram.
were actually like, "Damn!" Now we're
This is
like,
crazy.
"Don't care."
It's like, yeah, if it goes away, it goes away, and that'll be annoying. But hopefully y'all are connected with us on other platforms already, and you'll be able
100%.
to. But y'all, show some love to Helios. Show some love to Snow. We love y'all so much. Y'all are amazing. I love seeing and hearing your growth and seeing and hearing your passion for what you're doing.
Super cool,
It's
guys.
really, really, really fun to see, man. Then you'll have to go to Twitch. You'll have to walk around with a PC laptop or something, Snow. I'll have to make it work. Hopefully,
Or YouTube if it's better.
YouTube might be better, although Twitch is obviously way more engaging, and you won't see. Oh, you'll still see all the chat on YouTube.
Helios, of course. We love you guys so
We
much.
much love to y'all,
Y'all are awesome.
on both screens. Appreciate and love y'all so much. I'm excited to hear some of the updates on these two. Y'all are doing so much. Y'all are doing so much really well. So I'm excited for y'all's future. Let's keep it going. Once again, if you want to submit, go to my link tree. There you go, Mason. Go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submission. If you're on the Purple app, which is our main platform, then go to just hit ! Submit. I'm good. Hopefully having the recording for Gargoyle today, but we'll see. Okay, nice. I'm streaming Hogwarts. Ooh, let's go.
No,
I haven't seen
didn't.
him.
I haven't seen him.
yet.
Did you
Yo,
drop him in
yeah,
the
Joseph.
Discord today?
It kind of does. Joseph, our life is wild right now, so
So-
it's kind of good and kind of
We're
chaotic.
like, so
So yeah, it's a bumpy ride right now. I'll be honest with
we
you.
actually made a really kind of rushed decision to move back to our hometown, which is 4 to 5 hours away, still in Texas. But yeah, it's kind of been a whirlwind, and we are moving pretty soon and pretty quick. So we're just trying to navigate life in the midst of that. But overall, we're hanging in there. We're still alive.
We're still
We're still
alive.
kicking.
Right. All right. This is Mason Oaks. Mason, I see you in the chat. You're ready to go.
I
Let's
definitely
get
want to
it.
try to tap into your stream though, Joseph. That sounds fun. I've been so curious about Hogwarts Legacy.
I appreciate you, Snow. Thank
Aw,
you so
you're
much
so
for hopping
sweet.
in. I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Joseph.
All right, let's go, Mason. This is one of my first songs for the upcoming era, which completes the Sun's cycle after Midnight Fever, the album I dropped in November. The next era is called Sunrise Remedy. Love that. Tonality-wise, I'm thinking The Color of the Sunrise. I like it. I like it. I like it. Let's go. I'm super excited. And then let's get this downloaded. Da, 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 da.
Wow.
Snow, that's gonna be stuck in my head. All right, Gene, I'll double check here in a second. Let me get this file downloaded and I'll get everything updated for y'all.
Yeah, I've been so curious about Hogwarts Legacy. I want to play it. as soon as we have time, bro, I am literally like my goal in life is to be
have
successful
time.
enough to have time to game. I want that so bad.
I know.
Like just downtime where we can just have fun.
All right, this is Mason Oaks, Set the World on Fire. Mason is an amazing artist, amazing producer. Mason, I've obviously heard a lot of your music before, so please update the chat, update people here on your role in the music as well, all that you did in this track, so on and so on. And that way the chat kind of knows a little bit more about you.
So
But
sweet,
incredible,
Joseph.
such a cool voice, really, really talented artist. This is Set the World on Fire, Mason Oaks. Also, let me know where you're at with this record. Is it done? Is it polished? Is it kind of ready to go? Or are you still kind of in the works with it?
Yeah, I'm so excited to get a Mason Oak song. So talented.
Got you, Taliana got you. And Eugenia got you.
Me back together. Orchestrate my particles into art.
Cool.
And I will stay forever. Thought we had something worth mentioning. In the end, it's completed, not over. I'd rather stay here, let you cry on my shoulder. It's easy.
So cool. He'll do a great job.
But you're mixing it right. He's just doing the like an analog master on it, summing. Perfect.
Raise your walls and let me fall.
So lovely.
Love that low register,
I
man.
won't be back together. I'll rearrange my particles into art, and I will set this world on fire.
Got you. Really cool track, man.
One last thing before I go. Could you lend me your ear just for a moment? I'd rather live inside your walls, but I can't sustain the life you want.
I was like, I knew it was coming. Yeah, I kind of agree, Maze. I kind of agree.
I'm sorry for
Love this piano, like RC20. Beautiful.
Yeah, Mason Oaks is so underrated. You guys
So
definitely
talented.
tap in.
Super, super talented. Y'all show some love to the family. One of the OGs, one of the family.
Simply
Really,
incredible.
really, really well done. That was Mason Oaks, Set the World on Fire. Yeah, let's get into it, man. I'm excited to dive into this track too. I think it has infinite potential, man. Your voice is amazing, right, Bridges? It's amazing. Amazing potential. Does he have a friend named Michael Cedar? Oh, because of the tree name. I get it. Wait, where's my? There we go.
That would have gone right over my head.
It took me a minute.
I'm
took
too
me a minute.
literal.
it took me a minute. But I got you, Joseph. I got you. I'll give you
I'm that person that's like when somebody tries to say like a what's it
a
called,
pun
like,
or something.
or just some kind of like scripted joke. Basically, I'm just like staring at them like.
You might. I don't know. Oh yeah, Mason. You said you have it up on both on both.
No,
screens, so you
Joseph,
might have
never
seen it.
apologize.
All right, let's run it from the top. Okay, so I do. Some of your stuff might be getting blocked, Gene, unfortunately. You might want to try dropping it on Twitch or YouTube because it might give you more. The release on the sidechain compressor to get the big and the pulsing swell seems a bit long. It makes it feel like it's dragging a little bit. Yeah, we'll talk about a couple intro details to that breakdown because the way that I'm like hearing the introduction to your hook, it's like very, very powerful, right? It has so much like potential energy underneath it, right? So much potential energy. And then sometimes it doesn't quite swell the way that my brain wants it to. It doesn't quite crash the way that my brain wants it to. And I think a lot of that could be due to the layering, some small processing details to just let it be maybe even just a little bit more transient. Like let it bloom a little bit, let it open up a little bit more as opposed to feeling too restricted or too pumped or too compressed. So I'm going to listen for it. We'll talk through some details, but I would definitely want that to happen before sending into master and getting in even more additional saturation and compression. Because I want it to breathe. Like I want when that pump hits, I want it to really, really open up. So let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. It's a fantastic song, man. Your lyrics are great. Your melodies are beautiful. You're crushing it, man. It's fantastic.
Yeah, Mason, I also don't think that I've gotten to go over your stuff on the visual and branding side and marketing side and stuff like that. So I am very excited to dig into that. I have your Spotify pulled up already, so we'll go over stuff with that. But if you have any specific questions in that realm or that side of things, definitely don't hesitate to drop them. We'll get you.
Definitely. All right, let's run it.
Salvage all my broken parts. It's a start.
Let me hear this real quick.
Salvage all my broken.
You get a little, it might be just proximity to the microphone, but you do get like a little bit of plosive pop in there. On broken, I think it's the B right there. You get a little bit of plosive energy. You might just be careful of reintroducing any additional low end on your vocal, like 100 hertz and below. You know, if you're maybe high passing and then pushing 150 or something. If you're pushing low end at all, just be careful with it because it might be amplifying some plosives that are already there. Of course, ideal world, you might re-record that first line and comp in or something like that just to take the plosive out, make sure your proximity is a little bit more consistent for that first verse. Small detail. This is technical, you know, small little thing, but I do hear it's like your first line and you get that little burst of energy right there. So something to look at either through your processing. If you have like RX11, they do have like the full suite. They do have some plosive control things that you can do. Obviously, my ideal world is always tracking first and foremost, proximity control, and make sure that it's as clean as possible. But of course, there are some processing tools that you can use to help mitigate some of that.
Salvage all my broken parts.
Super solid.
It's a start.
Love the harmonies here.
Just put me back.
Almost vocoder with that synth right there with those harmonies. Almost vocoder style. It sounds really cool.
Together, orchestrate my particles.
Beautiful.
Into art. And I will stay forever.
What's up, Soundline?
We had something worth mentioning. In the end, it's completed, not over.
Beautiful, beautiful. I love that.
Something worth mentioning.
It's a good balance.
In the end, it's completed, not over.
Because what it sounds like is you can correct me if it's not the case. Almost like the vocoder follows the chord structure, so you get that like chordal harmony on the vocal that follows the chords, and then real harmonies that follow like the third note over the top of it, which sounds beautiful. So you get this like really nice chorused vocal. It sounds cool.
Rather stay here, let you cry on my shoulder.
Nice.
It's easy.
So even here, like my brain even here. So it's if there's like an overarching thing that I would look at, man, like an overarching thing that I would kind of revisit on here, it's make sure the elements that you want to punch. This is basic, right? But like make sure the elements you want to punch, really punch, and make sure that you push and pull energy to facilitate that. Like there's this boom, boom, boom right there. And it's cool. Like I love it, but it's like doesn't quite I think have the impact that it could. Like I would almost take all of your chord structure, print them, right? So like the synths and stuff that you have there on your mix, like print them to a track and chop them, boom, 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 and get them like almost like sampled in there, that they're all like hitting the exact same sample point in there. The dum, dum, dum,
There's
and then
someone
back
who
into the
does
beat.
that so well, and I can't think of it right now.
There's
I mean,
some,
I know there's so many, of course.
There's some like Bozzy songs that are
I
kind of
was
like
gonna say
that.
Bozzy.
Yeah,
I was wondering
there's-
if it was Bozzy, but
It's like classic, like
dun,
like
dun, dun, dun.
right, like workstation synth stuff when you have like
Dude,
a
Mason
orchestral
Oaks,
hit.
I feel like is really similar to Bozzy in the best
Mhm.
way.
Yeah, yeah.
I really
And
do feel like that's a really good inspiration for you, Mason.
it's like the orchestral stuff fit in with like a more modern R&B style, which is really cool. So
I
like
really
I
some
like
of
it a lot.
Bozzy's stuff goes hard for me.
I like it a lot.
Thought we had
So like right there, you hear the chords go straight through, boom, 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 ka, dum, boom, and just kind of keeps going, right? It just kind of flows straight through. If you boom, 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 ka, and then break, right? Boom, 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 ka, we had it, and then you come back in with the vocal right after that. I know you're, I'm saying all this stuff later into the process, but I do feel like you have a really good drum break right there that's not supported by the other production elements. And this is also all stylistic, right? So feel free to take what you will, like take it with a grain of salt. But I do think that that happens a kind of a couple times in the song where you have this beautiful production structure and the potential for a lot of dynamic range and a lot of impact that doesn't quite grow in the song. So in my opinion, I'd like print those tracks, like even like the pads that you have and the string hits that you have, and then maybe even add like a spizzicato, right? Of, oh, let me do it. Fine, let's do it. Let me switch to Pro Tools. Let's get over. Oh, Pro Tools is gone. Let's get it back up here.
No, never solo. You got us. And you got, the full Vibe Tribe behind your back. We got you.
We always got you. Okay, here.
But Mason, I don't think you're in the Discord, are you? Definitely hop in the Discord. I think it's kind of reminding me of the "This is falling,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
falling in love."
Yep, that has those like cinematic elements on here.
There's
So
another
let's do. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, intimate strings. So a spizzicato. So that would
Why
be
is it
like
putting
this.
the border on it?
Just because it's on there. They can't see that. It's just.
Oh, okay.
So this would be like a spizzicato. Not that. That's a piano. This. And let's tighten this up. No reverb. And let's get it sharp. Let's go here. In fact, let me switch this out. This one's going to be softer.
I was gonna say
That's not what I'm
it's
looking
just
for.
not quite hitting.
Yeah. That is Spitfire Audio Intimate Strings. This is BBC Orchestra. This is free, actually. Shout out. So probably let's go.
Which Mason, just to make sure you're on Twitch or YouTube, but you can see everything that he's doing.
Yeah. So you can see here, you have the longs, pizzicato. This is the spizzicato. So this is what I'm. Yeah. Nice and sharp. And then let's take. And let's try a couple. That's more. Hell yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Let's bring this down.
Can you see it, Mason?
Yeah, I think he can because he's saying that's what
Okay,
he
nice.
uses. So let's go. Let's go back over here.
No,
Let's see
it
where we're at.
it was at the top. It was just
I got you. All right, so let's go here, and why isn't your track?
yeah, because you just exited it.
Well, it has. Oh, there. Okay, yeah. Okay.
I get confused with that too. 'cause-
I know.
together, orchestrate my particles into art, and I will stay forever. Thought we had.
So like there, having this right there, yeah. The it kind of punches in on that little pocket right there, but break with the production. Chop.
Forever thought we had something worth mentioning. In the end, it's completed, not over. I'd rather
It is a Spitfire Audio BBC Orchestra. It's actually free. It's sometimes it just has what you need. I have a lot of Spitfire stuff, but it's BBC Orchestra. Whoops. It's just getting that little sharpness right there on the break.
in the end, thought we had, and I will stay forever. Thought we had.
And then it's like chopped with that, and then you can kind of release after that, right? So just as like kind of a loose idea, we'll keep it going.
Something worth mentioning.
And I hear some of the strings already in the background there doing its thing. So it's just kind of, I think, sharpening up like the impact points of the song. I just think it's going to make it more interesting. It's still grounding. It's still beautiful and warm to listen to. Your voice is amazing in the song. But then you get this other little like dynamic and stuff like that. You don't mind singing through what streaming program you have? Like the way that I'm, like what I'm streaming to Twitch and YouTube and stuff is OBS, if that's what you're talking about.
In the end, it's completed, not over.
It's kind of there already.
I'd rather stay here, let you cry on my shoulder. It's
Same thing there. Pum, pum, pum. Like make that really impactful, like orchestral hits. That would be sick.
the dumbest, the smartest. I can light up a spark and set the
That is Stream Elements. Stream Elements is the plugin on OBS that I use to overlay all the chats. Yeah.
on fire. I'll set the world.
So here's kind of what I hear here, Mason. Is this transition from your like pre-hook to the hook, although your sound design changes with the synth, which I love. I think it's really powerful. It sounds really dynamic. But it kind of just morphs into the next section, right?
on fire.
You're just kind of all of a sudden there, but it doesn't quite like swell or open up maybe the way that my brain kind of wants it to. I would maybe, one easy way I think you could amplify this would be one, adding in the breaks, something like that. You can kind of build out all of that other texture in there and stuff like that, with some strings, with maybe another layer of synths. But the other thing that I could potentially hear to help distinguish your verse and your hook, and I know we're digging into a lot of production stuff, but would be a layered kick and a layered like clap with a ton of reverb, right? So like take what you already have here, but give it so you take like your pocket here, but then you give it a little bit more depth and boom, 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 and then also get it, instead of just a you give it the cha, you know what I mean? Like open up that whole part of the structure a little bit more, doubling up the kick with like another layer that gives it a lot of weight and impact, and then make that snare really snap through the way it already does, but then also like a big tail reverb. Something silver.
His
Is it-
necklace.
Is it this?
I was like,
So
or your
here-
mic, but they can't see that.
True. So here, right here.
Okay, nice.
And then maybe cut instead of letting it swell all the way through. Like boom, 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 ga, doom, ba-da-da-da-da-ga, doom. And, like it just has like a little more like movement and like flow, as opposed to it being a little more strict going for just ideas, right? I'm saying a lot of ideas, but I do think that beefing up the hook compared to your verses, I'd also automate your harmonies probably. I'd like on your like harmony bus, if you have something like that, maybe bring those forward so that fire, like right, yeah, a little bit, right? Like give it some body, give it some
Sorry.
like that part right there, better than that. But like those high harmonies that you're kind of lifting with right there, and like the vocoder, things like that. I think if you just give this hook more weight, more body, more presence, give it a little bit of sharpness, I think this could like take off. Jaden, thank you for your first gift ever. I appreciate that so much, man. Thank you for the love. Thank you for
I
the
think
rose.
Jaden was asking about a Suno song.
I mean, you can. If the whole thing was created on Suno, then we probably wouldn't listen to it. But if you are a songwriter and use it as a tool for your songwriting, then that's something we can look at. We've had one person already today that sent in a song. But if it's all completely created on Suno, then it's not as it just wouldn't be to your benefit since you're not going to be able to really get anywhere with your releases and exposure and stuff like that.
It really depends on your goals and stuff. We can definitely help you figure out how to achieve those goals.
100%. 100%. Yeah, if you want to be a songwriter or a
but
musician.
it is
or,
harder on the music side of things to critique AI, right?
For sure.
So it's like
For sure. Definitely.
Raise your walls
See, this almost because you switched from the pads to the synth, or from like the pads to that pulsing synth, right? That vroom, 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 right in the middle, that stack right there. This little pocket right here almost feels perceptively almost louder than your hook. That's kind of the way that I perceive it in the mix, right? This feels like warmer and wider and more open, which definitely tells me that you need to beef up the production structure and the vocal production structure of your hook because this feels louder, but it's obviously more intimate. So there's some small changes I think that I would make to your production structure to really make sure that before you send it out to SoundMind for mastering, that you have all of the energy that the song deserves. It's already as dynamic. Thank you for the heart, me. It's as dynamic as you want it to be before you get into had trouble with this chorus. I think it's being like really strategic, man. Really strategic with your sound design, because right now that one synth in your sub bass is kind of carrying the entire thing, and you definitely need like a little bit more behind those chops, whether that's spizzicatos, whether that's another saw. I think someone mentioned maybe it was Maze, another oscillator, like a third oscillator slightly detuned to like beef up that synth a little bit more. But I do think it just needs like another 1, 2, 3 layers there, whether it's on the kick and snare to slice it through, right? Give it some body, or on the synthesis side or string side to like really punch it. Cause it's like, it sounds so good, dude. It's right there.
mm-hmm.
It's right there,
exactly,
but
I
it is
agree.
missing the power, right? It's missing a little bit. It's like 4 synths, but I'm not sure if
Digital Muse, all the info is at the Linktree and Torvik's profile. We do have 5 tracks left for today, so just keep in mind that you will need to check the line and all that stuff.
Okay,
Very happy to have you. Welcome in. Welcome to the Vibe Tribe.
Let me show you something that, and you're already great at this stuff, but I do want to show you because I do think it'll show you the difference that it makes.
And Mason, just a reminder that what he's showing you is on Twitch or YouTube.
Right.
So just want to make sure you're over there as well.
I'm gonna go here. Are you not gonna be able to see that well? Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see it that
okay,
well.
then drop it in Music Rex.
And then
Right, we have one for that. I'm pretty sure.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have this.
I know
on
that'd be
I
so
can hear it a
cool,
little bit.
Joseph. It sounds really creative. I like that.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, perfect, Mason.
Something real quick.
Do you need headphones?
Y'all can hear that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let me drop these on real quick.
This is falling.
Okay, so you're not gonna be, or yeah, honestly, you might be able to see this better. Okay, you'll probably actually.
Actually, I'm gonna get a snack while you're doing that.
Okay, so you might be able to see this better on TikTok, but here's what I want to show you. That's gonna make probably one of the biggest differences for you. Is gonna be actually easy to type in here. I got you. I appreciate you, Digital. I appreciate you. Okay, so just as an example, let me get the noise down. Let me open up the filter. Okay, so let me get a chorus on. The chorus immediately gives it a whole bunch more weight. So this is a dry, singular sawtooth. All on its own. The chorus immediately beefs it up. And then I'm gonna add 2 other oscillators, but I'm gonna detune. So I'm gonna have probably an octave below to give it some weight. And then I'm gonna have another octave that's the same. So it's gonna be the same sawtooth, detuned slightly, and I'll show you how that sounds. So let's go an octave up here. Boom, immediately. Let's go dry first. Let's go all the way up here. So there's our low octave. So here's our low octave here. I'll make sure I'm caught up to. So I can make sure we're good. Yeah, let me. Hopefully this track's okay too. Oh, I know. Someone said the magic words. Actually, this was of my own accord, Caden. All right, so dry with an octave, little detune, and then an octave matching it, a little detune. And then chorus. It sounds like absolutely massive. It just has so much more energy around it as opposed to, that's technically still like a heavy bass. But the difference between that it's just massive, right? So just as an example, just so you can kind of get an idea. Let me come back over here. Let's switch spots. Let's go back here. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. And we're back. Yeah, dry. I did dry and chorus. But the last one is with the chorus on. Richard, what's up? Appreciate you hopping in.
I'm coming.
Lily's snacking in the background, right? And you can, you can hear it here. So I'll turn off the piano here because I can still trigger it from the MIDI on my keyboard here. So that right here, and I'll take off the reverb too.
I was like, I'm coming, don't worry.
Right? You get so much more energy out of that sound design just by having that an extra oscillator like we're talking about, extra oscillator in there, so you have the double, and you can do this with plugins. You can any plugin with 2 or 3 oscillators, you can do this, right? This is, you don't have to have an analog synth or something, but any plugin with 2 or 3 oscillators, even like the Mini Moog plugin from Universal Audio would do the trick, right? But just having the double of that low oscillator and then detuning it slightly, you start to get the chorusing and the rubbing between those 2 oscillators, and it creates this really, really massive sound. It's so textural. And then you turn a chorus on, and you split that signal in stereo especially too, and you turn a chorus on, and it just opens up like crazy. It feels massive, right? So there's versions of what I'm doing. Obviously, that's like one specific bass. What's up, Slim? One specific bass sound that you can do. You can kind of figure that out however you want to. But the idea being, get back to my piano and get back to your track. Idea being, you can open that up a little bit, right? Having one other oscillator in that mix that you already have right here.
Let me fall.
Hi, Slim.
Having one other oscillator in there, pumping maybe close to the same, but one other oscillator in there. And then even if you keep your synth exactly the same, have one other oscillator on another synth with a chorus on it, and that gives you that width and that openness. You just have a lot of options while pretty much using largely the same sound design, right? Not changing a ton about your record, but just supporting it with what's already there. All right, let me skip towards the last little part of this. Man, your songwriting's great. The production structure is great. I think there are things that you can do to wake this up, because I guess the reason why I'm like so passionate about it and why I'm saying so much here too is like, dude, you're on the verge of like a powerful record, like a really, really good record.
Well, and I think just on the verge of like the next level of your music career, and like we really see. I know you've always heard us talk and speak very highly of you, but it's for a reason. It's because we really, really do see your potential, and so I think we both feel passionate and motivated to help you in any way that we possibly can to go to that next level.
Especially because this is all self-produced and self-mixed. Dude, you're crushing it. It's really, really good, man. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you a lot.
Thank you so much for the follow on Twitch.
You're doing so many things so well, man. You should be like wildly proud.
That's
you're really
literally
talented.
what Obsidian Key is all about, guys. That's why we launched that business. It's created to be a one-stop shop for artists, producers, and creatives alike to just have help people to be on their side and help them throughout the process. So if you're ever interested in that, our website is theobsidiankey.com. We would love to have your support. Either way, you don't have to hire us for any services or anything, but we'd just love to have you guys along for the journey and the ride.
100%.
But because we're very passionate about this space and just really excited to see everyone go up, and have the help that they deserve.
Absolutely. All right, let me get into the last
Yeah,
45
resist the
seconds of this.
temptation. It actually, I think we've had you before in
Yeah.
here. I'm pretty sure, but yeah, it honestly works out better because he's able to provide you feedback that you're still able to go in and touch up ideally before you release it. So it works
Oh,
out
yeah.
well. What's up, hello Sky?
What's up,
Miss
Sky?
you.
Good to
I'm
see
glad
you,
to
bro.
see you. Yeah.
All right, let's get into the
I
last
hope work
45
has been
seconds
going
here.
okay, dude.
You want
So it's like the same thing here, right? Where I want that to just explode at the end of the song, man. It's so, dude, everyone's so sick, dude. I'm so sorry.
Oh no,
feel like I
yeah,
know 25 people who
kids,
are
man,
sick.
they do be getting everything, you know. Like I was, you know, babysitting my friend's kid recently,
Damn.
and I never get sick, but I got sick like back to back from her too. It's just they'll pick up any random little thing.
And Derek, I see him. I
I'm
got you.
so sorry. I hope you guys feel better. Everyone, like seriously, I
Take
think
care of yourselves. Yeah.
because so many people were isolating, you know, and it made sense during the pandemic and stuff, and then our immune systems got kind of shot after that.
Yeah.
Um
Brutal. Dang, man. I'm sorry to hear that. There we go. All right, let me hear this last little part here.
man, dude. Make sure to try to take care of yourself. If you got to do that IV therapy, sometimes they have those mobile ones.
High falsetto there is beautiful.
That's so pretty. I love that vocal.
I'm sorry.
Such a good song, dude. It's right there, man. It's right there. Yeah.
I love it.
Here's the thing with a song like this, man. Fight for clarity for your vocals, right? Like make sure your vocals are clean and clear. You're doing a great job of that already, but don't be afraid of a little noise. Don't be afraid, even very literally, like on the synths that you're using. If they have a noise filter like this, both the Juno I have, I think the Minilog does, and the Poly D, they have noise filters too. Like, don't be afraid of like some grunge and some oversaturation and some even clipping and stuff. Like, don't be afraid to mess with it a little bit and really tightly push these hooks because they're so powerful and they're right there.
Yeah, Maze, you can skip up anytime.
Yeah.
Joseph, I love that so much. I'm ready. I'll definitely check it out after the stream.
Yeah, you can. I need to
While I
add.
go over my portion
Derek
for
too? Yeah.
Mason, would you mind getting some water too?
Sure.
I forgot to do that while I was up.
That sucks, man. Yeah, add a drive on it. A little bit of saturation will help. A little bit of noise. Yeah, just don't be afraid of it. As long as you maintain
Dang,
clarity.
Sky.
As long as you maintain clarity, you can punch it in the production too, man. You can punch it a little bit, and I think it'll actually serve the emotion of this a little bit more, man. You're absolutely crushing it. Amaze, you can follow the same steps that you did at any point. The board's completely modular, which is how people have skipped over time too. So you can always add what you have if you want to skip higher, so on and so on. And I got to add some people.
Sky, I don't know if you've ever looked into IV therapy, but I kind of swear by it anytime I'm sick. Like if I'm feeling like really, or anyone in my family is feeling like utter shit, you know, like it can get a little pricey, but if you're feeling that bad, it can really be worth it. They'll literally come to your house. Sometimes they have mobile ones. And they can administer like actual medicine because it's nurses and I guess physicians maybe that are able to do it. But yeah, if you're feeling like nauseous, they can give you Zofran. And then also they'll do vitamins too. So they can be pretty cool, honestly. It's basically, I mean, I can't say for sure, but, and this is not medical advice, of course, but it's basically kind of what they would do in the ER, you know, in a way, without checking all your vitals and stuff like that. But that's pretty simple to do as well. At a fraction of the cost, at least here in the US. Okay, so Mason, let me know that you're still here with us. Let me go over your Spotify really quick. Let's see. I know Torvik took a lot of that time up, but we are happy to spend this time on you because, like I said, you are absolutely worth it. You are just incredible, and we really want to see you succeed. So we will do anything we possibly can to help you achieve that. Let's see. I'm going to search it up on the desktop really quick. Okay, nice. Your banner looks great. Okay, so one really big point that I want to bring up is your description in the About section on Spotify is just one line. So they do give you 1,500 characters to work with on Spotify, and that is for a reason. It's to help with the SEO and their algorithms. So we always say like, why not fill it out? You know what I mean? It's like you may as well maximize your Spotify to be more of what they're looking for. That way you can give them any opportunity to I don't know why I put these on like I was gonna listen to music. I'll just give my ears a break really quick. But give them any opportunity to push your music, you know, and help you find your ideal listener. Let's see. Mason, no, you are just genuinely, you deserve it. Like you are so good. And I can really see you blowing up. I could honestly even see potential in sync space and like commercial licensing and stuff. So you're amazing. But yeah, so expand that about section, the description there. Use something like ChatGPT if you have to, or you know, just feed it some facts. But ideally, what you want to look for is some keywords like a location, so where you're based out of, where you're from, different genres you like to tap into, and you know, some specific artists that you pull inspiration from. And when you tag the artist, I want you to put the @ symbol in front of it so that it actually makes it clickable on the user side of things, and so that the Spotify algorithm is actually able to fully pick up on who it is that you're tagging, so that you know, it's telling the algorithm basically if somebody likes to listen to Bozzy, for instance, then they may like to listen to Mason Oaks. So it could put you on a playlist with him or something like that. You know, you just never know, basically. So that is what I want you to focus on. There you have your Instagram and Facebook tagged, which is awesome. And you have a couple of pictures, which is great as well. So honestly, that's the only thing I would really look at altering. What I will say you can do for some inspiration is to go to some of your favorite artists, maybe like 5 different artists, and see what their description looks like. If they're really big, they may not have one. But of course they can get away with that at that level. Ideally, they would still have one. But obviously just check different descriptions out on Spotify on their profiles and just see how you want to lay yours out and pull some inspiration from them.
Yeah, Mason, look at Bozzy, look at even like One Republic, Ryan Tedder. You know, I could see some of that in your like digital production with a raw, natural, great vocal. Yeah,
I would drop in our Discord and ask for specific recommendations. We have a community review channel on there, and I would ask specifically like, hey, would you guys mind listening to this song and or a few of my songs and letting me know
Got you, Sky.
what artists I sound similar to or something like that. And you can let people know you're working on your Spotify description. But yeah, I know that our community would love to help out in that way. And if you guys want to invite any of your creative friends to the Discord, please feel free. We are actively working on growing that so that there's more of an opportunity for you guys to network and collaborate and stuff like that.
And also definitely we're not, you know, we're just kind of continuing to go, but who knows if TikTok will be here in like 2 days. So make sure you're following us on Twitch and all the other platforms as well.
Let's see. I'm just making sure I'm all caught up on the stream. It's okay. Okay.
Got you, Sky.
Yeah, and then your link tree is awesome. I'm glad that you have one. All of the little icons are seamless. I love that so much. What I would focus on putting on in the links, and the way that I would focus on laying it out, is always in order from highest priority to lowest priority. So things towards the top would be like your YouTube videos that you're trying to promote, or the latest song that you just put out. And whenever you link a song, I would put list stream, whatever the song title is, or stream my new song, something like that. And then do one of those, you know, like all-in-one links basically that allows you to put every single place they can stream that one song. And then you would put things like your merch, you know, all of that stuff would be towards the top of your link tree. And then as you get towards the bottom, it can be things like send me a coffee, or like, you know, support my work and stuff like that. You can put your Cash App or something like that, but don't put that towards the top. You know what I mean? Hi, Alyssa. How are you? Good
What's
to see
up?
you. But honestly, those are a couple of little points because you are doing a lot really well.
Got you, Josh.
like we're saying all the time, I think we are two of your biggest fans. Let me pull up your Instagram one more time and just double check. From there, it's really just going to be all about the marketing. So if you feel like marketing is where you get stumped and you're like, oh, I just really don't even want to deal with it, I don't want to think about it, then I would consider, when you get to that point, the two things when you're ready to take like your professional career to the next level would be to get an official website, and then to marketing is stumped. Okay,
Yeah.
so
You're not alone, man.
this one is tricky because it does take money to invest, but it's like anything, right? If you're gonna sign with a label, it's gonna take money anyway, and they're gonna take
Or they're
a
gonna
shit
take money,
ton. Yeah, they're gonna take a shit ton of everything that you make anyway. So it's worth the investment, obviously, in the long run and when you are ready to. But it would be working on getting a social media manager. So if you are ever interested in what that could look like and what that vein is, then we do offer that through Obsidian Key. You can just keep us updated. But like I said, Mason, we are absolutely here for you in whatever you need throughout your music journey and career. And we're just really excited to see you go to that next level because we really, really do believe in you.
100%. You're so talented, man. I'm just wildly excited, man. As long as right, that is the mindset of most people in the music industry, man. That is a very popular mentality for sure. Matthew, thank you so much for hopping
labels
in.
are just very hit or miss. You know, it really depends what you want out of your music career, and it can work well for some people. It just really depends on what you're signing, you know. But if you're a small artist and you don't really have
Thank you,
much going
Alyssa.
for you, none of your social platforms are set up, all that stuff, and a label is reaching out to you and they're legit, it's not gonna be anything that you would ever want to sign. That's all I'll say.
Mhm.
Is Alyssa giving us gifts? Oh, you're so sweet, Alyssa.
Howdy,
I love
cowboy.
you so much.
Thank you
That's
so
really
much.
cute.
I appreciate it.
Um,
I want a full-time job, not a Lambo. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where a lot of people get confused with like labels and stuff too. Finally
you're so
figured it out.
sweet, Alyssa. I love you.
A lot of people get confused with label structure too, and even in like kind of the idea, which a lot of people kind of perpetrate, and I probably even perpetrated for a long time too, of like the idea that it's a loan. When you're getting signed to a major label deal too, it's more of what would you call it? Until I never signed to a label. Yeah, you
Never say never either. You know what I mean?
because
It's like
there's good deals.
there is good
There's
deals.
good
Yeah.
deals. But it's more of a, what would you? Why can't I think of the word when you get paid annually? Why can't I think of the word of that?
Oh, like salary.
It's a salary, right? So people think that when you get your advance, that it's like a loan with all this stuff. You got to pay back the loan, and that's why people are in debt for so long. What happens with these advances is you're getting paid for your work. So you're getting paid $100,000 to tour, to do 3 albums, to do this, right?
What's up, Peter Pete?
If you don't do that work, then you get effed, right? So that's why a lot of people got messed up 10 years back, 15 years back, where a lot of artists decided they didn't want to give up the percentages of their masters. They didn't want to fulfill their album contracts. They didn't want perpetuity on their royalties mechanically and for publishing, and stepped away from their contracts and were in debt $20 million to the label for years and years.
Right.
But they didn't. It would be like, imagine you go to a job as an accountant or something, like, yeah, we're going to pay you $80,000 a year, and then you decided not to do accounting. You have to fulfill your contracts. That's where a lot of people get messed up. So it is kind of a loan, but it's more like a salary. Where I've been on tour in studios, bachelor degree, and you're ready, Mason, you're ready. So
Exactly, John Bellion.
yep, 100%. He's a great example of that too. So I think you just have to know what you're doing. If you, because then a lot of people just sign and they're like, well, wait, I don't want to tour, and then they're in debt $100,000 to the thing. But it's not like a loan. You know
That's
what I
why
mean?
we
It's-
say it heavily depends on what your goals are
Get a
as a
lawyer.
musician, as an
Yeah.
artist. But don't just think I have to have a label to be successful. That's really what we created Obsidian Key to be. It's to
Mhm.
empower the artist, the producer, the creative in the meantime. Whether you have a label or not,
Hey.
we're gonna be there to help you. What
Peter
happened?
Pete, thank you so much for the diamond mic. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Peter
Thank you
Pete.
for the
Big shout
love.
out to you.
Hey, Wubsy, thanks for hopping in. Yeah, you just have to
Wubs,
decide
good to see you.
what is going to help you
Stay
fulfill
independent. Just
your
hops in, stay independent.
right? What's going to help you get what you need, right? I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of people probably can't can't spend $2,000 a month on a publisher, right, in order to get what they want out of getting radio play and major publishing deals and stuff like that. So they sign with a label who's going to do that for them, and they're willing to do that work for a 5-year deal on their masters, right?
What I will say
Figure
is,
it out.
if you can afford to hire out individually, like you can afford to
Maintain
hire
control.
a social media manager, a brand marketing, all that stuff individually, then it can really work out.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, publisher, booking agent, exactly.
Yep, and they
We
exist.
are working
They're out
on
there.
we are working on getting some publishers and just booking agents and stuff. So if you guys have any good contacts, we would love to just have somebody to basically feed clients to. So it would be a pretty good setup for them. It would just they would need to be vetted, of course, by us, and just make sure that we would trust them.
Yeah, Mason, you're all in one, man. You're doing so well. You're doing so incredibly well, man. So
you really are, yeah.
Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. We'll keep chipping away at obviously the polish of everything. But you're working with a great mixing engineer with SoundMind. He's fantastic at what he does. But this is why I'm digging into it for a long time. All of your like mixing and production stuff, because your master's only as good as your mix. Your mix is only as good as your source and your performances, right? So I feel like that's why I really want you to dig into this mix and this production structure, because you can spend hundreds of dollars on a master and stuff like that and still not feel like you have a polished, finished record because there's issues within the production structure. So always
You
something
guys are
to,
dumb.
for to pay attention, man. It's not easy out here, man.
But honestly, when Torvik starts going on his rants, same.
Right? It's 100%.
If it's the same one
I'll be
about
ranting.
synths for the 5th time, then I'm
or the
checking
fact that all of y'all need a Pinterest. What are we doing?
out. Fine,
Man,
whatever.
Show some love. Show some love to Mason Oaks. You're a beast, man. You're a beast, man. I absolutely got you.
We love you,
Taliana got
Mason.
you.
You're awesome.
Y'all are amazing, man. Really, really, really
Big
talented.
love. If there's ever anything you need, you know where to find us. Definitely join the Discord. If you are on Twitch, you can do ! Discord.
And then let me just make sure this is updated real quick. All right,
Snack time.
let's run it. Let's run it.
Pinterest mentioned.
mentioner,
Actually,
always.
I haven't even mentioned it at all today.
That might have
He
been the
mentioned
first.
it.
That might have been the first mention. All right, we've got Maze in the building. Maze, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here and accounted for. I've got your track pulled up here. Love your content. I love you. I'm so glad that you're here, Maze. Here's
I love you.
I love you as well, baby. All right, here's the demo of my new remix for my friend's band. It's some good old heavy dubstep. Let's go, Wubsy. Dubstep
Nice.
mentioned. Let's go.
Dubstep mentioned.
I'm excited. So this is your remix. You're a producer, you're a DJ, let me know. This is your remix of your friend's music. Am I reading through all of that? And let me pull it up here. And let's get it going. Y'all, we got 4 tracks left. 4 tracks. I think 4 tracks after this one. All right, let's get into it. I'm excited, man. I haven't yet, Joseph, but I'll double check right after this. Once we get off the live, I got you.
To be a puppet on a string, to be a marionette thing. So take me off of the leash, fuck your fantasy. I'm just a toy for you to play with. It's all a game you never finish. Put me back into a box again and forget that I
Got you, Taliana.
exist. I tried to break out and break free, but you power me down back to sleep. Let the dust collect on my skin and fall back into a dream. Cover my eyes, bury the sun. So much shit, I don't wanna wake up. Cover my eyes, bury the sun. Sew my mouth shut. I don't wanna wake up. I didn't sign up to be a puppet on a stick, to be a marionette thing. But now I'm tied up. You got your head around my neck, you're taking each and every
What's up,
from
Vinny?
me. So please just set me free, but I don't wanna be. I'm not yours to keep. I wish you wanted me. Take me off of the leash. Fuck your fantasy. 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 Fuck your fantasy.
Is that the Instagram? Should be, right?
Nope.
Okay, not you. Okay, what's the Instagram? Or
Maze.mp3.
the Spotify? Okay, perfect.
Yo, show some love to Maze. Let's get straight back into it.
It's funny because they said electronic too or something,
that's
so
fine.
yeah.
You're not alone, Maze. Ross, if y'all do want to submit, we're on our last 4 tracks, so I need to make sure if you are submitting or skipping that you go to see the line on Twitch or YouTube so you can see exactly where everyone's at, the order, the minimum, stuff like that. I update it in between each song to make sure it's as consistent as possible. But if you do want to submit, go to my link tree and click on Track Talk submissions. But once again, make sure you check the line first. We're on our last 4 tracks. That is 6 Ways to Saturday by Fantasy, the Maze remix. Let's get okay. So really, let's dive. What's up, Fitted? Welcome to Twitch, baby. How you feeling,
What's
man?
up, Fitted?
Good to see you, bro. This is Final Mix version 19. Oh, I feel that, dude. I feel that so much. Final Mix 19 is so funny. I've just been that way too many times. It's just like final master version 7 louder bass. You know what I mean? It's always how it is. Let's get into it, man. Let's run from the top. So you said, I want to see the details here real quick. Arrangement, mix and master by you, her vocals and their guitars. Okay, got you. All right, let's run it back from the top. Let's run it back. I'm excited.
I didn't sign up to be a puppet on a string to be.
Did you isolate their vocals from a 2-track, or did you have dry vocals from the record?
I didn't sign up to be a puppet.
Let me know, because I'm hearing something. Something. Of course, Ross, yeah. Sorry it took me a minute to get to your Okay, let me hear this one.
Puppet on a string to be a marionette. I didn't sign up to be a puppet on a string to be a marionette thing. So take me off of the leash, fuck your fantasy.
Got you. Do you have anything on Spotify yet? Let me know.
I'm just a toy for you to play with. It's all a game you never finish. Put me back into a box again and forget that I exist. I tried to break out and break
Got you.
free, but you power me down back to sleep. Let the dust collect on my skin and fall back into a dream. Cover my eyes, bury the sun. So much shit, I don't wanna wake up. Cover my eyes, bury the sun. Sew my mouth shut, I don't wanna wake up. I didn't sign up to be a puppet on a string, to be a marionette thing, but now I'm tied up. You got your head around my neck, you're taking each and every breath from me. So please just set me free, but I don't wanna be.
Okay, so one thing that I would be right.
Which is high praise.
One thing that I would just be careful of when you get into like this mass and the production structure itself. There's one thing I was listening for, but the production structure itself sounds massive, right? So the only thing that I'd be careful of, especially in this genre, you need like a really, really tight vocal structure kind of forced through the mix. So I would probably, I don't know what all you're using to produce and stuff like that. Like what DAW you're using, what plugins you have access to, but ideally you had to have like a dynamic EQ, something like Fab Filter Pro Q3 would be great for something like this. But you have this massive Logic. Okay, beautiful Logic's fantastic. But and they all do a great job. There's not like a big,
Yeah.
not one's like very high, much higher than the other, right? To have like a dynamic EQ on there to where when that vocal cuts in, instead of cutting compression completely, it just cuts compression at a frequency between like 1,000 and 1,500 hertz, or like 800 and 1,500 hertz, like kind of the more fundamental frequencies of the vocal. So when that vocal's in, it holds space in the mix. It kind of sits in a pocket, right, like this, right? And this is carved out for that vocal to sit in. Otherwise, when all of those elements are in, the vocal does kind of just get lost behind the side chain. It gets kind of lost in the background of the mix itself. So if you could maintain just a bit more clarity for the vocal, I do feel like we'll feel this entire energy just a little bit more. I would. I mean, it's. I hate telling people to buy stuff unless they ask, right? Like, hey, I need a new mic. What do you recommend? I can give you recommendations. I just hate telling people to spend money, just because I mean, I do like spending money on music stuff, but it's not something that I always want to try to do. I always want to use what I have to the fullest capacity. A great staple would be ProQ by FabFilter. They have 4 now, but it's like super high CPU usage and has a lot of glitches right now. It might need some updates, but Pro Q3, it's like $160, $170. That's a lot for one plugin, right? There's whole groups of plugins for 170. It's a lot, but it's magical. It can do so many things. It's such a good surgical EQ. It has a lot of great options. That's kind of a staple that I think anyone will tell you would be a great EQ to do. You can do a lot. Now, I will also say this too. You could also just, one option would be to automate your EQ. So this is another version of this if you want to do it for free. You have an EQ on your instrument bus that carries all of your drums and all of your stuff, right? You have just the stock Logic EQ on there, and you set a bell curve between 800 and 1500 hertz, 800 and 2000 hertz, right in that pocket, right? So if you have that, a bell curve right there, and what you're gonna do, this is weird and you can figure it out on your own, right? Is anytime the vocal is in, you automate that bell curve from flat to doing nothing to down 2 dB. Small little detail, right? Because otherwise you're just cranking the vocal to try to get it over, and you're just in a loudness battle of everything getting loud, and then everything just sounds muddy, right? You automate the bell curve down or active whenever the vocal comes in, and you bypass it or automate it back up seamlessly, like nice and smooth, back up to flat. So when the vocal's not in there and it's just pumping instrumentation, just going crazy, it's fully vibrant, right? You're not carving anything out. But when the vocal kicks in, you just go in, bypass, right? Or you just go in and unbypass and then turn it back down so the vocal sits in the mix. There's a lot of ways you can do that. That's not like the perfect switch or the perfect fix, but it's a version of it, right? That's one little thing you could do, and that saves you $170, and then you save up for ProQ, right? So some things take more work, a little bit more intention, but will get you a pretty
Maze,
powerful
really quick,
product.
have you distributed anything, or are you kind of just working on building up your catalog, and is everything mostly just on SoundCloud for now? Let us know.
Perfect. Because I love the power of your production. Those drops hit, and it's just like we're floating. It's massive. It's a wall of sound, but you do lose the energy of the vocal.
I also just want to say I respect you for making that decision and holding off on releasing and distributing before you're ready. So that's really cool. That's what we
love it.
always recommend if a person is able to wait. I know a lot of times as creatives we get impatient and we just want things to be overnight, but it's really ideal to be able to work up and build up your catalog, and then do it the right way.
And what's
we can
dope
talk a little bit about that process
is
too.
you're crushing it on SoundCloud. So I see from 2 years ago, you have a track with 46,000 plays on SoundCloud. You got 1,500 followers on SoundCloud. Like you're crushing it. Like you already have a foundation. You already have an audience waiting for official drops and stuff like that. So dude, you're doing a lot really
Betty
well.
Boop, it's always usually around the same time. 1 to 2 p.m. Central is when we start. So as you can see, we have 4 tracks left for today.
Fuck your fantasy. Fuck your fantasy. Fuck your fantasy.
The move
Exactly
to triplets, the move to triplets on the other side of this drop right here is so textural. I love it. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's so textural, man.
Awesome.
100%, 100%. You just got to give the rights. That's the other downside of it. You're just gonna have to give all of the sample rights and stuff like that to other people, and so that's tough because you're either gonna pay out a ton to get rights or you can do it as a cover. But yeah, it's kind of difficult.
Yeah.
It's kind of so. I mean, and I'm also the more that you can create original. I mean, if this is a friend of yours, right? Have them do like a sick vocal over build them a piano progression or something like that through MIDI, and then have them record just a crazy vocal over it that you use in your productions. And you have complete rights to it all. You get good splits on the publishing, you own it all. Now that you know some people that are great vocalists, reach out to them and try and do some original stuff with their vocals because you're great in this hard dubstep style.
Fuck your fantasy. Fuck your fantasy. Fuck your fantasy.
Yeah, the shift to triplets there is wild. So okay, I'm really quick. I was listening for something here. I'm gonna play it back just for a second because I heard it. I was trying to see something.
I didn't sign up.
This initial vocal here, this first one sounds like AI, and so that's why I was kind of running it back, and I was kind of curious about it, and that's why I asked about isolation too. Now the rest of the production builds out really vibrant and sounds really big and massive. But this first vocal, beyond compression, you said you added compression, sounds isolated. Arturia Mini Freak, I haven't. I have some controllers from Arturia, but I haven't tried the Mini Freak.
Also, no worries at all. Never any pressure to
Yeah.
submit. But we would love to have you in this community. I know I can't really see you with Torvik's hand right there, but thank you for hopping in. We would love to have you in this community either way. A lot of value to be had, whether you submit or not.
So if you have the dry vocal from them, what I'm hearing isn't additive. What's up, Nathan? Welcome in, welcome in. What I'm hearing isn't additive. So what I'm hearing is usually subtractive or generative. Those are like kind of like the two options to me when I hear stuff like this. Usually it comes from either a generated vocal, AI, Suno or something, or Moises or whatever.
Guy's up on the Dayquil type shit.
He's going crazy. He's like, what in the world? Either like generative or usually isolated, right? Like, using like RX11 or something like that to like isolate a vocal, or it's been isolated, trying to clean it up, like doing noise reduction and stuff like that. That creates warbling and some artifact in the mix and stuff like that. So that's what I was listening for here, because when I listened to this first, now once the whole mix gets built out, it sounds more like a full-on production, right? But when I heard this first vocal, it does, you hit that little fuzziness, that little warbling that's a staple of AI.
Fitted, we love you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad you're able to hop into
It is the family. Yeah, it would be probably an issue with the isolation of the stem or something like that, or something, right? But it usually is like, if you hear it, like now you won't be able to unhear it.
I didn't sign up.
It's a little metallic, a little kind of like warbled, a little isolated.
I didn't sign up.
Just don't mix that Dayquil and NyQuil, bro.
I didn't sign up to be a puppet on a string, to be a marionette thing. So take me off of the leash. Fuck your fantasy.
It's just like that little pocket right there. That's kind of the pocket that I'm looking at right there. So yeah, if you want to get a reset of the stems or revisit it, of course you can. Now, honestly, the whole track sounds fire. Like, it sounds crazy. It's super dynamic. Like, it sounds fantastic. But just, it's something to look at. Something to kind of
yeah,
kind of
that would be sick, Fitted.
Yes, Fitted, 100%. Man, y'all show some love to Waves. I mean, Maze, you're crushing it. You're super talented. Yeah, exactly. I hear it and I can't unhear it. I just feel like I've heard so many tracks that I'm like, either someone did some like AI processing, AI EQs. Like, there's someone like you can.
There's so many like plugins and tools
so many
now.
things, right? So like, could someone just be on Goldfoss going too crazy or something like that? But yeah, just revisit it, because I would hate for the first introduction to a powerful record like this to be someone feeling like, that doesn't sound like a clean lead vocal, especially if it's dry, right, from the artist. So something to revisit, something to think about. But you're doing a lot right.
Yeah, Maze, of course. Let's also talk through the rough process that we like to recommend for anyone who is in the stage that you're in, where it's awesome that you have had the success you've had on SoundCloud.
Hell
That's
yeah.
a really
So cool.
Yeah, that's a really good sign, that people want more of what you create. So what that looks like, or what the rough process that we tend to recommend is getting that visual brand. So as you're building up your catalog, and as you're working on the quality of your music and all that stuff, and making sure it's industry standard or up to par with something you would be proud to release and distribute, I would highly recommend working on getting your visual brand set as the foundation. That's going to be the foundation that everything else flows from. So you want to work on figuring out what you want your visual identity to be and look like. And from there, it would be setting up all of your platforms and making sure that they're cohesive and in nature and in aesthetic, and that it's identifiable as Maze music. You know what I mean? That any one platform that somebody finds you on, that it's like, oh yeah, that's Maze. Or when somebody brings up your name or something, an image pops into their mind. Like, that's how identifiable I want your guys' brands to be.
Yep.
I think that in the music space, specifically the TikTok music space, you know what I mean? It's a really forgotten and lacked in area, and it is really, really important and vital. Yeah, of
Close.
course. So
Pauly D.
one tool I do want to recommend for you, this is the first time I'm gonna bring it up. Philip brought it up, okay.
Drum roll, please.
Is Pinterest. I'm sure that you're not already utilizing Pinterest, but it is a really helpful tool on the visual side of things. Nothing really compares to their algorithms, so that's why I always recommend, when you are trying to do some self-discovery in that way, and you're trying to figure out what you want to present and how you want to be perceived by your audience, all that type of stuff, I would start a board on there. And at the beginning, you will have to search some specific things. Anything.
I feel like I have deja vu in this live so many times.
I know,
We have the
but
same...
it's literally just because we say the same things all the time.
Right, and then it's the same reactions. And then Wubsy comes
I love
in.
you guys so much.
Pinterest mentioned.
Pinterest
and like,
mentioned. Some
like,
bits
going
sent.
crazy.
Love that. Sorry, Maze. Anyway, at the beginning, you will have to search. I think they moved their search bar to the bottom. It used to be at the top, but it's at the bottom. Never even thought of that. Yeah, no, of course. It
Pinterest
really,
is awesome.
dude, once you start going down that rabbit hole, it's actually really fun. I always say replace your doom scrolling with inspiration scrolling, because that's really what Pinterest can be, especially if you're ever lacking in, or like you feel like you're kind of in a creative rut. It can be a really good platform to get you re-inspired, at least definitely on the visual side of things. So at the beginning, like I said, you will have to search for some specific things, but after a while, about 5 to 10 posts, you know, the algorithms will start learning what you want or what they should push more of to you, and they'll start figuring out your aesthetic and your vibes, and it just gets really fun from there. So the reason retrack in here, family, is hashtagging anything is because I always say anything goes. No,
Yeah.
nothing, you can never really say or put limits on what inspires somebody. So it can literally be anything from like nature to, you know, architecture to specific style of art. Definitely post like outfits. Like if I were to, you know, put on an event, or, you know, be on stage somewhere, like how would I want to present myself? Like think about all of those things, basically anything visual. And then in the future, you can also utilize it for like merch ideas and thinking up inspiration for your album covers, stuff like that. But it is really good from there. Whoever you end up working with in your branding, hopefully we're lucky enough to get your business. But if it's not Obsidian Key, then whoever you end up working with will find it really, really useful to have that Pinterest board and know that you've been pinning in it for a while. So it's going to be consistent what you like and what you favor, right? It's not going to be like, oh, a couple weeks down the road, or, you know, even 6 months down the road, you're like, I just threw this together. Like, I don't want to backtrack. I don't know,
Right.
you know, you don't ideally want that to happen. So basically, yeah, it looks like brand foundation. From there, get all of your platforms in order, make sure they're all like, you know, maximize the best of their, you know, what they want you to have on every single individual platform, which I will have a free checklist coming out soon, guys, that will have a checklist of everything you basically need to have for Spotify, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. So hopefully that will be done soon. I've just been really busy, but that will be coming soon, and it will just be an easy way for you guys to check off like, okay, at least I did the minimum of, you know, everything I need to do to set up these individual platforms. One second.
Make me use the bathroom again, man.
And then from there, it will just be all about marketing. And that, you know, we can talk about as you get closer to it. But of course, there's like a million different ways. But But yeah, that's the rough process of what we tend to recommend. You're in a really good spot.
Yeah.
I want to again applaud you for like being patient in the process because I think it's really going to pay off.
Yep.
It's way worse when you launch prematurely and you're kind of doing a bunch of things half-assed. That's
Yeah,
really never
definitely.
ideal, you know.
Definitely. We're a big fan of doing what you in your
One.
capacity to get it right. You know what I mean?
2,
Don't you hate it, Joseph? Don't we all hate premature launching?
3.
I don't know sure you get it right and hit hard.
I
and
literally
fast.
did it,
Yep.
honestly, so I really can't talk, but I didn't aim to make a career out of music either.
Yeah,
I was just
right.
like, I just feel like putting out a song, so I'm gonna do it. But I at least did have like some things in place, some like foundational stuff in place.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's not like you can't go and, you know, backtrack a little bit or switch gears or anything like that. That
Yeah.
you definitely can. You can do that at any time. I don't want to make it seem so black and white because nothing is that stern. But it's ideal if you can actually sit down, plan it out, you know, get a full catalog, do consistent releases,
Yep.
get your marketing in order for all of those releases. All of the visuals are cohesive and professional. Like that is really ideal, you know.
Definitely.
But it doesn't happen often, so we totally get it.
Yep, 100%. Man, Maze, you're amazing. I love you. Super, super talented. Yeah, revisit some of the small production details in the song. Just make sure it's all doing what you want it to do, right? It's intention, right? Make sure that your
Maze, you're
intention
amazing
for it
and wonderful too.
is
Thank you.
exactly what you're putting into it is what's coming out of it, right? All that good stuff. How many songs do you think I should have in an album? Really just depends. I feel like 12 is usually like a pretty good number. I think anything past 15, look at doing a B-side and a double release. But it really just depends on your audience and what you think they can palate of your
You
music.
can always start with an EP too.
Yeah. You always start with
Um,
like 3 to 7 songs.
Maze,
or
just
something.
keep us updated on if there's ever anything we can do.
Yep.
We do offer longer form consultations outside of this live as well, where we hop on Zoom and we can be face to face. And of course, we don't have the distraction of the live and keeping up with chats and all
Yeah.
that stuff. So our undivided attention is on you in those consultations. If you guys are ever interested, the website is theobsidiankey.com. You can check out all of our services there, and there's a contact form through there as well.
Typically 7 or under, I believe. Joseph. Typically 7 songs or less. Yeah, 5 to 6 songs is good. Yeah, absolutely. Man, y'all show some love to Maze. We got Taliana up next. I'm so excited to get into the song. Hop in the chat
Sounds
really
good,
quick.
Maze. Either way, we're just very happy to have you as a part of the Vibe Tribe now. And if you aren't in the Discord, definitely make sure you hop in there.
Yeah, that's what I did for my first one. I'm so excited. Let's get into it. So let me read through some of this here. We got all kinds of great information here. I'm super excited. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have my music reviewed. I'm currently rebranding into the pop genre, and this is my
Awesome.
latest single introducing this new era of my music. As I have a project coming this year that this song is from. Attached below is a link to the song as well as the visualizer and an example reel I posted to promote the track. Beautiful, love this. I just ordered parts for a PC and will be incorporating live streams into my community building,
Cool.
both on TikTok Live and Twitch. Beautiful, love it. P.S. The biggest thing I'm working on and trying to learn to be better at is building community and improving my marketing skills as an independent artist, as my budgets for my music are usually pretty limited, but I try to work with what I have.
I love that so much,
Fantastic.
Taliana. Thank you so much for being
Fantastic,
here.
fantastic. All right,
I'm so excited to listen to your art, and thank you for being vulnerable and sharing it with us.
let's do Spotify first, and then I'll also, on the second listen through, I'll check out the visualizer as well. I love you. Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Drop
Yeah,
it
of
in the
course.
chat. All right.
If it's not
let's-
something you can easily drop in the chat, definitely feel free to email again. Or if it is something, feel free to drop it in the chat anytime.
All right, this is Nightfall. Let's get into it. I'm excited. And I'll make sure I'm on your page here too. Perfect. Awesome. No, we do not. Sounds good. All right, let's get it. Let me make sure I follow you on there and y'all do the same. All right,
Yeah,
this-
no, it doesn't. I know my brother played that, but no, we just named our business the Obsidian Key. Or well, it's not really but just Obsidian Key has double meaning. The black keys on a piano, and also just everything that a key symbolizes. We call it Obsidian Key Creative House, so it's kind of like unlocking potential and all that fun stuff.
all that good stuff. All right, this is Nightfall by Taliana. Let's get into it. I'm excited. Talk to me really quick about
That's sick though, Maze. I really don't mind
love
that.
talk to me really quick about where you get your production. Is this produced by you? Is this a BeatStars beat, YouTube beat, 2-track, something like that? And then also who's engineering? Are you self-engineering or so on and so on? Let me know.
You can also do a website exclamation point website on Twitch. I forgot to mention that.
They say that I'm hard
Beautiful.
to please, that I see through all of these games are the same until I met you. With you, my heart took flight, 180 in one night, and it just feels so right. You and me in harmony. I hope this song will last, 'cause I'm never going back.
This is cool.
Baby, can't you see
Nice.
you're all that I need? Made me fall in love like that. I move from my heart, let's wear it all starts.
Cool production
And
structure.
baby, we can ride all night long, dance until the morning come. And love is where it's at. Baby, can't you see you're all that I need? And I'm never going back to the hellos. ETFs are just
Yes,
gold.
guy.
Don't gotta play if you wanna leave, just say so. But please don't break my heart. I love you from the start. Happy and I might just fall apart. You and me in harmony. I hope this song will last, 'cause I'm never going back. Baby, can't you see you're all that I need?
Nice voice, too.
Fall in love like that. I move from my heart, let's wear it all starts. And baby, we can ride all night long, dance until the morning come. And love is where it's at. Baby, can't you see you're all that I need? And I'm never going. All I ask is that you stay
What do you typically
with
do
me
outside of pop?
tonight. And if you're taking a chance, I bet you'll replay this night every time, 'cause I'm never going back. Baby, can't you see you're all that I need? Made me fall in love like that. I move from my heart, let's wear it all starts. And baby, we can ride all night long, dance until the morning come. And love is where it's at. Baby, can't you see you're all that I need? And I'm never going.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some
That
love.
was really, really nice.
That is Nightfall by Taliana. It's got gross beat written all over it. I can hear it. It's got it written all over it. I like it. It's got a cool production structure. You got a great voice. Let's get into it. Let's start it from the top. We'll talk about just a couple small
I have a background in
details.
musical theater and jazz. I used to try to do R&B just because that's what everyone around me does. But this time around, I chose to do a sound that feels like me.
I
I
love
love
that.
that so much.
love
Yeah,
that.
I would say this really
works.
like it. Yeah, it works and it hits. I feel like it's more specific to you.
And it's what's cool is I think you have done, just kind of based on what I'm reading in the chat and what we're hearing here, you do a good job of bridging the gap, even on the production side. I think you said your partner does the production. On the production side of bridging some of that sound design, it still has some of that like early 2000s R&B feel from like the percussion sound design, the little DX7 kind of bell tones over the top side. Like it has some of that more vintage tone that I think marries the two. Like it kind of blends the two realms a little bit, which is cool, while still having this like drum and bass pop feel that's really, really fun to listen to. So let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. I will talk about a couple small details, but yeah, this is really cool. I'm excited for you to kind of go into this era of your music. And you're crushing it. 5,000 monthly listeners. Let's go. You're doing so
Yeah,
much really
so
well.
cool.
Really nice. And also, just quick tip to everybody, we talk about this all the time, early introduction of the vocal. It's just as simple as letting them know that you're there. I love that. Just you going, ah. It's just that, but it literally just lets people know, oh, there's a vocalist here. I can get ready to hear someone who's good at singing, right? Or just is getting into a
Right.
production. It's that, as simple as that, could be the very thing that just lets someone sit there for 30 seconds and meet your thresholds, as opposed to just skipping forward to the next song because they've heard a bunch of guitars like this before. You know
We
what I
have
mean?
3 tracks left for today. If you'd like to see the line, it's always on YouTube or Twitch.
100%.
They say that I'm hard to please, that I see through all of these games are the same.
Okay, what's up, Raya? Welcome in.
Hi,
Very,
Raya.
very small technical detail on your vocal. Now, you have an awesome voice, great pitch control and great breath control. On the technical side of your mix, I would personally tighten up your compression just a little bit, or have a second stage, or depending on how many are there, second or third stage of compression to tighten up the vocal range of the vocal. What you'll start to hear is that your vocal falls in and out of the mix a little bit unless it's being chopped, right? So once it's being chopped and you're taking one vocal and stuttering with like gross beat or something like that, once you get that chop, then it stays a bit more consistent because that's a little bit tighter. But in these verses, sometimes you like,
No worries, Ryan.
you'll hear that kind of floating of the vocal. I would love for that to feel a little bit tighter while still being pretty transparent. So like in this case, I'd probably add another compressor, like a 2A, something nice and slow, that will just kind of tighten it out, smooth out that vocal, and then push it forward in the mix a little bit. You're getting great clarity. It sounds really, really clean and clear. No issues with that at all. No matter what you're recording with, sounds good, sounds nice and clean. But you do hear that vocal kind of float in the mix a little bit. I'd love for it to feel just a little bit tighter. I don't know what that is. All right, let me back it up a little bit.
It's just an auto mod.
Definitely.
They say that I'm hard to please, that I see through all of these games are the same until I make you.
So like right there, especially you got the tape scratches or the deck scratches and everything. It's doing all the fun stuff, right? Your last words of some of your phrases in the lower register, the last word will get cut out of the mix, especially as you add other instrumentation in. If you tighten up that compression, right, and like bring up that low end information so that it never falls quite that far down, you tighten it up a little bit, it'll always stay kind of over the top of the mix, and that'll definitely help, especially in pop. Like good EQing and compression is kind of like the tuning and stuff like that too, right? But like good EQ and compression done well, done really strategically, is kind of the staple of a really tight, polished pop vocal production. So that would be one of the things I would focus the most on. EQ sounds fine. This is nice and smooth. Definitely a great track. Definitely. But yeah, I would focus on that compression. That'll make a big difference.
They say that I'm hard to please, that I see through all of these games are the same until I make
Yeah.
with you my heart took flight 180 and one.
Great accent vocals there too. They're nice and wide. They're nice and open. They do a great job of cutting through in the mix without overpowering it. So yeah, you're doing a lot of things very, very well. Really nice.
And it just feels so right. You and me in harmony. I hope this song will last. 'Cause I'm
There's also, I'm being, honestly, y'all are fantastic. Really, really good. I'm going to be kind of picky, just annoying picky stuff. So feel free to ignore it if you want
It's
to.
only if it's helpful.
Yeah. If it is helpful, then I think it could help you out with some of your vocal performance stuff here. On the tracking side, so this is a vocal comping thing here. So there's a couple times on you are comping in vocals here, which I love. Fantastic. I tell everybody for the most part to comp because you're just going to get better takes. You are comping. Your comp is really sharp. It's almost direct, and you're probably doing it because you have a breathy vocal in a good range, and then you're pushing your vocal range. So you probably just need to take breaths and comp in directly to make it as cohesive as possible. Your vocal in here is a really that is true, Sky. Honestly, if the better you are, the more I just want to like take you over the edge quality wise.
Yeah,
You'll
that's
hear
so
it here.
true, Sky.
You'll dun, 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 and then you'll hear one chop like halfway through that where it's like sliced up like a brick wall, right? It's like you have the really smooth vocal, and then all of a sudden you get this like vocal comp that goes straight into the next one and then right into the next one. That little chop right there, when you're comping your vocals right there in that little pocket right there, I think it happens in the first and second verse. It's your pre-hook there. I would do a longer lead in line to your comp. So when you're doing like a looped, depends on how you're recording and stuff. If you're doing like a looped comp where you basically just set a loop point and you just keep recording the same part of the song over and over again, and then you chop what parts you like and put them at the top, like a typical comp, maybe go a little bit farther back in that comp, a little bit farther back in the playlist. That way you can have one or two lead-in lines to that next phrase, like one or two words leading into the phrase. It might make it sound more natural, and your breaths and like where you're at in your phrasing will sound cleaner when you splice them together. So it's like you're almost like recording like this, so they're kind of overlapping, and then you just like pull one of them back and slice them together. It just makes it really seamless and really clear, as opposed to having to like start your line really fast right on the word that you're going into, because then when you fade them together, they feel kind of choppy, right? So let me back it up a little bit so we can hear it again. There's like 1 or 2 comps in there that are just, they're really sharp transitions, and I think that those are a little bit smoother. It would sound more cohesive. It would sound a little bit more natural.
You
And
too,
probably
Raya. Have a good one.
give more impact to your chops when you hit the hook. Let me hear it.
180 in one night, and it just feels so right. You and me in harmony. I hope
Right there. Anita. It like chops real quick at 32 seconds.
you and me in harmony. I hope this
You can hear that little, almost like robotic tick right there, that little artifact, and then it goes into the next phrase right there. The other option, honestly, that would work well too is just have it on a separate track. So you have you and me in harmony, and that line just fades and it just ends right there, and then you overlay it with that other vocal, so your actual next line will start a little bit before, and it'll just feel super smooth and open. But because they're like chopped together, it feels a little bit more abrasive right there, super tight. Quick little note.
will last, 'cause I'm never going back. Baby, can't you see?
I love fun. That little movement right there. Following that with like what I'll call like a DX7, that little bell over the top right there. I love following. I love following that movement right there.
That I needed, and you fall in love like that.
True.
I move from my heart, let's wear it
Love that melody. Really nice.
outside, baby, we can ride all night
Yeah, so catchy.
until the
Yeah, really good vocal structure. Awesome.
curve. Love is where it's at.
Layers are beautiful.
Baby, can't you see? You're all that I need, and I'm never going back to the hellos. ETFs are just closed. Don't gotta play if you
So compression a little bit tighter. Maybe polish the vocal comping process or the layering process there a little bit. Those are the 2 things that I hear is on the technical side. But honestly, you're crushing it. This is really cool.
I need
Let's
you
keep it going.
say so, but please don't break my heart. I love you from the start. Happy and I might just fall apart. You and me in harmony. I hope
Yeah, so that's a copy of the first one. Yeah, so that's a copy of the first one. So you get the exact same cut right there. And then it kind of pumps right there. Same exact thing.
you and me in harmony. I hope this song will last, 'cause I'm never going back. Baby, can't you see? You're all that I need, and you fall in love like that.
This is a song that would get stuck in your head, which is perfect.
Yes.
Let's
Like annoyingly catchy. It's good. It's good. I like
so
it.
good, yeah.
Sucks, and baby, we can ride all night long, dance until the morning comes.
Me too, dude.
Love is where it's at. Baby, can't you see? You're all
That do that melody right there is what's gonna get like locked into my head. Like it's so
Yeah.
catchy. That little ear candy right there is so good because it's a good like it's a great stylistic decision because you have the chops and the chops are cool, but if it's all chops, then you're just like your brain doesn't even know what it's listening to, right? It's a relief from the chops and then you go back into it. That little bit of like push and pull, give and
Really
take.
well balanced.
Yeah, that little relief right there, so well done. Because when I was first listening to it, I heard the chops. I was like, cool. I was like, but if it does this the whole time, it's just gonna sound noisy and busy, right? But the fact that you still like respect the melody and go back to it and make sure that people hear it is just a great strategy. Honestly, great job.
I need, and I'm never going all yes.
It's like on that you can hear that compression loosen, right? So that whole line of the vocal kind of dips way down.
Is that you'll stay with me tonight, and if you take this chance, I bet you'll replay this night every time, 'cause I'm never going back. Baby, can't you see? You're all that I need, and you fall in love like that.
Love it.
I move from my heart, let's wear it outside, and baby, we can ride all night long, dance until the morning comes. And love is where it's at.
I love that so much,
That's
Callie.
cool. That's cool.
All that I need, and I'm never going.
Great structure. It's catchy, it's repetitive. Production mix is beautiful. Production mix is really nice. It's like clean and wide and open. Yeah, biggest thing I would focus on is your vocal mix itself, right? It's the tightening of the compression, your comping, vocal production. I think is the biggest thing. But honestly, you got a great voice. The writing is really cohesive across the board.
It's
It
amazing.
has all the repetition you need to just get it annoyingly stuck in your head forever. And the fact that this is your kind of first one dipping back into this genre, super super cool. I'm
Also,
excited for
your
you.
name, Taliana and Taligachi, is so cute, and it fits the whole vibe really well.
Yeah, this is cool.
Okay, so I have a couple of notes, and then we did get your specific question, so we will get to that, and don't let me forget
Yeah.
that one. Um, really quick on your Spotify, it looks really great. All the visuals are awesome, and I do feel like you have a clear aesthetic, which is awesome. So all of that is really good. What I feel like could help, since you are kind of switching and morphing and migrating genres and stuff like that, is to literally mention that in your description. So you can say something along the lines of like, you know, Taliana likes to play around with genres and has several R&B or whatever, other songs you're creating. And then just talk about how you also are experimenting and having fun creating more of this style as well. But be sure to put those keywords in there, and don't be afraid to reference several different kinds of music, and mentioning specific, even getting hyper specific and niche down to, you know, subgenres and stuff
Hmm.
like that. So don't be afraid to just, list several, and don't worry too much about if they fit together, or, don't worry about needing to fit perfectly or neatly in a box, if that makes sense. Um but definitely focus on adding a bit more keywords into that Spotify description in the about section on your your Spotify profile for artists or whatever. Um and then definitely also tag some specific artists that you like to pull inspiration from, and maybe do a wide, variety of genre artists there too. That way, your old stuff can still get streams. I
Yeah.
don't feel like you should limit yourself and be like, well, I'm this kind of artist now. So
Hmm.
then you're going to start going hard on only that marketing or like that vibe or whatever. And all your other, streams are going to lack. And it's like, for what? You still put effort into that. And I bet obviously,
Hmm.
I haven't heard them yet, but I would bet that they're really good too. And it's like you may as well not box yourself in, and just put all of it. And if all you create from now on is this style, that's totally fine, but you can at least still get listeners for some of your older stuff as well.
I mean, the reason why Beyonce can do a country album
Yeah,
and it still be successful is because people love Beyonce. It's not because a
you
bunch of
know you're
country
doing
people just
something
went over
right when
to it, right?
Beyonce comes up in your
Right, right, right,
in your
right. So
console.
many people that like try to switch genres and try new things. It's because they like the person. So if you build a brand around
Exactly.
you and your image and your aesthetic and your the things that you love and are inspired by and stuff like that, then anything that you do, your fans will follow you, right? And they'll most likely try to listen to it
Exactly.
and give it some praise. So
And that's the other thing I was gonna that was like leads me into my next point. It was perfect, but is that I love that you are doing such a good job at building community, because that is essentially
yeah.
the key. If there was one key, and there's multiple keys to finding success in a music career, right? But if there was one key, it would be building a community, and that literally is how you build fans. Um, it's finding people that can connect to you and your personality, and like the vibe of everything that you're doing, and will just support you, like Torvik said, no matter what.
Yeah.
So the fact that you are working on live streams, the fact that you do have a Patreon, your Komi.io is set up amazingly, like all of this is really, really amazing, and I just want to give you your flowers in that sense, because you
Oh
are
yeah.
killing it. And then you had a specific question on if we thought that EP still had a place. And I think you said that that was your original plan, was, um, to put out an EP, and then somebody maybe gave you the guidance that you should split them all up and release consistently. My biggest goal is to build
Love
my
it.
brand so I don't have to be put into a box again. 100%. And
Love
I
that.
love that so much. That's also what we're working on as well. Like, and there is so much value in that alone. Like, then you're free. You know what I
Definitely.
mean? You get to do whatever the fuck you want, and people will either tag along or they won't, but the right ones will, you know? So as far as the EP thing goes, I would say they both are an option. They both technically work. But since you had the idea of an EP to begin with, and it all is the same, a similar vibe, and especially aesthetically, I would stick to the EP. I don't personally see a problem with putting out an EP, and then it's all going to come down to the marketing of that EP. So it really doesn't matter which way you go. I feel like if
Hmm.
it is all aesthetically, fits and you
Yeah.
had that idea of an EP, I think it can be a really good idea to launch this style with an EP and get people excited and be and the fact that like they would go listen to one song and then they have a whole bunch of other ones that tie right into that. It can be really,
Yeah.
really good to build traction in that way.
The suggestion that I usually give to most artists kind of in that position where they're like, dude, does anyone care about albums? Let me also preface this too. I think albums are more popular than ever before. We went through like 5 years of everyone being like, release a single every week to try to get big. People love us. That is kind of tired now. I think I see a lot of people releasing cohesive storytelling albums that are, start to finish like a cohesive piece
Hmm.
of art. I think that I wouldn't shy away from that. My typical suggestion is release the album, release the EP in this case, 6, 8 songs, six, whatever it may be, and market singles. Now, still, occasionally, to the fans that you do have, the followers you do have,
Yeah.
to the followers that you have on Spotify, let them know that you're putting out an EP. Continue to market the EP. But most people that don't care about you yet are definitely not going to care about the EP, right? And so I would still market singles once they're out. So once you release this song, market it as its own. And then, like Libby just said, they'll go stream it and say, oh, there's 7 other songs like this. Fantastic.
Yeah,
And then
so
they go
essentially
stream it.
you would be marketing very similarly to if you release them all as singles.
Right.
So you would just be, really going hard on but it's fun and easier in a way because you have so much
Yeah.
to work with that you can really just go hard in every single concept you come up with for content.
Yeah.
So you can really just from one day to the next jump from, you know, marketing one specific song to another specific song, and it's all, the same goal. So
And
it's ideal.
the pro too is that if you release them all as 6 songs, right? You release them all as 6 songs and you market the single, and someone likes the single, they don't have to wait the 2 weeks and the 2 weeks to do a waterfall release. They can immediately go stream everything else
Hmm.
that you have,
Exactly.
and your whole catalog starts getting built up
Hmm.
immediately. And there's pros and cons to that, right? There's pros to having a waterfall release where you
Yeah.
release a song to platforms that can be good for the Spotify algorithm. But as far as marketing to socials, it can be more beneficial to have it split up.
I also don't feel very worried about you that you're going to have trouble writing
Yeah.
more music. So it's
Yeah.
like just if you had basically all of this is a very long-winded way of saying, is there still places for EP? Absolutely
100%.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that you will definitely find success no matter which direction you go in, but there definitely is 100% still a place for them. And I think it would do really well for you.
And also take a little bit of I think everyone can kind of do this, take a little bit of a load off of the pressure of the
Yeah.
release strategy being the thing that could make or break your record. It could help, it could hurt a little, it could whatever, but if you are a great artist with good music that's high quality and you have an audience in front of you that relates to what you do and your content is good to kind of carry it as well, then the fact that you did all of them at once or once at a different point, the same piece of content is going to draw those people to the song regardless. So if you're doing a good job on all other fronts, then I don't think you have I think so many people are like, dude, this is like, they have 80 monthly listeners or something, like this is going to make or break the way people find my music. And it probably isn't,
Hmm.
because there's probably a lot of other missing pieces for people. I think you're doing a lot of things right, which to me tells me like, I don't think that your release strategy is going to like make or break your ability to connect your music to people. I think you're doing a great job.
Yeah. I hope that we are able to provide some helpful feedback to you, Tolly, and that we answered your questions.
So hearing your thoughts. Yeah. I that's kind of the way that I see it. And I think that you can kind of
Exactly.
choose what kind of pressure, everyone's a little bit different, right? Like I know some people that are phenomenal artists and get great streams, make great money and stuff like that don't care about the mix. They're like, I'd rather have a mix done for my engineer in 30 minutes and ship it out and get more music out to my fans than anything else. And I have other people that will painstakingly sit on a mix and a bunch of revisions for like 4 months to get it like perfect because the art side of it is more important to them, right? Or whatever it may be. So you also kind of have to just like decide for yourself like your priority list on how you want to release your own music and become your own persona as an artist in this genre and stuff like that, and decide like, is the most important to me like a corporate release strategy with promotion, or is the most important thing for me just the project itself and connecting with fans and building community. And if that's the
Which
case,
that's what it seems like.
yeah, if that's the case, then digging into your socials and continuing to feed your audience new music should be your priority.
Yeah, I mean, literally, like at least 60 to 70% of it is going to come down to marketing
Yeah.
for everyone,
100%.
marketing and branding. If you got those two things going for you, which you do, I mean, I haven't checked out your marketing honestly too much, but I know that you're so good on the branding side, and if you're doing all that other stuff with Patreon and I
You did
saw
send
that you were
a
doing email and text marketing and you're doing all these things, you're doing a lot right.
you did send a Instagram post, right? Let me see.
Oh yeah, let's check it out. And also there's a visualizer that we. Oh yeah, nice. I saw that one. I liked it.
Okay. Sheesh. I don't know why that's so loud. But yeah, okay, the visualizer is cool though.
If you want to go back to the email,
Let
what
me
is
check
the visualizer?
real quick.
Oh yeah, nice.
Kind of based on the same structure, right?
So cool.
Dope.
You guys definitely go make sure to follow Taliana on all
Definitely.
platforms. She's got some killer YouTube videos. Doing so much right. I think that Taliana can definitely stand as a really good inspiration for a lot of our people in this community. So amazing job, Tali.
Yeah, show some love. Amazing. Really good.
If you're not in the Discord, I really hope you join it because we would love to have you be more a part of the community for sure.
Absolutely. All right, I think we got my love for cosplay and video games. Really learning how to have fun. I love that. And honestly, that's what people are going to connect with. If that feels
Exactly.
authentic to you, then the right people will find you. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I was honestly getting a bit of a Japanese vibe from your overall aesthetic and your music and stuff. So I don't know if that's accurate, but it is coming across to me and I really like it.
It's
I think
really
it's
cool.
super cool.
Yeah, definitely a vibe. Y'all show some love to Taliana. Really well done. I'm so excited to hear as you like find yourself more in the genre that you feel more tied to creating right now. I'm just excited to hear how that morphs and how that evolves. You're super talented. We got the family.
Thank you so
in
much,
the building.
Taliana. You're so cool.
So glad you're here. Welcome to the family.
Welcome to the Vibe Tribe.
Welcome to the Vibe Tribe. Absolutely. I'm so glad. All right, this
Yay.
is
Happy to have you.
Hello Sky.
And feel free to invite any of your friends, your partner, anyone that you would want to.
Absolutely. I know we always
Thank
have
you.
people that are looking for producers, looking for female
Yeah.
vocals, looking for things all the way across the board. So if you ever know videographers, photographers, stuff like that, we always have people that are looking for people to collaborate with. So it'd be fun.
It's the same username, Taligachi.
All right, this is Hello Sky right here in the chat. This is not finished, all caps. So listen up, people. It is not finished at all. Very rough. Just started it 2 days ago. I'm gonna either take off the vocals or just modulate them downwards, and depending on how it sounds, I'll delete them. Okay, cool. Sounds good. I already got you downloaded here.
I'm excited. We get a Sky track today.
I love it, dude.
I really hope you feel better, Sky. I hate that you're sick right now.
Why is the download not popping?
You
up?
and your family. I hope you all feel better.
Vocals and the second part. Okay, cool. This is Rude Boy by The Family. Hello Sky.
Come here, rude boy.
Heavy.
All hands up when I say to them.
Hey, rude boy, run up the bass again.
Nice guy.
Hands up when I say to them. Hey, rude boy, run up the bass again. Hands up when I say to them. Hey, rude boy, run up the bass again. Hands up when I say to them. Hey, rude boy, run up the bass again. Hands up when I say to them. Hey, rude boy, run up the bass again.
Yeah, for real.
So you're mainly listening for the vocals on the second part here, right?
Poppin'.
Slap me out. Got a little bit from the south.
Gotcha.
But she keep running her mouth. She gon' get kicked out of the house. Slap me out. Got a little bit from the south. But she keep running her mouth. She gon' get kicked out of the house. I ain't got time for no stress. I need respect. 100K all on my neck. So we on my chest. I got them pressed. Damn, you know I got flex. I gotta leave the street, but I'ma keep it G. I gotta split the fee. I let my people eat. Had to go get the greens. I didn't get these. Had to go get the key. I get it broke free. Who the man in the street? I bet they know it's me. Know it's me. Know it's me. Know it's me. I bet they know it's me. Too hot when I drop that bass on it.
I love the move to like the Jersey here.
Dude, I could really picture this for like an NBA commercial or something.
Yeah,
Boy, run up the bass again.
Or 2K.
honestly.
For sure.
Poppin'.
Vocal shots here are great, man. Everything's over the C sharp, right? Kind of harmonic. Heavy.
Yeah.
Heavy.
Let's
Yo,
go.
give yourself some love.
I mean, for that being so raw, that was still
Yeah.
so fun.
So crazy. Yeah,
Hello,
dude.
Sky, you're just amazing.
You're so talented. It's
Amazing,
nuts,
amazing.
dude.
And it's not just because we're biased. It's not just because we love you.
Yeah.
It's not just because we're obsessed with you, bro.
Yeah. It's not because we're obsessed. No, dude, you're so fire, man. This production is nuts, dude. You're so good. Okay, real quick, you already know this, I'm sure, but I'll say it because I hear it and you know how I work. Just be careful. Your 808 when it comes in, which is heavy, it's textural, it's beautiful, it's saturated. It's triggering all your compression. So when the drop hits, the song feels like 6 dB quieter. It just feels super quiet. Like you come from like the biggest moments, and then the 808 kicks in over the vocal break, and it all of a sudden like everything kind of shrinks down. The vocal gets tucked way back, and you kind of lose all of your like textural information. So I would just make sure that you're not over triggering your.
No, literally, that's what he was giving. He was kind of giving it, the clown. That's like in
Yeah,
here.
oh hey Johnny. All right, let me back it up.
Sometimes I have intrusive thoughts when we go for walks, and I'm like, what if I just slid down in that
All
in that
crazy.
sewage right there? And he's just like, then you would be like, it.
It's clipped 2% over on the limiter. You don't have any additional compression or maybe even side chaining happening going to the 808 or hiya Georgie.
Oh, Georgie, there you go.
Or on your master compression. Let me hear it again. It could just be taking up all the headroom, and it might just need to be pocketed a little bit better and just mixed as you get into it. Okay, got you. Let me listen for it again. Whoop, that's not the right track. Let's get it. God, always does this. I love this track though, man. It sounds crazy. It almost reminds me of like hospital noises or something. It's cool.
I didn't think that.
Almost just like
I could, yeah. Now I hear it.
this part sounds beautiful. Yeah, harp monitor type beat.
All hands up when I say to them.
Hey, rude boy, run up the bass again.
Yeah, now I hear it. I was like, what? Now I'm like, oh yeah,
Wanna say
I
to
can
them.
hear it.
Hey, rude boy, run up the bass. All hands up, wanna say to them.
Like I'm listening for like the loudness between these two.
Wanna say to them. Hey, rude boy, run
And you can hear a little bit of whatever is happening. There might be the wrong little thing tied to the wrong little thing. You're on FL, I think, right? Like, I don't know. Just revisit some of your routing, revisit some of the compression or any side chains that are being sent over or triggered to something that maybe you just didn't know was tied over or something like that. Just revisit it, because you can definitely hear when that bass kicks in, this swell from the vocal that happens when it leaves, and it gets like a little bit louder, and then it does. Like you kind of hear this little pumping that's going on. So at the very least, if it's not triggering a compressor that's ducking the whole mix, then at least like maybe just for a moment, whenever you're feeling a bit better, revisit your routing and just make sure that because the 808's powerful, but it is, you start losing all of the snap and the punch that happens at the high end of the mix, because it's kind of ducking everything down. Because this sounds super vibrant already. Sounds super crazy already.
All hands up when I say to them.
Hey, rude boy, run up the bass again.
Don't forget it's saved to YouTube too.
All hands up, wanna say to them. Hey, rude boy, run up the bass again.
You know what it honestly might be? It might be the kick triggering some, it might be a sidechain. It might be a sidechain thing. So yeah, double check your routing, double check your sidechain. It might be even like the kick to the 808, and that's causing that kind of suppression of the mix for a second, maybe in the low end mainly, where it's not letting the track kind of breathe for a second. Double check a few things, but listen for that, I guess, because I want the drop to hit and for it to just go crazy and not feel restricted at all. Like how quiet the vocal sounds right there. On the last part here. You hear that is little pops of energy at like a minute 25. You'll hear little pops of energy, which is either compression or sidechaining happening, this pumping right there. And then that vocal sounds really, really quiet. A little after this.
Yeah.
And then last bass again is like super quiet, right? Yeah, so whatever.
I was hearing it, I just don't even know what that would be, so.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like,
It's subtle, but I the reason why I'm digging into it is because obviously it is like the energy of the track. You want it to build up crazy, and as you know, you want it to hit you in the chest. So if it kind of goes from build up to like suppressed, then you lose just a lot of that steam. But dude, the sound design, fabulous. Let's get into the next section here. The chops are fantastic. The sound design is gorgeous. It's crunchy. It's boomy in all the ways that it's supposed to be. You're crushing it, dude. It's so good. And then I want to hear the vocal here over the C sharp. So sharp and E. So it's in F sharp minor. It's in like that vocal production's in like A major or F sharp minor. So if you want to just, I guess, just, you know, screw it up and you know, mess it up a little bit, just take that whole thing down to C sharp minor.
I do like it.
Yeah, because it does offer this almost like Travis Scott crazy trap beat feel that I think is like a cool break from
It's
the
going
other
along
production.
with my marketing vision, which I will go into after this.
Try before you scrap it. Pitch shift it down, you know, from F sharp 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go 5 semitones down. Maybe form it back up if you want to. You know, mess with it, right? Like little altar boy or something. Form it like go 5 semitones down ish. 5 semitones down. And then if you want to form it, you can mess with the form it just a little bit. Let me so that would be over E. So it would be.
Where's the vocal from?
Yeah, it would be off of that.
It's not pissing me off as much as like something really
Yeah.
off key typically does.
It's a relative key, so most of the notes are technically in the same key as C sharp minor. Oh, killer. I love it.
Oh, that's sick.
It's
Okay.
it's like technically works. That's why it doesn't sound wild. Where
like,
you're like,
so you can release this, right?
that'd be sick. It like technically works. It just
At some
isn't-
point.
it doesn't feel like cohesive as much. So try 5 semitones down. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, right? You can just be strategic. Or you know, the other option is to melodyne the notes to the key that works better. Right?
Right.
If this doesn't work, which is the melody they're doing, go. You know what I mean?
That's sick.
And then
Sky.
you're. And you just melodyne it into a pitch that feels good to you, and then process it from there. And you know the deal. You got options, but it, you know, I don't think it hits the way you want it to, just because it doesn't settle into the key. But if you drop it down, you could try that, or you could try re-melodyning the vocal to be a little bit more relative to the key that you are in, something like that. It's like this part that I hear it the most.
Yeah.
The doo-doo-doo. It doesn't quite fit
Mhm.
over that C sharp, but yeah, I think you have a couple options: pitch down 5 semitones, reform it, or get into melodyne and readjust it to make sure it's more.
I personally think it's worth it's worth taking the time.
It's a good relief in the track. I think it's a good separator from your like original tone. So I do think it's worth digging into. I do think you should have some fun with it and chop it up a little bit, because it is a good relief from the other stuff that you're doing. But yeah, it does need just like a little bit of work in the pitching. Like this part doesn't sound as bad to me. It's when he goes up.
Yeah.
Sound design's killer, dude.
Too hot when I drop that bass on it.
Hands up on the seat today. Like rude boy, run up the bass again. Hands up on the seat today. Like rude boy, run up the bass.
It does a bit. It does a bit. I think it's still whatever it is still being triggered. Whatever either just the limiter itself, which I mean, I push limiters all the time. Like, you know, these are all there's no rules. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, like, don't make sure this is not clipping unless you wanted to. You know what I mean? Like, there's times where I'll do strategic hard or soft clipping to just like crush a mix and make it loud and make it crazy. So you just have to make sure it serves what you want. Like, you're like, what are you envisioning? And is what you're doing on the processing doing that? Or are there accidents happening where you don't know where to go to change it to control it? That's the only thing I would keep in mind. You do get a little bit of dipping here, but not too crazy. I think it changes here a little bit too because you don't have the snare and stuff that you need to make out in the mix, because it's doom 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 doom. It's crazy, right? It's super energetic because you don't have the other high end stuff to really pay attention to. I don't notice it as I think it's still happening. I still hear a little pumping in the mix, but I don't think it's as prominent because there's not that other information up there. You can even hear it there when that 808 cuts back in. You can even hear the mix dip a little. But you don't have the. You don't have that to pay attention to. Definitely quiets up here. It gets a little louder. It's quiet for a second. Killer.
Poppin'.
Yeah, Tom was saying I had this issue when I put multi-brain compressor on the master. Well, this hasn't been mastered yet, but
Yeah, because it could just be triggering that low end and pulling it back down to suppress it. There's so many little things, right? There's a lot of nuance to it. Wild, dude. Your vocal chops are absolutely killer, dude. They're so good. Y'all show some love to the
I've
family.
been trying to wait so patiently.
Do your thing.
I know
Do your
that we've probably mentioned a lot of the same stuff, and I don't want to just be like a broken record. So I'm sorry if it's annoying, but I did see you say something earlier. You were able to get something up, but I think I was on a different consultation. So if you want to repeat the progress that you were able to make in your branding and all that stuff, and setting your platforms up and stuff, but I think on that NBA 2K note, it would be really, really sick to do certain marketing that's like, you know, if my song was on NBA 2K or something, and then you
Hell yeah.
like putting it on the, you know, like when you're selecting a team and like selecting the players, like all that type of stuff, or like selecting the jersey or whatever, like that type of marketing would just be so killer with this type of music. And I see that so often with your music in general, not just this song. And I know you go in different creative directions, but I do feel like because you also want to get creative in your marketing and you don't always want to be showing up face to face with a camera, which I do understand, it would be really cool for you to have like a separate account in the future or something, or even just on your regular account, you know, your main account, and just getting creative in the marketing in that way. I could really see it doing well.
100%.
Yeah, I created the link tree, but haven't been able to do anything. I've been working 16-hour shifts the past. Oof, yeah,
Crazy, man.
dude, that's a lot. That's a lot. Mad props to you. You're such a hard worker. Hello, Sky. We love you so much. But yeah, I'm so excited. I know that, you know, this economy, we're all just like killing ourselves right now. Like, I completely get it.
100%.
But when the time comes, I am going to be so fucking excited.
Yeah, dude. It's time for you
Yeah,
to really.
dude, that's brutal. Let us know
Yeah.
if we can do anything to help. Genuinely, I don't know if you can think of any little thing. Just let us know.
Yeah, dude. You know we love you, man. You're the family. We'll do anything that we can to help you out and get you moving forward, man. Because it's just your time, man. It's been too long with your issues with distribution. It's been too long for you sitting on these like wildly impressive productions from lo-fi to house to trap and R&B and all the way across the board, dude. You're so talented. So we're just ready to see you win, man. We are so ready to see you
I'm
win.
so excited for you, Hello Sky.
Yeah, show some love to the family. Hello Sky is one of the
Maybe
OGs.
we should turn TikTok off. It's like super glitchy. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's been glitchy the whole time.
probably because they're banning it. There's only 3 people.
Yeah,
so we mind it.
probably.
But I think I think like Gene is over there.
Is Gene here? Are you on TikTok, Gene?
I see Gene over on TikTok, and I do. Gene's up next, so
And then
right now it's Gene and Kimoni, or whoever happens to still be in here.
right. So Gene and Kimoni.
Oh, you're
let
Gene.
us
Oh,
know.
beautiful, perfect. Oh, that helps.
Perfect.
That is
Yeah.
very
So
helpful. Okay.
oh yeah, that's good to know. So we can. I think we can go ahead and shut down TikTok. Is that okay, guys? Anyone who's still left on TikTok, come over to Twitch or YouTube for the end of the stream.
Hop on over. Go to my link tree. You can click on see the line.
honestly, it's so glitchy.
super glitchy.
I'm like, let's just shut it down for today.
Let me see really quick who is still here. Kimoni, are you here?
I'll put it in the chat too.
Woo. Okay, cool. Yeah, TikTok's bugging. It's probably because they're like, who knows what's going on. Who knows? Senko, what's up? Mm-mm-mm.
I need to use the restroom really, really
'Kay.
quick.
All right, let me pull up. Let me get the SoundCloud up.
Yeah,
for
we can
Jane.
shut that down.
I'll give it like a minute for people to register.
I never
that.
know what's going on with it, to be honest. Gotta go eat, but this has been so fun.
Okay,
Thank
come
you
on.
again, and excited to explore the Discord community. You're
So
amazing.
excited. So excited.
Enjoy your dinner or lunch or wherever you are, but I'm assuming it's dinner if you're in the States. And thank you so much for joining us today, Tali. Yeah, retrack. No, it's you.
bugging.
You know, yeah, it makes sense. It's TikTok. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, let me get Jean up
Do you
here.
need anything?
Okay. Dun, dun, dun. I'll give it another minute over there too. Yeah, you're good, Komodo. You're good. Got you. Okay, let me see. I think I have a track up for you here. Yeah, this is the second one. Instrumental, work in progress, rough mix. Okay, got you. Yeah, no worries at all. Da, da, da. Got you, Dark. All right, yeah, so y'all can see. Oh, wait, not that one. That's the most recent one I have. Let me see. Yeah, that's the only one I have. Let me see. Maybe it went to spam for some reason. Let me check. Nope. Allergies, dude. No worries at all, Sky. You're working crazy, man. We love you, man. Get some rest as needed. So there's that, Gene. Yeah, that's the only one. That's the only one that came in, Gene. Yeah. No worries. You're good. Send it through. All right, y'all. So these are our last two tracks, as it says in all the information when y'all sent in and all that stuff. If you do not get heard for any reason, you will always be saved. We will never listen without you. We'll always make sure that you are present for your breakdowns, so you never have to worry about missing your spot, missing your listen, or anything like that. We'll always make sure you're taken care of. So if you are not one of the last two, you don't have to worry about it. We'll make sure that we get you on. Is it? No. So make sure hit exclamation point submit. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah. It is. Yeah, because I got your first email. I got your first one. So try replying to that one. Yeah, sorry, I got mistaken. Try replying to that one. And then I'm going to shut down TikTok. We love y'all. Hop on over to Twitch. Peace.
Okay, yeah.
Check. Okay. Got you. Just came in. Perfect. All right.
I'm starting to get a headache. Stupid allergies.
I know, dude. It's brutal. All right, got you. Let me You're totally good.
Okay.
You're totally good.
Yeah, no
All right, let me
worries.
get it downloaded here, and then we'll read through this real quick here. Was hired to reproduce this track for the artist AIB. AIB, sure. It was number 2 Billboard and double platinum in 1988, originally produced by Teddy Riley. Nice. He wanted an updated vibe to the track and reached out to produce it through a friend. I've just put this together, so it's a rough mix. The vocals are what they sent me from the original multi-track, but will be re-recorded by, or Al. I think it's Al. What I'm saying.
Al B.
Yeah, I'm so used to seeing AI with people talking about it. Al B, sir, got you. That makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
But will be re-recorded by Al and his nephew, who is an up-and-coming R&B artist. Fantastic. Any input you have for arrangement, sound selection, etc., is appreciated before I have to send out to their engineers. Awesome. I love this. Super fun. Let me get it here.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know. The English language is just stupid, but it's
I
like the
know.
lowercase L looks like an I right there,
Like
so
an
it really
uppercase
does
I,
look like
something.
AI. Yeah.
God. All right, let me get
And
this
we
up
see
here.
so many names in one day on these like streams and stuff, so we're just like, I don't even know.
I'm
We
excited.
don't even know how to read by the end of these lives. It's like our brains are mush.
It's absolutely wild. Okay, it seems like you're a producer. So talk to me about production. Talk to me about what you're using.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Your background in production. I hear 2 notes and I hear tone. So talk to me about what you're using. Let's get it. Let's dive in. This is If I'm Not Your Lover by Al B. Sure. Let's get into it.
He's back. Part 2.
that's so cool, Tom.
Sexy talk. After things are over, you tell me take a walk, girl. If you think I'm playing too close, I just want to be the one who's loving you the most, girl. Material things don't come into my room. All I want is a one last girl. Tell me, baby, just tell me if I'm not your lover, if I'm not your friend. Tell me, baby, just tell me, girl. Since this conversation, I'm so confused. Tell me, baby, am I being used? Dedication is what I want. You being complicated, it's just a fun, girl. If you think I'm
It's so 80s. I love it.
I know, dude. I love it. Do you have any analog synths and stuff?
material things come into my world. All I want is a one man's girl. Yeah. If I'm not your friend, just tell me. If I'm not your lover, if I'm not your friend,
Let's go. I love it.
friend, just tell me. If I'm not your lover, if I'm not your friend, just tell me, baby, just tell me. If I'm not your lover, if I'm not your friend, tell me, baby, just tell me,
Let's go. I love that. Synth bass, beautiful. Let's go, dude. Super, super cool production. Y'all give it up one time for...
Oh, super nice.
I was gonna say Tom Cruise, right? Give it up one time for that is gonna be I'll Be Sure, I believe is the artist that's gonna be on that song. That was Gene with the production. Absolutely killer band. Really, really cool sound design. Honestly, the production structure is intricate, it's nuanced, there's a lot going on. Sounds real. I have my I'll say some, you mentioned like stylistic and sound design and stuff like that. So I'll mention a couple things that my ear kind of wants to hear a little bit more of, especially just as a fan of the 80s. I love the 80s, early 90s. I love synthesis. That's kind of like the thing that I toy with the most, that I'm just obsessed over. So we'll talk about a couple little things that I think would maybe help give this even more of a funky, groovy feel. But I love it. It does feel like a nice modern version of that era. Like it does feel like more modern, even like Michael Jackson, kind of even some of the newer like Daft and Bruno Mars stuff. Like you're doing so many things very, very well that feel authentic. They're well executed. This is not music you make by accident. You know what I mean? Like this is like intentional chord structure. It is jazzy. I can hear that in there. Some of the just expansions that you have in your chords and the phrasing of your chords is fantastic. Super fun.
Gene, and definitely let us know how we can help if at all on the branding marketing side, what your goals are, what your plans are there. And if there's anything specific, any questions that you have that we can answer that may help, we would be honored and happy to.
100%. Absolutely. All right, let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. This is If I'm Not Your Lover. Let's go. Gene, you're a beast. Super, super cool.
He's back. Part two.
It's got that little West Coast feel to it too, with those like high
Yeah.
melodies and stuff there. I love it. You could just as easily get like Snoop Dogg on a verse of this too. It's fun, man.
I'm just a man.
Yeah.
Run that line. And to leave you, girl, baby, that ain't right. You call me over, give me sexy.
Okay, I'm gonna talk nuance, little tiny things, because dude, this is killer. Like, there's not a lot to say about like the production itself and sound design. I'll just talk taste, right? So in my personal opinion, right, just me, I would. Wait, is this going to be a new song from? Yeah, 100% retrack. Yeah, this is a reproduction. It's a reproduction of the song, and I think they're gonna re-release it. So this is more of a taste thing, but I kind of wish there was a little bit of swing to your hats and snare, just a little, like just a hair forward in the pocket. So it has this a little more groove and a little bit more movement to it, and just a little bit of swing. I'm talking a couple milliseconds on like your hats and snare, just to give it that kind of late in the pocket feel that tightens it up, right? Yeah, 100%. Original vocals, but they're gonna have new vocals on the track, which I love. That's gonna be fantastic. I just wish it had like because it feels to me a little rigid on the percussion side, a little quantized, a little bit like stuck to the grid, and I wish it had just that, just like a little bit. Did swing the hats a bit. I wanted to go full. When something a little bit more pop, yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just a taste thing. It's a personal preference thing. You might be able to move.
That's always a hard thing with being a producer too, right? You know,
100%,
it's that balance of
get
you
it
know,
a
your
little
expertise and also
funky. Yeah.
what the client wants, of course.
I think you could still move personally, right? Producer to producer. I think you could still move the snare a couple milliseconds or even less, right? And give it just so it doesn't feel gridded. It feels more like a real piccolo snare on like an early 90s drum set and something like that. Yeah, 100%. So I think there's probably a compromise between the two that's not fully swung. You know what I mean? You're not halfway into the next pocket with your late hats, but still just makes it feel less VST, less grid. You know what I mean? And gets it out of that pocket. Just honestly, like maybe a few milliseconds. Try it out. Mess
They
around with
probably
it.
want it to be more relevant for today, which
For sure.
honestly we like to say anything goes nowadays.
That's that's
but-
the beauty of it.
But I could see where they're going. If they're trying to do a
Gotcha.
remake for a reason, they probably want to, make it sound more
Modernize it a
modern.
little bit.
Yeah.
And the swing part of it, isn't what I don't think would make it sound vintage or not. But I do think it plays a part in it feeling a little bit more rigid. I think the snare is slightly ahead and two claps panned hard L and R. So it could be even just putting the snare back on the grid so it's still strict to the kick. Instead of being ahead of the whatever. There's a lot of things you can mess with, but just something maybe to tune your ear to. It does sound like a little consistent, a little too tight, but sounds real, right? So like it sounds like real instrumentation. So I guess it just depends on if your goal is for it to feel sequenced like a 90s, almost like a Proteus one or something like that. If you want it to sound like an 80s sequenced drum machine snare, or even like a Lin 9000 kind of a feel where you get that late 80s, early 90s snappy snare, that might be one way of it, because it's like I'm hearing processed and sequenced, but then almost sounds real, and that balance sometimes can be tricky to find. I understand on the production side it's hard to like find the sweet spot, but just something to tune your ear to. Let's get a little deeper into it. There's only one other little detail that I like, but it's interesting because if they want more modern, I think some of the things that my brain wants to happen, because I love the 80s, makes it more retro. And so I'll try to find that sweet spot. I might mention
I know
some
you
things.
struggle with that.
I know I struggle with that because like I've done some productions for I love the 80s, dude. I love 80s synths. It's my favorite thing. It was difficult. A series of a lot of difficult decisions to decide how to keep the soul of the original 100% and update it as well.
That is. That's a hard thing.
It makes so much sense because you also don't want to just copy it. You don't want to just copy
Exactly.
it, but you also don't want it to like not respect the original. And I know there's a sweet spot. There's a sweet spot, and some of it honestly comes down to the mix too. Modern mixing in the the surgical things that you can do with modern mixing alone will make it probably sound more vibrant and bright and wide. You know, all of those things. So you know, it just obviously it depends. But let's get a little deeper into it. There's one thing on the bass
Are
that I'd
you
be
the mix
interested with.
engineer as well, Gene, or are you mostly just working on the production side?
After things are over, you tell me think of one girl. If you think I'm
Pull it up. Let me pull it up
Yeah,
with
let's
Spotify real
listen to
quick.
it.
Whoops, wrong thing. Perfect. I love that.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm just a man who comes around at night. And to leave you, girl, baby, that ain't right.
I mean, it's got DX7 written all over it. You can hear the FM. You can even hear all this stuff. It's so cool.
Call me over, loving you the most, girl. Material
Well, I think you've done a really good job.
Honestly, you've done a good
Because
job
then
of
you listen
marrying
to
the
that
two.
and it's like, this is 80s.
Yeah, I thought you were hearing 80s, and you're like, oh well, that's
Right.
what it sounds like. But I mean, a lot of it, like we talked about, is that's way more consolidated. You know what I mean? Just on the mixing side, right? It's like it's a little bit more mono. It's a little bit more collapsed, as opposed to us like widening everything and pushing everything to the outside with ozone and shit, and over brightening everything with the Pultec plugin
We're
or
like,
whatever.
is this
Like,
sounding too 80s? I mean, if they want pop and stuff, and then we go listen to this, we're like, hold up, nah.
100%. So
You're
honestly,
doing great.
you're doing a great job. I think you've done a really nice job of marrying the two. I mean, even your drum selection is much more modern. It's much more modern.
I just want to be the one who's loving you the most, girl. Material things don't come into my face. All I want is a one dance girl.
I think you're on the right
I
track.
think the re-recording of the vocals too, you know,
Will make a
like,
big difference
yeah.
too. Because this is almost like 24 karat magic, you know what I mean? Like I think it does have a modern funk feel to it, not just like 80s pop. And so I do think that you're doing a good job. Okay, so let me throw out an idea that I have. I want like in my brain, and I still think it will make it sound 80s, but I do think it's also a very popular sound in modern production. I mean, if you look at like all the stuff that all like the modern
Weeknd.
the you know, yeah, what Mike Dean does with The Weeknd, what Jack Antonoff does with like everyone else on the Billboard charts nowadays, they're all mini moogs, and you know what I mean, it's all 80s synths, but it's modern pop production. So I wouldn't shy away from it because they do blend beautiful. Yeah, that makes sense. It's its own thing, but reflects that definitely. So I wouldn't shy away from some 80s sound design because it is very prevalent in modern pop. You just have to kind of dig into the processing. I would love maybe one other layer over your like low bass line in there, which I think is probably a mini Moog plugin. That low bass line that you have in there, which is awesome. I mean, it's the lines that you're using are so intricate and nuanced; they sound beautiful. I would love as like your core like root note, like your root note progression for the bass line. I would love for you to have a bass in there, even if it's another layer of a mini Moog or like a Jupiter or something like that, or anything that does this, right? It's a pretty simple idea. Something that has a little bit more resonance and decay to it, a little more bow. You know what I mean? You have two basses stacked. Okay, so that's the layer that you hear there. I would love to have that little bit of resonance, that bow, that little pop, that little bit of resonance in the mix to just kind of slice it through, because they're both, even if they're stacked, they both sit very okay, nice. That's the sub that I'm hearing. It's they're very warm and very like mellow at the low end of the mix. They move beautifully, but you do miss a little bit of like the snap, I think, that comes from like the attack and the resonance of like a good 80s bass line. But even in like modern funky production, like we talked about, like Daft Punk or Bruno Mars and stuff like that, it does feel like it's missing even yeah, a little bit more bite. I think would be nice. Let me keep playing.
No, don't say that. I
Because
don't think so.
that bass is nice. The bass is nice, but I do think if you maybe even just take one, one is maybe on the Moog where you have more of the low mids. Dig into let me see, because I have it. Give me a sec. Because dude, you know you're crushing. Don't say you're a bad sound designer, dude. You're honestly
know,
one of the
yeah.
better sound designers we've heard in here, and I mean, we have a lot of phenomenal producers that come through here. But you're in this style, man, you're absolutely crushing it. So even just let me get here so you can see. Oh yeah, you're over here. Oh, we don't need the piano. Yeah, it is. Hold on, and let me just. Even this little bit of resonance, like you see how high the resonance is pushed here. Is this what you're using? No, the take is the hard part. 100. This is why I like the synth. You know, this is why I like having real synths, because I make different decisions. It's not that like, yeah, I do believe in some instances analog sounds better, but it's also just like the decisions you make oftentimes are more intentional and better when you have analog. Like I will do stuff on the Poly D, which is basically a Minimo recreation. I'll do stuff on the Poly D or the Juno 106 that I have that are just different than what I'll do automating a filter cutoff in here. I'll just make something more interesting. But this, let's get this push the resonance here. That little. And then maybe put like a little bit of glide. OBX instead of Mo. Oh, okay. I mean, honestly, this sound is just, two oscillators and some resonance. That's, a staple bass, like 80s bass sound, right? So you could do this on a Jupiter or Juno. You could do this on a Mini Moog. You could use an OBX. It's an Oberheim, right? You could do this on anything. Let me push this. Yeah, it's a very, this part of it, it's like you're not adding in like pulse width modulation and like dual VCOs and some other extra stuff in there, or anything modular. So it's like, it's the idea of having just that little bit of, let me get back to your track real quick.
Since this conversation, I'm so confused. Tell me, baby, am I being used? Dedication is what I want.
So it's like having that little, and then let's, I wanted to move the decay a little bit. So a little bit more, we can still drop the frequency here a little bit. You get that little bit longer decay. That little bit longer decay right there. So it's not so dum dum. Get that little wow, that little wow right there. Is just from a sound design standpoint, something I'd be interested in. So whatever you use, I would at least play with. Take it back if you want to, but play with increasing resonance and like the emphasis of the filter. Play with increasing the resonance and add a little bit of decay. So what you're using now and end up changing it. The attack was classing with some of the other elements. So another option, and again, I always want you to go back to what feels like is fitting the most authentically for you, right? So the other option would be to take down this, take down the filter right here and take off the attack. So right, if you get that attack right there, let me open this up, go back to there. If I keep this nice and low, you're getting all of that attack. And you might not need all of that, right? So if you just take the attack down here, or even just take the attack down on your amp, all the bite's gone, right? If I go, so I think you can hear it. So like right here, you can keep the attack of the filter, right? So not to get too technical, but if you keep the attack of the filter, it opens right away. So you get you get that little resonance that you want. So high resonance, a nice high decay, that little bite, fabulous. But if you don't want the actual attack of the sonics itself, then do it on the amplifier. Do it on your like AG here. So I can move this. That still has all of the resonance and all of the decay, but none of the bite of the attack. Wow, wow. You get a little bit of that. Right there, and then I'll take off. Let me take off the retrigger too, actually. So hold on. Where's my retrigger? I know it's all different on here. That little move.
I want to hear it with the song.
All right. So let me play what you're doing. Let me turn mine down because this is way louder than yours too. And then we'll play it back. And then you just kind of get an idea. I know we're getting technical, but it'd be fun. I love talking production stuff. It's my
I think
passion.
this might be the last one for today, unless we have
Kimoni's here.
double-check mine. Okay, okay.
Yeah, and that will be the
Kimoni
last one.
will be the last one.
Yeah.
You being
Let me get to like your hook.
if I'm not your friend, I'm into my either one's loving you the most, girl. Material things come into my world.
Oh yeah. Come on.
As a one man's girl. If I'm not your friend, just tell me. If I'm not your lover.
It's like just enough. And again, you could soften that even more. That could
Yeah.
be even farther back in the mix. Like I'm having it a little louder so you can hear it, but it's that a little bit of portamento, a little bend, a little bit of movement. It just makes it funky, dude. Okay, so that was the last thing I wanted to mention on the production. Let me play out the rest of the song for you here. But I just feel like obviously do what feels the best. As a producer, I know how that happens, right? You add a bunch of stuff, it just doesn't work out, and you have to backtrack a little bit. Maybe working on the amplifier versus the filter itself might give you the slow attack you need to soften the brittleness as it punches into the mix, which is interrupting all of your other synth stabs from the Juno and stuff like that, and make it soft enough to still get your resonance and decay, and then backtrack from there and just tuck it back in the mix and get that little wow. That
There
little
you are,
wow
Kimoni.
is so funky. It's so funky that I'm obsessed with
I'm
it.
so glad that you've been able to hang out with us today.
I love it, dude.
Thanks for your
Crushing it. Okay,
patience.
let me play this this last little pocket here. But dude, you're a beast. This is a really fantastic production. I think 99% of the sound design in here just it fits, it works. It's a good update while still respecting the original. Like it does honor the original while making it feel like a more polished, newer version of it, and the mix will reflect that. Brighter, wider, punchier, all the good stuff. Mess around with like one or two little sound design elements there to see if you can fit them in there. Because I think what I hear that my brain wants to adjust a little bit. I was almost just gonna want to make everything scream and then just leave it at the end. Yeah, it's like, hey, you figure it out, right? I'm gonna make everything go crazy, just swing to the max, just go crazy. But I understand both sides of that equation, and that'd be tough. That'd be tough, and I also get wanting to just run everything to the
Yeah,
max.
because he is an engineer as well.
I
so
do
he's
both,
like,
and
"Oof."
so like
He's like always talking about how important it is on the production side to make it as clean as possible.
I see both sides where like on one side I'm like on the production side, make it scream, baby. And on the other side, I'm like, I would be a nightmare as an engineer to deal with that. So I see both sides of the coin, man. You're totally good, Kimani. I'm just glad you're here. I'm glad you're here, glad you're here. All right, let me play out the end. So yeah, I guess what I hear overall, right? What I hear overall is there certain small details that feel a little bit rigid that I think could loosen up a little bit. That bass is pretty strict. It could use some wow. You know what I mean? It could use some resonance, right? So maybe something like that. The drums you could at least revisit. Maybe push the snare, maybe not, right? You could find some small details in there to find some interesting ways to pocket it. Maybe even some congas in the background that have a little bit more movement to it that maybe take you out of the pocket, right? So I think a couple things. You're doing nothing wrong. Sounds fantastic. It really does. There's a couple things you could just point your attention to for another couple hours and see. Yeah, 100%. That's all, and that's your only job. That's your only job, right? Just make it feel good, and if they like it, they like it. If they want some revisions to make it funkier, then you know what to do, right? You can increase resonance and decay, and honestly, that alone I think will help. Honestly, you're in a great spot. Let me play out the last minute of the song here, but dude, I'm excited to hear more from you, dude. You're a
So
super
killer.
talented
Yeah.
producer, dude. I love
Really
what you're
cool,
doing,
Gene.
and I can't wait for you to set up. You said you're working on a new studio, right? I can't wait for you to get that set up, man.
Yeah, that's exciting.
I feel that.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Sometimes we struggle with that too because we don't care about relevance and we don't care
Yeah.
about really like what the industry would say is popular right now and needs to happen. And that's what I kind of love about our modern day and what's going on right now with indie music and stuff, it's like we can do whatever we want, and a
Yeah.
lot of different genres and styles are back, all at the same time, and that's
Yep.
really fun and cool. At the same time, sometimes people don't always understand that, or um relate to it, or it's not what they want to do. They do want to go with what industry says is standard, and
Yeah.
that type of stuff. So I understand that tough balance.
I also think too that it's important to honor the original enough though that it doesn't feel disconnected, right? Because like there was a song, I think it was from, I think it was Rolling Stones or something, or AC/DC or something. They put out like a, which sounded to me like radio music. Yeah, 100%. That makes sense. That makes sense. I think I can't remember who it was. There's a classic rock band that put out a
Yeah.
record recently that was like pretty auto-tuned and like pretty like digital sounding, and it was kind of like against the whole like ethos of the band, kind of like, you know what I mean? It's like they were
Who did?
it was like AC/DC
Oh,
or
okay,
the
yeah, or
Stones or
Kiss or
something.
something.
Yeah, something like that. And they released a song like last year or 2 years ago, and it was like very, very modern sounding, and a lot of people hated it. I mean, a lot of people. I mean, of course, people wanted
Yeah.
to listen to it and stuff, but like it got a lot of pushback because it was like, what? Like y'all are supposed to be like rebellious, raw, grungy, and like all of these things,
And
it
like
felt
sticking it to them.
yeah, and it felt so. It's like no, we don't do. We make the guitars wail in the studio. They're too loud. They're feeding back. All that stuff, right? It felt like such a separation from the identity of the era and the style that people are like, "What is this? Like, why is this vocals auto tuned?" That's like, like you can sing. Just singing. It can be off. And who cares? We're all gonna yell it with you. So that's another thing I would just like keep in mind too is like do your best to make like a modern song, but I think because you are, if you were just producing for a new artist who liked 80s music, like Sabrina Carpenter, or even like some modern 1975 stuff, like things like that, right? If you were like 100%, if you were just producing a new artist with an 80s style, you would have your work cut out for you in that vein. But since you still have the 80s artist on this song,
But
you
it
don't
really
want it to
depends what the
feel
artist wants, right? So if it depends what the client's coming back with. I guess if
true,
if they
true.
are pushing back on you and being like, "Hey, I want a more modern sound. Can you make me sound different?"
Yeah,
Then that is tough.
I think a lot of that will have to do with the
So
engineering.
if is that kind of the vein? Is that kind of what's happening, or is that not really
Yeah,
happening yet?
that's interesting.
Just let us know.
It's like a philosophical question. Yeah, it's like yeah, because
Well,
they want
you
it.
at the end of the day, you have to do what the client wants. You have to
Yeah,
do what the
for sure,
artist wants, yeah,
for sure.
and what their managers and all that stuff are saying. Like,
Yeah,
if you want a career, then you want
right,
to obey that.
right. Yeah, I mean, so like objectively, what you just did sounds fantastic. There's some edits to it, some edits to the sound design that can happen, but what you did sounds fantastic, and it sounds modern enough.
There was a little creative brief from the artist. They said this dude needs a beat. I got like 20 other producers writing to it. I want you to submit to. So the artist got like 20 beats and
Dang.
he picked mine. Oh, I love that.
Then I think, loosely speaking, that's like your answer.
Yeah.
Right, like there is a lot of ways they could do the song, and they chose your direction, which is more 80s. It's like early 90s, late 80s, right? So I would feel some freedom to make it polished, make it pop, and still make it work. But there was a lot of ways of doing the song that they could do, and they chose one that's still pretty era specific.
Yeah.
It still sounds pretty 80s. So I wouldn't shy away from some of the technical details of making it sound that way, whether it comes through the way that you saturate, the way you filter your synths and stuff like that. There's a reason why you were that one, which I think is awesome. So I would definitely like feel secure in that. Like feel secure in the fact that they could have gone more modern, more pop in
Yeah.
any number of those other versions, or way too close to
I
the
think
original.
definitely trust
they
your
chose you.
instinct.
Yeah.
Gene, you obviously have a really good intuition,
Yeah.
when it comes to this stuff. So go with that, run with what feels the most true and authentic to you, and then when they give you feedback, you can always adjust,
Yep. Yep. You can always, they're like, oh, that's too funky. That's not what we wanted. Take the resonance out. Like those are 5-second revisions. Like there's so many things you can do, but lean into what you have, because you should feel super secure in what you produce, man. This is
Yeah,
you're a beast.
absolutely. You're super good.
Super
Yeah.
fire, man. Yeah, y'all show some love. I guess I was like thinking TikTok's still over here. If you're still here on Twitch or YouTube, definitely show some love it's Gene, right? Yeah, I got
Yeah.
different names that I'm seeing on the screen.
Gene
obviously.
Leone
Gene
Music.
Leone, you're a beast, dude. I'm super excited to hear more from you and see what you're doing with the studio and stuff like that. Super
Absolutely.
talented.
I followed on TikTok at least, so I'll definitely be able to follow your journey. And then don't forget to join the Discord if you would like
Absolutely,
to, you know, be more a part of the community and stuff. I'll drop it here in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, man. Very, very, very talented. And let us know if there are any other ways that we can help you too with any of the other aspects of it. But I think the production was one of the main things for you.
Oh yeah, of course, definitely. I mean, I think all of the hard work you've put in thus
I
far
love it.
is paying off for sure, and I think it will continue to do so. So,
And,
mad
and
props.
I feel that more than most, man. You know, you get into a bubble, like your headphones on, or you're in a dark room with with your speakers on, and then you start putting stuff out there or working with other people. Like, I hope I'm good. You know, I think I am. I've been doing it for a long time. You know, like
Yeah.
you've been you said you were a session musician, right? So you've toured, you've gone to studios, you've done all the stuff, right? But it is a different world, like putting your thumbprint on an entire record and being the producer of the record and curating the whole experience. It's a different world, right? So I've done a little bit of what I haven't toured as a session musician, but I've worked as a session musician and still do every once in a while in just my own studio space, and then also work as a producer. And it's weird. It's more vulnerable because you're stepping outside of someone just like hiring me for guitar or hiring me for piano or something like that, or vocal, and being like, I did all of this here. Do you like it? Like, that's kind of scary.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
vulnerable for
it's
sure.
vulnerable. But dude, you're crushing it. You're super
Amazing
talented,
job.
and you should feel very very confident in that. Y'all give it up one more time. Let's close it out, y'all. This is going to be our last one. Everyone else will be safe.
Yeah,
for
it's
the
been
next time I
5
go live.
hours, so I'm definitely starting to
I'm
feel like
so
I'm on the
hungry.
struggle bus now.
So hungry, my ears are ringing in.
Yeah.
So we gotta close it out here, and then we'll have everybody safe for the next time we're live, which I think will be Friday, maybe tomorrow, but I think most likely Friday. Of course.
Yeah,
So glad you're
absolutely.
here, man.
Thank you so much for being here and being a part of the Vibe Tribe now. Happy to have you, Gene.
Absolutely.
It is very different, but it's also liberating in a way because now I can control every element of a composition rather
100%.
than just being one cog in the machine.
Makes sense. 100%.
Absolutely. Mad props.
And then, okay, hop in the chat really quick. Kimoni. Oh, got you here. I'm Kimoni, and this is my song that is set to release come the next 2 Fridays. Okay, beautiful. So this is
Nice.
coming in quick. I'm assuming it's already in distribution based on what you're saying.
Normally I record and mix master myself, but this song Say Less was recorded, mixed and mastered by another studio. The beat maker is my friend in Australia named Mancha. Hey,
Beautiful.
Australia, is it Melbourne?
Shout out to Ozzy. Shout out to Ozzy in
Yeah.
the building. All right, let me get it downloaded here real quick. All right, we'll close it out right here.
Gene, if we ever come to Melbourne, we'll be sure to hit you up.
Yeah, we'll stop at the studio.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
All right, let's get into it, man. I'm excited.
Oh, that's awesome.
Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to Melbourne. I've never been. I've been to Sydney twice, but I've never been to Melbourne or any other region. But let's go. This is Say Less by Kimoni.
I've never been to Australia.
We
Not
gotta
yet.
go. Well, now we have a reason to go.
Australia.
Let's
Sorry,
go. I
I'm
love it.
really bad in Australian accent.
Yeah, really. No.
I can bust a British one out, but the Australian one is so hard, y'all.
God. All right, this is Say Less by Kimoni.
Oh,
Let's
thank you
get
so
into it.
much, Gene. That would be awesome.
That's love.
One day,
love.
yeah.
We're trying to get
one
out
day.
of this godforsaken
Okay.
place. Okay, sorry. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Got you.
Money, baby.
I was gonna say, you did just say y'all, and I don't know if I've ever heard an Australian say y'all.
Say less. You're the baddest in the city, no second guess. You're the only one anybody wants.
Okay, cool.
I just wanna fly you on a plane. Fly you out the A, all the way to the Bay. Yeah. Maybe we can pop a skittle to the telly. She got the juice, got the jelly. Call me Ray J, make you famous. No sleep for the name. Baby, I got it bad. You're so fine and I need it. Whoa. Baby, I got it bad. Usher on the speakers. Baby. We can go around on a bedroom.
Nice.
Baby. No cap, I'm coming, say less. Send me a location.
Vocal mixes.
when I hit her.
Pristine.
I'm coming
Beautiful.
through in your yellow sundress with the sunroof down. You're not even my girl, but you are. Say less. Send me a location. When you hit her, I'm coming through. Full moon shining through with the sunroof down. You're not even my girl, but you are. Say less. Say less.
Do you know what you're recording on? What the chain was? Sounds beautiful, nicely
Baby,
saturated.
we down and out. Chillin' on the beach front, toes in the sand, playing my hand.
87,
What you
1073.
thinking? What are we drinking? I don't have no other plans. Looking at you like sheesh. Tryna be a late night creep.
You're good.
Baby, am I all freak? And do it over and over again. Let's get intoxicated. It's just the moment we've been waiting on. Your touch, your love. This is the type of time I'm on. Baby, 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 I got it bad. You're so fine and I need it. Whoa. Baby, 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 I got it bad. Usher on the speakers. Baby, baby, baby. We can go around on the bedroom. Baby, baby, baby. No cap, I'm coming say less. Send me a location when I hit it. I'm coming through in your yellow sundress.
This is a good
with the
example of
sun
auto-tune working
down.
for you.
But you are say less.
100%.
Send me a location when you hit it. I'm coming
Nice
through.
stylistic choice.
Yeah, the little T-Pain lift to it.
Exactly.
My girl, but you are say less.
Let's go,
Really
dude. Come on, let's go.
cool.
This is
Yeah.
fun, man. Super, super well done. This is, I mean, to be honest, like every once in a while when you hear like a professional mix on something, and not every, I'll be honest with you, not every professional mix is the best, right? You can pay a lot of money and still get a really bad mix if someone doesn't know what they're doing. But this sounds,
Sorry, I was gonna say
Oh,
something,
go.
but I didn't want to.
oh,
Just really quick while he's doing your breakdown, I just wanted to see if you had any kind of, do you have anything distributed? Just so I can be looking at it while you guys are chatting through that stuff. But basically, I could go over your Spotify, we could go over Instagram, Linktree, anything that you have that would be helpful on the visual side of things. Just let us know.
hell yeah, 100%. But this
Sometimes
is,
I don't know when to cut in. I'm like,
No, you're good. You're good. This is a good example of a really nice professional mix.
okay,
Got you. Okay, cool. It's a really, really professional mix. It's one of the reason why I asked about the mic and your chain too. Is it like reminds me of like typically what I would hear with like there's a couple options obviously, but like I hear this a lot with like 87s, like a Neumann U87 into the 1073 because it's super bright and shimmery at the top, but then it's pushed into the preamp and saturates, kind of breaks it up. So it still sounds very like soft and warm, but also bright at the same time. It's a really good balance. I like what you're doing, man. Sounds really, really nice. Let's get into it, man. Honestly, I think your actual mix and production on this is super clean. Oh, the mic was a blueberry on a UA. So the 710, I know the 710 is a great preamp because you can push the tube side.
a blueberry.
I know Blue, the company. Oh, okay, yeah. The big one. They get like the vintage style one. Okay, nice.
Oh, that's
nice.
cool.
I wanted to see.
That low key sounds like a fake mic or
I
something.
know,
I
it's
was
so
like,
funny.
what?
Blue's
That's
a
cool,
cool
though.
is a cool company. They have some great like budget mics. I was like, I know the Bluebird and some of the other stuff. The 710 is right. So that's the saturation that I'm hearing. That's what I thought I was hearing. But the 710 is a great job because it has blending. If I'm thinking of the right thing, which I think I am. It has blending between FET and tube. So you can decide if you want like a really strict like just like sharp vocal or if you want to blend it with tube saturation and get that softness and the brightness, which is I guess what I'm hearing in the mix. It sounds awesome. Really, really cool, man.
Nice.
Let's get it. Yeah, honestly, pretty like as far as like high end like analog gear goes, pretty budget compared to some of those crazy setups.
Yeah.
Sounds great though, man. Sounds really nice. Just mix it well. Early introduction to the vocal, all the stuff we talk about.
Say less. You're the baddest in the city, no second guess. You're the only one everybody wants. Gonna risk it all. I just wanna fly you on a plane. Fly you out the A, all the way to the Bay. Yeah. Maybe
Layers are beautiful.
we can pop a skittle to the telly. She got the juice, got the jelly. Call me Ray J, make you famous. No sleep for the name. Baby, I got it bad. You're so fine and I need it. Whoa. Baby, I got it bad. Usher on the speakers. Baby. We can go around on a bedroom. Baby. No cap, I'm coming, say less. Send me a location when I.
All right, this is a really good example of strategic layering of your vocals, but they're not too much. A lot of times what happens, especially in like R&B like this, that a lot of people will do the stacks, they'll do the layers, the in and outs, those accent vocals and stuff like that, but they're like far too loud or they're non-existent, right? What happens then is like when you don't have them there, the mix feels weak because it's just your lead vocal and it feels like mono and small, and then all of a sudden it's like super loud and wide. But the discrepancy between the two is like too much. Where it's like when they're there, they're everything, and when they're not there, the mix feels small and weak. In this case, they pop out wide, they feel vibrant, they feel super open, but they don't take over in a way that when they're not there, your lead center vocal sounds weak and sounds like it doesn't have any energy to it. It's a really, really nice job. I like it a lot. I'm a big fan of this mix, man.
I'm coming through in your yellow sundress with the sunroof down. Not even my
Like, I don't know what you said you normally do it yourself. I don't know what you typically do in your own mixes and stuff, but this was a good choice for at least for this
Yeah.
song, man. You might be phenomenal on your own as well, but honestly, I think this was a good decision on the song because it's a really good R&B record that I feel like has a lot of energy. You're performing really well. It's very confident. You're doing a lot of like tasteful inflections to your vocal instead of just being too strict. Like you have some different attitudes in there and different personas in there, and I like that, man. It sounds good. A lot of people could learn from that.
Send me a location, I'm coming through, full moon, shining through with the sunroof down. Not even my girl, but you are right now. Baby, we down and out, chilling on the beachfront, toes in the sand, playing my hand.
Almost the same, but I was weak on stacking and simplifying. When to use river, 100%, and that's where it's sometimes just easier to have someone who's just done it 20,000 times and they just know when to automate up the tail of your delay to fill in the gaps there and stuff like that, like little things like that. Positioning of stacking, the thing that I just complimented, right? The positioning of stacking, the loudness of it. Oftentimes when you're doing it yourself, from someone who also obviously I mix for other people but also self-engineer my own stuff, sometimes you're too close to your own vocals, where it's like I've heard my vocals so many times. Sometimes I will make them too loud or too prominent, or I'll shy away from them because just all kinds
And
of
it can be a
different-
good reference. Torvik talks about this, but it can be a really good reference for future
100%.
tracks that you work on your
Yep.
own to be able to be like, okay, this is what that engineer did. I
Exactly.
can do this.
Hell yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, exactly what Libby said. I recommend everybody at some point get a not just an engineer song, because you could pay someone $100 and do a really shitty job, but like get a great, like a high
Someone who's better than you.
yeah, a high end phenomenal engineer to engineer one of your records, even just one, if that's it, right? Just one, and then you always have a reference. This is the potential of my voice. This is how I could sound. This is how I could dig into it. I'm afraid of automation. It's overwhelming at first. Once you just know, it becomes super easy, especially once you learn to write automation as you're playing through. Like being able to just have a fader in front of you or even just use your mouse and play the song through and control it in real time. Once you learn to do that, it's less about like having to like find the spot in the song and automate this up this percentage and whatever. You can feel it and you can hear it like you're live mixing. It's a lot easier. Automation is overwhelming at first, because you're like, I don't know what lane to open up and like which reverb was going to sound bad or when I should tail it out and stuff. Like it can be overwhelming, but I think the more you become acquainted with it, it just becomes kind of another second, it's second nature. It's not too bad. This little pocket right here, I do feel like I miss a little. It's the only thing, honestly, structurally, the whole song sounds beautiful. Everything's perfect. This little pocket here, I do feel like I lose a little bit of steam in the song. Let me hear.
Sounds good, Retrack. Love
I
you too.
appreciate
Thank
you.
you so much.
Like Hardware Tool, the Presonus has a good one. The Presonus one is nice. There's one called I think probably one of the best ones is the VM1 for Icon. I've had some stuff in the past. I used to have an old Presonus that I used years ago, a long time ago, that I used for automation. Right now I don't have anything. Right now I'm completely in the box until I set up a new studio. I'm kind of in between spaces right now. But that's one great way to do it. You could get the single knob from Presonus for like $150, $200, something like that. Like they're cheap. You can get a 8 channel or 16 channel for like 600. Not expensive at all compared to what it does, right? But you can get like a small one for super cheap. They're not. It's called a fader port. Presonus fader port. They have like 1 knob, 8 knobs, 16 knobs, stuff like that. Those are cheap. They do a great job, and they're motorized faders. So once you mix a song and once you like automate something with your levels, or you use it to automate a plugin or something like that, when you switch songs, the faders are motorized, so they'll switch to the other songs and the other tracks and stuff like that. It makes it really, really good for mix recall. So anyways, quick little nugget there. Okay, this little pocket of the song here I lose a little bit of steam. This happens with beats like this all the time, where you are kind of in a space where you feel the need to fill in the gaps, but you don't know with which. You don't know like how to, maybe what kind of a post hook you want or a tag that you want, but you need to fill in the gap, so it kind of gets lent to ad libs or something like that. I do feel like for this to feel like a really punchy, tight record, my brain wants you to have a tighter fill right here. I'm going to hear it again. I just want to listen for maybe some options if you want to, but obviously I think you said this one comes out soon. So more what I want you to do is maybe listen for a future record too. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Listen for the future. Like this song's already like in distribution. It's like ready to come out. So I don't want you to worry about like changing anything. This honestly sounds fantastic, but maybe something to keep in mind of some creative ways you can fill in these gaps here.
I'm coming through, full moon, shining through with the sun.
Let's tag here.
Not even my girl, but you are. Say less.
So like maybe even here, up to you. I don't want to put a stressor on it. It sounds beautiful and the mix is gorgeous. So it's up to you if you want to prioritize maybe filling this in with another tag, or and then pushing it back a week, something like that, which is not a big deal. You're starting from scratch anyways, or if you would just want to let it go. There's no right or wrong answer to that. You're totally good. Dude, love you so much, Sky. You're
I hope
amazing,
you feel
man.
better. Sending good vibes, praying for you guys. Feel better.
So
Love you. Hello, Sky.
let me hear the progression here. I think what would work well for me is an immediate tag. An immediate tag here. Let me see.
I'm coming through, full moon, shining through with the sunroof down. Not even my girl, but you are. Say less.
Okay, so you have. Let me go the octave here. So you have. So I think what would work well there is just an immediate tag where you get to still ad lib. You can even keep some of what you have there. You could still ad lib, but it's a forefront vocal that still grabs your attention. Because I think the other thing that happens is your vocal is still prominent in this whole mix. It's run and gun, like you're moving quickly, lots of lyric structure, stacks. You're keeping people's attention beautifully, right? Like this song from start to finish is it's like at 100. It feels really good. You back off the gas here dynamically because the production changes as well, but you go really, really far back with the vocals, where it's just a couple fluttering ad libs in the background. And so it does feel like all of a sudden you were kind of bombarded with information, then you have nothing there. I think it would be nice to keep even just one lead vocal element there of a lead tag. So let me hear of even just on the Say Less.
Say less. Send me a location. I'm coming through, full moon, shining through with the sunroof down. Not even my girl, but you are. Say less.
Say less. Baby, say less. Say less. Yeah,
Baby,
and then
we down
boom.
and out.
You know what I mean? Like as simple as that. Baby, say less. When you say less. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah. And then next verse hits right there. That's like the easiest thing to record. You don't need stacks on it. You could keep it super dry, still keep the tuning, like same exact processing and everything. Just something like that. It still allows you to ad lib and float around a little bit. Still changes the dynamic by bringing it back from stacks to a lead, brings the production structure down, but fills in the gaps with something that maintains your attention a little bit more. Just an idea. Feel free to ignore it. Feel free to release it exactly as is. My brain wants you to hold the attention a little bit more. I would keep something like that in there because I do feel like it just keeps it. It still allows it to shift dynamically, but you get a little bit more energy in the mix. Obviously, completely up to you. If you feel pretty good about where it's at, shoot it out. You're ready to go. The mix and everything else is gorgeous. Quick little note that maybe could have higher retention once it hits platforms of just people locking into it. Let me get into the last 45 30 seconds of the track here. Everything else is gorgeous, man. It's beautiful. You're super talented.
No cap, I'm coming, say less. Send me a location when I hit her. I'm coming through in your yellow sundress with the sunroof down. Not even my girl, but you are. Say less. Send me a location when you hit her. I'm coming through.
Great hook structure, man.
Shining through with the sunroof down. Not even my girl, but you are. Say less.
And honestly, same thing here, right? You could do the exact same tag and it would feel cohesive, almost like a second hook to the song. I think I do think it would make it super catchy. Do it right at the end too.
Send me location. I'm coming through, full moon, shining through with the sunroof down. You're not even my girl, but you are. Say less, say less, say less, say less.
And then it cuts. Like, you just have like that start to finish tight song structure all the way through. If you do a hook like that, then it's however you do it, it makes it really easy for you to like repeat that, and then you get multiple parts of the song that repeat themselves. Makes it like super 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 catchy. But dude, you're a beast.
Amazing,
you're
Kimoni.
really really talented, man. Your lyric structure is great.
Are we
and
saying your
catchy,
name
it's
right,
vibey.
Kimoni?
It's really nicely done, and the mix gorgeous. I'm engineer to whoever engineered it. Super super tight engineering. It sounds compressed and polished and saturated. Crushed it on the engineering, man. You should definitely, I mean, if you want to keep doing what you're doing on your own too, but that's definitely someone I would continue to.
Kimani.
Kimani.
Okay,
Perfect.
nice.
I'll make sure I get it right.
Yeah, thank you so much for letting us know.
That's definitely someone I would feel comfortable going back to on the engineering. They sound fantastic, man. Great job. Super super well done.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay, so I'm hoping that you heard a bit of what we talked about earlier as far as like what we recommend for the rough process. I know that you said you're kind of hitting reset and restarting in that way, and we always really respect that. If somebody
Hell yeah.
pulls their old stuff, is like, you know what, the quality's not up to par with what I want. I'm gonna reset and all that. Like, that's really admirable. So props to you if that is, kind of what you're doing here. But so what we recommend, just to refresh, even if you did hear earlier, is getting a brand. And for that, I love recommending Pinterest. Everyone knows, if you hang out here more than a day, I'm obsessed with Pinterest. It's just a really good algorithm on the visual side of things that doesn't compare to anything else. Instagram does have their collections, but it really isn't anywhere near comparable to Pinterest algorithms, and how they can really help in the self-discovery space on the visual branding side of things. So, and aesthetics. So, I really do recommend hopping on there and utilizing it. Awesome.
Yeah, perfect.
Awesome. Yes.
We did one thing today.
Right?
Get everyone
Literally.
on Pinterest.
His thing, or one of his things. Okay, no. His top two things, I would say, are Melodyne and Synths.
Yeah, those are my trigger words.
And
if you
then
say those, buckle
mine
up.
are like Pinterest, Linktree.
Right.
What else? I don't know.
Those
Those
are
are
good-
those are
good
good
top two.
top 4 things for us.
We could talk for 6 hours just on those two things.
Literally, and we need to make more videos on them just to go more in depth on like why we like them. That way we can be like, check out this YouTube video, and then
For
we're not
sure.
repeating ourselves a million times on this damn live. But for the sake of it, since we don't have those videos out yet, yeah, it's a really good platform. I'm glad that you heard more or me talking about it earlier, so I'm not going to go into the details of it. But if you ever do have specific questions, don't hesitate to ask. We'd be happy to help.
Definitely.
I definitely recommend hopping over there though and start doing some of that self-discovery on the visual side of things too, because I would dare to say that the visual side of things and the brand is just as important as the music. Okay, you can have killer music, it can be top of the line, amazing, and it's highly unlikely that it will turn into anything or lead to followers and committed, fans.
Yeah.
If you don't have that visual side of things set up and it doesn't look professional and cohesive on every platform. So I just really want to hone in the fact that it is really important and it is a significant part of the process. But yeah, from there, the rough process would be getting that brand established as the foundation, setting all of the platforms up with your new name if you're going to have a new name, and that clear aesthetic, like I said, that's cohesive and identifiable as Kimani. And then from there, it's just all going to be about the marketing. But I tell people, like, don't worry too much about the marketing until you have this other stuff in order. Ideally, you would be, working on your craft, making sure that all of the music is up to par, the quality that you want it to be, and the visuals are getting worked on at the same time as you're building that catalog, if that makes sense. Okay, perfect. Yeah. I didn't know if you said something else, but yeah. So I hope that all makes sense. And I hope that's a little bit helpful to give a quick rundown for you. I did mention as well earlier, I don't know if you heard though, that I will be putting out a free checklist basically that will just have like, all the things you want to make sure to have on your Spotify, your TikTok, your Instagram, and your YouTube. That way it's just easy for you guys to know, like, okay, I at least bare minimum need to have these things set up on these individual platforms. So that will be coming out soon. We just are in the middle of a move and all this like, stuff. So I'm very busy right now, but it will be coming out as soon as I possibly can get it out.
100%. Dude,
Kimani,
you're a
thank you
beast.
so much.
Super cool.
Yeah, this was really awesome. I'm glad that we got to close out with you. Welcome to the Vibe Tribe. Super happy to have you. Don't forget to join the Discord.
Yeah.
You can find it at you
At
should
the
be able
link
to find
tree.
it. Yeah, and if not, you can go to our website through the YouTube actually. It'll be theobsidiankey.com.
Yeah.
And you can find the Discord through the community page on there. So
100%.
we'd love to have you in there just so we can keep in touch and you can be more involved in the community and stuff like that. But thank you so much for everything.
I love
Awesome.
it, dude. Yeah,
Perfect. We're looking
can't wait
forward to it.
You're starting on a great foot, man. You're
Definitely.
starting in a really, really solid place, man. So y'all,
Guys,
thank
that's
y'all
gonna
so
close
much.
us out. Thank you so much for hanging out till the end if you stuck
Love
with
y'all.
us. Yeah, we love you so much. We'll be back on Friday around 1 p.m. Central.
Y'all, peace.
Peace.